Render. The Shadowboxer Files Action Thriller. Chapter 1. "You're all right," she said. "Just all right." She snuggled in closer and rested her head against his shoulder. The wind through the half-open window of the van stirred her wispy blonde hair against his chin and neck, but he didn't complain. "Just right," she whispered into his skin. Sweat coated both their bodies, drying to a salty sheen, half ocean, half stolen time in a bed in the back of the van. One of her hands moved across his body. He didn't look down to see what she was doing. It was a familiar route. She was tracing the contours of his scars. There were plenty of them. A long thin white line from a knife, stark against his sun-tanned torso. 2 pucker wounds in his left shoulder, like tiny volcano humps. If he rolled over, she could trace whip marks and belt marks, like miniature ridges that lined the corded muscle. She had asked once. When he didn't answer, she accepted the silence as answer enough and let it go. It was one of the things he liked about her. Liked, Brill thought and sniffed. "What?" she asked in a sleepy voice. "Nothing." He tightened his arm and curled her closer to him. "Just happy." "You sound surprised, man." Her accent was English, though she hadn't been home in more than 5 years. He almost shrugged, but didn't want to disturb the way she was on him. "I guess I am," he confessed. "I didn't see myself here." "With me?" "With you," he said. "Living here. Living like this." She balled up her fist and gave him a light punch in his tight abdomen. "I like this life," she said. "I do too," Brill answered. "You sound surprised again." He took a deep breath. The air made his lungs expand, raising her head level with his lips. He tilted forward and planted a kiss on top of her hair. He stumbled out of the thick jungle 6 weeks ago onto a narrow 3-lane highway that cut along the African coastline. It was an out-of-the-way place, and 50 kilometers from the rainforest ravine, that was the perfect spot for an ambush. Which is what happened. He survived. The others did not. He slipped up the angled ditch and stood on the side of the asphalt, the afternoon sun dripping toward the west, and waited. Waited for the bullet to rip through the foliage and take him out, like it did the rest of his squad. Waited for something to happen. Change came in the form of a square box van with a 4-cylinder engine, complaining about the steep grade. Strands of long sun-bleached hair escaped from a loose ponytail and fluttered around cheap metal aviator shades as she pulled up next to him. The glasses gave him an up-down, and she smiled. "You're supposed to stick your thumb out, mate." Brill held up his arm and stuck out his thumb. She nodded her head for him to climb in the passenger seat, and when she asked where he wanted to go, he just said away. Her name was Glory, and she took him to a beach. He watched her surf for 3 hours and took the warm beer she offered from a faded cooler. She gave him a blanket to curl up with in a folding chair outside of the van she called home, while she slept inside behind locked doors. "I'm hungry," said Glory. It was his turn to check the lines. She had a good system, and he learned it fast. Wake up before the sun and throw fishing lines into the surf to catch breakfast. Scrounge up a small fire for fish burritos seasoned with lime or lemon. Check the waves for the perfect set, and hit the water for a few hours while the lines caught lunch. Chill and work through the noonday sun. Glory was a traveling journalist photographer who wrote from the back of van she lived in. Fish for dinner, and a star-filled sky for company next to driftwood fire. They had moved 12 times in 8 weeks, following a pattern in the water he couldn't recognize. She knew the signs. There was a storm in the mid-Atlantic shooting surf 5,000 miles away to crash up on the South African coast, and she chased the waves. There were stops at roadside stores to replenish meager stores of spice and citrus fruit and cases of beer. She called in stories and sent mailed packages of photo canisters to an editor in the States. "My turn to cook." Glory began the process of entangling their twisted legs. "I've got it." Brill tilted her head toward him and pressed his lips to hers. He slid open the van door and stepped onto a sandy mat set up like a patio outside. He slipped into the tattered remnants of his BDUs cut into shorts and cinched them over his hips. He tossed a couple of pieces of driftwood onto the coals of the fire and stirred the ashes so they would catch before he trudged through the sand toward a line in the water a few hundred meters from their camp. 3 long poles were jammed in the sand, propped against sticks to maintain the angle toward the water. 100-pound test line ran across the steady line of white caps that washed up on the shore. Brill grabbed the first line and began to haul it in. The satisfying feel of extra weight on the end was the promise of a good meal. All the fish had trimmed his muscular form even further, burning away any vestige of fat and making his skin thin. The lines and striations of each muscle flexed and rippled under the sun as he coiled the thin line in a neat loop on the ground next to his foot. He could see the silver flash of the big fish body as he pulled and tried to guess what it was before he finished. A frogman stood out of the surf 3 meters from him and aimed spear gun at his chest. Brill dropped the line and took a step back. He heard the pounding footsteps too late, hidden by the steady crash and roar of water. He spun around, and a second man in a wetsuit tackled him toward the water. Rough shells and packed sand scraped a rash across his bare back, the salt water burning as he flipped the diver over his head and rolled on top of him. A third appeared next to him as a wave disappeared and slammed the butt of his weapon across Brill's head. He fell off the diver who tackled him and tried to stand up. Bodies slammed into him again. One jammed a needle into his neck. He heard the automatic hypodermic hiss something into this jugular. "Brill!" he heard Glory scream before the world went dark and the denizens of the deep dragged him into the ocean. Chapter 2. He woke up in the dark. Cold metal pressed against his skin. He could smell vomit and oil and dank must. He tried not to move as he assessed his surroundings. There was a hood over his head, used by someone else. He could smell the sour stench of upchuck, but didn't have the taste in his mouth. His tongue had the metal copper taste of medicine, whatever they used to incapacitate him, he supposed. His arms were tied behind his back with zip ties. He could feel them cutting into the skin around his wrist. Not too tight. Just enough to keep him from moving, but not enough to do any damage. He lay at an angle, almost on his back, but for the awkward intrusion of his arms behind him. The air felt different, pressurized, and he wondered for a moment about the frogmen. Military divers. They had snuck up on him and were in and out of the surf in less than 30 seconds. The whole fight lasted less than a minute, he guessed. He still wore his shorts, but there was a scratchy wool blanket over his legs. Thin, but enough to shield him from the cold air. His torso wasn't as lucky. It was exposed to the cold air temperature that felt thick with humidity. The cold was biting after being acclimated to the heat of the jungle and shore for so long. He shivered and tried not to jump as the blanket was shifted up to his neck. "You awake yet?" a gruff voice said next to him. "That stuff we gave you should be wearing off." Brill almost pretended to ignore him, then decided against it. He needed information, and if they were planning to kill him, they could have held him under the water for 3 minutes and let him go. "American," he said, identifying the voice. "I know you are, but what am I?" the man asked. Was he a mercenary? Did another company hire him to finish the job started in a ravine in the jungle? "Can I sit up?" 2 strong hands grabbed him by the shoulder and shifted him up. Brill felt his legs go over the edge of the metal, like a shelf or cot bolted to a wall. He leaned back. The shelf wasn't big, 18 inches maybe. The wall was curved behind him. "Hood." "Not yet, friend," the man answered. Brill nodded, even though his captor couldn't see him. "Where are we?" He used "we" on purpose to make the man think they were in this together. A trick Simon taught him. Words were important. So was silence. He could feel movement in the room, The sound of clothing rustling, gear rattling, but couldn't tell what was happening. "Drink," the man said. The bottom of the hood lifted, and a straw was stuck in his lips. Brill could see rough, calloused, freckled skin, thick, strong fingers holding a container with a simple plastic straw. He took a sip. Just water. He sucked down 4 greedy mouthfuls before it was pulled away. "Don't want you pissing yourself on the next leg," the man said. The hood cinched down again. Brill saw a flash of silver before it made it all the way down, and felt a cold circle press against the flesh of his neck. He heard a pop and hiss again, and strong hands eased him back down on the metal shelf as he passed out again. Render, Chapter 3. He woke up when they landed. The hood was still on his head, but he could feel pants and a shirt on his skin, shoes on his feet. His hands were bound in front of him, this time. The seat was softer, leather. "Wake up, sunshine," the same gruff voice from before yanked the hood off of his head. Brill winced as bright sunlight burned his retinas. It took a moment for everything to come into focus as he felt the plane turn and taxi. The gruff voice belonged to a red-headed man with a 3-week-old beard and a spray for freckles across his weathered face. He wore clean BDUs, but no weapons except for a knife and a baton. Brill glanced down at his own attire. "What party am I dressed for?" He hadn't worn a suit since his high school graduation, and that was years ago. Even when Simon invited him to executive offerings shindigs, he opted for jeans and a blazer over a t-shirt. "A homecoming party," the ginger grinned. "I forgot my tie." "EO file on you says it's a weapon." They knew his EO file. Maybe that was why he was still alive. But an American kidnapping a former American citizen and bringing him home. He wondered what they did to Glory, if anything. He hoped they let her go. They were dragging him into the water to leave her on a beach, so maybe they did. "What did you do to the girl?" Ginger smiled again. "It was annoying as hell." "I've got to hand it to you, my man," the redhead kept grinning. "That was some piece of ass. We watched you in the van before you came with us. Couldn't see much. The angle was bad. But I've got it saved to a disc if you want to play it back." Brill almost made the threat. "If you hurt her, you're dead." But Simon taught him that if you had to make a threat, you've already determined your opponent is a danger and should be eliminated. It was a shoot first, shoot often policy that saved his life and the lives of the other members of EO many times. Before the ambush in the jungle, there was no chance to shoot first there. Just shoot back. Even then, he was the only one to escape. The only one to get free from the hail of automatic weapons fire that shredded the leaves and chewed up the black African soil around them. Glory rescued him. Not from the actual ambush, but the aftermath. She healed him. "I can see that look in your eyes," the redhead said as the plane jerked to a stop. "I don't like that look, friend. Your girl is fine. We didn't touch her. Just you." Brill took a breath, but kept his gaze on the gruff man across from him. The man held up a hand with 3 fingers in the air. "Scout's honor." Brill tilted his head to one side. Simon told him once that he had shark's eyes. Brill knew what he meant. Dark eyes, almost black, and a way of looking at someone like they were prey. He supposed they were. He trained harder at the EO camp than anyone, trained longer. He wanted an edge, and hard work was the only way he knew how to get it. It also taught him something. He was good at it. Not just the training, but what they were training to do. Kill. He was better than most, and since he knew it, there was an air of confidence about him. Even the red-headed man could feel it, though Brill was bound by zip ties and buckled in an airplane seat. The pilot stepped out of the cockpit and folded down the stairs from the side of the plane. He stepped back inside and shut the door. Brill heard it lock. The man grabbed Brill by the upper arm and helped him up from the seat. "What's your name?" Brill asked. We don't go by names, the man offered. Everybody's got a call sign. Top Gun bullshit, Brill said. You ain't wrong, the man said. Watch your step. He eased Brill down the steps and led him onto the tarmac toward a waiting black Suburban. Any advice for the dance? Brill asked, as his captor put a hand on his head and ducked him into the back seat of the SUV. The driver gripped the wheel and didn't turn around, but Brill noted him watching in the rear view mirror. It's not that kind of party. The man grabbed the seatbelt and leaned across to strap Brill in. Snug as a bug, he grinned and stepped back. Thanks. You can call me Bulldog. Don't thank me. You don't know what you're getting yourself into. Brill held up the knife he swiped from the man's belt as he leaned over. He slit the zip ties holding him. The driver twisted around and lifted a Glock 19. Brill darted forward, slammed the knife into the driver's eye, and caught the Glock as it fell from his twitching hands. He swung around, thumb clicking the safety on the pistol. A hand jammed his wrist and pressed it against the back of the seat as Bulldog pressed the barrel of a .45 into his forehead. Drop it. Drop it, the ginger shouted. Brill let the weapon fall into the floorboard. He stared at the white finger against the trigger, waited for it to flex. Fuck, Bulldog stepped back out of reach, weapon still trained on Brill. I hate driving. Render, Chapter 4. Mr. President. Hey, Senator, damn good to see you. The president lifted himself out of the chair behind his desk and moved around to shake the senator's hand. I'm glad you could make it. Thank you, sir. Cut the sir crap, you want an iced tea. The senator settled into the couch by the fireplace and looked up at the portrait of John F. Kennedy with his head bowed. It normally hung on a wall in the hall in the East Wing, but the president had his decorator move it into the Oval Office so he could capture comparisons to his young predecessor. That sounds good, Mr. President. The senator had known the man for a long time, but he respected the office enough to know the honorific was warranted. The president turned back to the desk and picked up the phone. Can we get a pitcher of iced tea brought in, please? He hung up without waiting for an answer and settled onto the couch across from the senator. He stretched out his long legs and put both hands behind his head, looking confident and relaxed, even though his dark hair had gone gray almost as soon as he took office. A hazard of the job of being the most powerful man on earth at times. You want to wait or jump right in? Let's jump right in, said the senator. You remember that boy we sent to South Africa? A frown marred the visage of the president as he massaged up a memory. Smart something, right? First name was Smart. The senator grinned. The president had a gift for names and never failed to remind them of that talent. Brilliant, he answered. Brill. Brill Wingfield, that's right. Good old small-town boy. He died in Angola, right? That's what we were told. Is what we were told true? No, sir. The president sat up and this time massaged his temples. It was a simple off-the-books agreement between the senator and a boy they selected to do some reporting back to them prior to him taking the Oval Office. In the years since, it might have been called insider trading or corporate espionage, the intelligence gathering they tasked him with, but they felt enough removed that it wouldn't come back to bite them in the ass. Especially once he died. He's not dead. A CIA team picked him up this morning. Same name, same fingerprints in our systems, but he's a South African citizen. How is that? The minister we sent him to spy on reported him dead with his daughter when rebels attacked the camp they were in, said the senator. He lied. It seems so. And now we have him. Brill. He was pulled in this morning, along with other operators, in a sting operation set up by the CIA. Working with terrorists, the president crinkled his brow. It was a low-level threat to us, so you were debriefed on it several months ago. The CIA acted on a tip and closed the net. Is he a joint citizen? He is, the senator nodded. Then bring him home. There was a quick knock on the door, and it opened to admit the president's secretary, bearing a tray with a pitcher of iced tea and 2 glasses. The president hopped up and took the tray from her. "I'll get this, thank you," he said to her, and placed the tray on the coffee table between the couches. He poured a glass for Shelby and another for himself. They both took their time taking the first sip. "Damn, that's good iced tea," said the senator. "I have the water flown in from home." The president smacked his lips. "Seems like it might be a waste till you taste it." "Nothing like our water," Shelby agreed. He set his glass down on a coaster. "So we render him Mr. President and bring him in for questioning." "I spent some time worrying about that boy," said the president. "I'd like to find out what he's been up to." Render, Chapter 5. Brill sat in the passenger seat, hands on his lap under the seatbelt. Bulldog drove with one hand, the other across his leg with his weapon aimed at Brill. It wouldn't have bothered him, except that Bulldog did indeed hate driving, and he kept his finger on the trigger. "Screw you, you sack of shit!" Bulldog screamed at another driver. "He can't hear you," Brill said. "Oh, he knows," Bulldog snapped. "You do know, don't you, you son of a bitch?" Brill had the feeling he wanted to lay on the horn, but didn't dare take the weapon off him. Not that he could blame the man. The seat between them was still slick with blood from the driver. Bulldog had jerked him out of the driver's seat and made Brill fold the body into the back of the SUV. It got his black suit dark with blood, and Brill almost had a shot at grabbing the knife again. Bulldog stopped him and left the blade buried in the dead man's head. He followed Brill to the front passenger seat and finagled his hands under the belt instead of leaning across him again. The gun never wavered. "How far?" "Too far by fucking much," Bulldog muttered. His eyes studied the road around them, cars whizzing around the black SUV like flies around a corpse. "There!" Bulldog shouted in triumph. He cranked the wheel and slammed on the brakes to hang a right turn. The back end got away from him and began to slide as horns blared and tires squealed. Bulldog fought the giant vehicle under control and straightened out on a long, narrow road that cut across a field toward an area of forest. Brill let out a breath he didn't realize he was holding. "You really suck at driving." Bulldog snorted out a laugh. "Fucking drop me in the middle of a war zone, and I'm aces. Put me behind the wheel, and I'm a wreck." He took a hand off the wheel and tried to wipe sweat off his brow. The truck meandered toward a ditch on one side of the road. Bulldog almost planted it on the other side with his overcorrection. "Use both hands," said Brill. "Better control." "Fuck that," said Bulldog. "I'm not taking any chances with you." Brill held 3 fingers up against his leg and tapped them until the man driving looked at them. "I won't try anything in the car," he said. "Scout's honor." Bulldog laughed. "You weren't a fucking Boy Scout." "And you were?" "I'm from New York City. We don't drive, and the only scouts in my neighborhood were lookouts for drug dealers." "I was a Boy Scout," said Brill. "Half a year in elementary school. Guess that wasn't in the file." Bulldog pulled the pistol back and rested it on his lap. He clicked the safety on and moved the other hand up to the wheel. Brill could see the tension in his shoulders melt down as he relaxed a little. Maybe he couldn't control the big truck better with 2 hands, but it felt like he could, and that helped. "It's not far," said Bulldog. "What else was in the file?" "Enough. I should have fucking known not to lean over you like that. You only did it once. Lesson learned." "They teach you that?" Brill shrugged. "That. A few more besides. I told them transporting you was a 3-man job. They listened on the grab. We even had a 3-man backup team on the road, in case you pulled a rabbit." "Smart. You think. We got you good enough." He glanced across the seat toward the man. "That because you were in the afterglow of some sex shit. Something like that, Brill said. I usually get a feeling when I'm being watched. Satellite uplink. Bulldog pointed toward the sky and grabbed the wheel again fast. Technology is fucking amazing. Brill nodded. I thought I was off-grid enough. You would have been, said Bulldog. Someone saw your picture in a magazine. Brill glanced at him. Background shit, but it triggered and the search got started. It's hard as hell to hide now. Gonna get harder to hide in the future. No use fighting it. Brill filed that intel away. Glory must have snapped him without him knowing, and it made its way back to the U.S. That's where they were, he knew. Somewhere in the south. He could tell by the pine trees and the land. The road markers back on the highway weren't helpful. He never memorized highways on rural maps, but he put that on a mental to-do list. The road reached the edge of the pine forest, and Brill saw a fence set back from the trees by 10 yards, wide enough for a Humvee track if the ruts in the ground were any indication. They drove through the trees for 500 meters to a clearing with a second fence. A guard shack stood to one side, with an armed MP waiting next to a fold-down gate. Bulldog pulled up to the man with an M16 rifle held ready. You son of a bitch, the guard grinned. What the hell are you doing back here? Delivery, Bulldog nodded to Brill. Yeah, the guard bent down and glanced over. We've been expecting him. Where's the driver? Killed him. No shit. You or him? Him, said Bulldog. I had no reason. The guard nodded and couldn't help keep the impressed look off his face. I'll call ahead and get someone to clean the truck, get you a new one. Unless you're staying? Hell no, said Bulldog. I've got another assignment. Can you get me a driver? You want to kill another one? You know I hate fucking driving. The guard nodded and waved them through as he lifted the barrier. Bulldog drove another mile down a winding road. Brill could see paths in the woods and the large compound where the road ended. He counted a dozen buildings, a shooting range, a helipad and small narrow runway next to a giant warehouse. He wondered why they didn't land the plane there, but kept his mouth closed. Bulldog pulled to a halt in front of the largest building. He killed the engine and grabbed the pistol again. Welcome to hell, he said. Get out. Render, Chapter 6. The large building was a simple rectangle mounted on top of blocks. There were 4 wooden steps leading up to a wooden porch that ran the front of the building and the length along one side. There was one door painted red in the center of the front, with a bulb mounted exactly in the middle of the frame above the door. 2 windows dotted each side, with 4 more along the edge with the porch. Bulldog pulled to the front of the building. Tires crunched the pea gravel drive as he slowed to a stop. The red door opened, and a tall woman stepped into the sun. This is where you get off, said Bulldog. He lifted the pistol and aimed with one hand while he unfastened the seatbelt with the other. Get out. Brill used his bound hands to open the door. Be seeing you, he said over his shoulder as he slid off the seat. He heard the safety click as his feet crunched on the ground. I better not, man, said Bulldog. The 2 of us in a room. I don't like the odds of both of us getting out alive. Brill snorted and hip-checked the door closed. Bulldog pulled away toward a motor pool on the far side of the compound as he turned to examine the woman. She was just over 5'8", muscular and solid-looking, with a face that brooked no nonsense. Her prim suit was tailored and a muted gray. Brill could see the bulge of a weapon under her left shoulder. Her hair was pulled into a tight bun, no strand loose, as if they feared the consequences of leaving the bun at the base of her skull. Step inside, she said by way of introduction. Brill admired that she didn't pull her weapon to make the invite. He stepped past her into a large open space. The ceiling soared to the tip of the arched roof, white walls, white tiles, white floor. There was a brick fireplace at the far end of the room, with a grouping of 2 sofas that faced each other in front of it, and 2 wing chairs with their backs to him. He could see legs in the chairs, moving, wiggling. 6 men in black suits lined the walls on both sides of the chairs. They wore dark sunglasses and wire earpieces, and their heads were on a swivel, from Brill to the chairs and back again. A soldier stood next to each of the men in black. They had their rifles raised to shoulder, and Brill watched as 6 red dots centered on his chest as he stepped across the floor. No wonder the woman didn't need a weapon. The dots traced him as he walked toward the chairs. A small fire crackled in the hearth. Brill spied a back door next to the edge of the rear wall when it opened to admit a bespectacled corporal. He carried a tray with 3 glasses of dark liquid to the chairs and bent over to serve. Brill watched a hand reach from either chair to take a glass, and the corporal stood back with the third next to a sofa. The woman escorted him around the back of one of the sofas by way of the fireplace. Brill could feel the welcome heat radiating across the brick hearth, the crackle of wood as it was consumed and transformed into ash. He almost stopped when he saw the 2 men in the chair. The one on the left noticed the hesitation and smiled. "I think we can do without the restraints." Shelby Johnson held up a glass. "How long has it been since you've had a glass of homemade sweet tea?" The woman tugged his sleeve to arrange his wrists, and flipped open a folding knife to sever the ties. 7 years, said Brill. 6, Shelby corrected. "Have a seat close to the fire." Brill took the last glass from the tray and sat on the sofa. The corporal disappeared through the rear door, and the woman moved to the opposite sofa closest to Shelby. 2 of the red dots settled on his chest. He caught the dazzle of one as it centered on his forehead, and assumed the other 3 targeted his back. They weren't taking any chances. He didn't know if he should be flattered or offended. "Hello, Brill," the other man said in a velvet voice. "Governor." "It's president now," Shelby corrected. "Don't guess you keep up with matters back home, all the way over there in the jungle." Brill took a sip of tea instead of answering. "You had us worried," the president said. "Our intelligence suggested you died a few years ago." "Almost had you a gold star on the wall," Shelby added. "We were going to do something about it and make it official, but our hands were tied in the matter." "Turns out the accolade was unnecessary," said the president. Brill felt them watch him, felt the eyes of everyone in the room on him. "You're wondering why you're here," Shelby said. He was long and thin, a fringe of hair cut short around his polished pate. He wore round glasses on the middle of his nose, so he could peer over the top, and Brill wondered if it was an act designed to throw off anyone sitting across from him. "I was snatched off a beach before breakfast, Senator," said Brill. "Did you eat?" the president smiled. It came out in the southern drawl, all the words connected and smacking of home. "Did you eat?" "No, sir." The president moved his eyes to one of the men in the corner. That was all it took, a sign of power that was impressive. A look to a guard. The man raised a radio on his wrist cuff to his lips and muttered into it. "That whole mess in Africa worked out all right," Shelby said. Brill drained the rest of his sweet tea and gripped the glass. The woman stood from the sofa and took it from him. Smart, he thought. Keep weapons away from him. Any potential weapons. "Yes," said Brill. "Damn sorry about all that," said Shelby. "Course, like I said. We thought you were dead and gone. By the time you popped up on our radar again, the CIA was building a goddamn file on you, as thick as a history book. They had a file on him. Executive offerings. Damn right. That son of a bitch running things over there is one slick bastard. Simon Oliver. Mercenary, turned CEO. One of the men responsible for making Brill who he was today." Of course, the converse was true too. When they met, Brill was just out of being a kid. Simone was leading forays into the Angolan jungle for the highest bidder, securing mining sites for gold and diamonds, fighting rebels or sometimes fighting the government. Brill's work helped move the man from the bush into an office at the top of a skyscraper. Quid pro quo. He is a smart man, Brill agreed. He recognizes talent when he sees it, said the president. Like we did. How many scrapes were you in over there, son? Shelby asked. Brill shrugged. I didn't count. He remembers, Shelby laughed and slapped the arm of the chair of the man next to him. Photographic memory. Don't let him fool you. Eidetic, Brill almost corrected. There was a difference. Not much. He didn't have to read anything to remember and recall it, though that was part of it. The back door opened, and the corporal came in with another tray. He was followed by two privates, carrying a long folding table and chairs. A third trailed after them with a bundle in his arms. They set up the table and place settings in less than 30 seconds, moving with practiced precision that was impressive. The corporal plated 4 steaming cheeseburgers, golden fries, and 2 pitchers of tea from the tray. Excellent, the president clapped as he stood up and moved to the head of the table by the fire. Join me. He motioned for the woman to sit on one side. Shelby moved to his right, and Brill sat in the open chair at the far end of the table. I know it's not much, said the president as he waved for them to tuck in. But the wife won't let me eat hamburgers at the White House. Trying to cut back my cholesterol. They ate in silence for a few moments. The woman took small, delicate bites that were precise and deliberate. She chewed each bite 19 times and washed it down with a sip of tea. Brill noted she grimaced a little after each sip. She didn't like sweet tea. Shelby didn't eat the burger at all. He sliced it in half, then picked up a French fry and worked his way down to the end. The president scarfed his burger with big appreciative bites, chewing with gusto and wiping the juices from his chin after each. Brill ate like a soldier. He tore the burger into pieces and moved fast. It disappeared before the others were half done. Practically starving. Ate nothing but fish for 3 months, Shelby told the president. The senator took 1/2 of the hamburger and put it on Brill's plate. My wife would love you to get me to do that, the president said between bites. They had been watching him for months, Brill thought. When had she sent that picture? Let's just get down to it, said Shelby, as he passed the other half of his sandwich to the president. We've got to get you back before anyone knows you're missing. Shelby pushed his plate away, the rest of his fries untouched. That EO business is done, he told Brill. Your boss is about to get some indictments that are going to curtail his activities on the Dark Continent. Brill wiped his fingers on the linen napkin and leaned back in his chair. The burger was good. Better than good. And since he hadn't eaten in a day or so, it made it even better. Did you have something to do with the ambush? Shelby waved it off. That bulldog fella is Special Activities Division. You would have been better off asking him. But I can assure you, the president didn't sign off on that. Did you, sir? The president swiped the grease off his lips and popped a fry in his mouth as he shook his head. We want you back working for us again, said Shelby. Now, I'm not going to appeal to your patriotic side and that raw bullshit that got you spying for us before. That shit is for kids, and after all the hell you've been through, you sure as hell ain't a kid anymore. Brill finished his second glass of tea and reached for the pitcher. He noticed the dots followed him, and the tension in the room ratcheted at his sudden movement. Everyone is very jumpy, said Brill, as he eased back into his seat slow and easy. You can tell them I'm not going to hurt either of you. Shelby flicked a glance at the woman. You didn't mention her. I don't know her, said Brill. She's got a .45 strapped under her shoulder and a backup piece in the small of her back. I assume she can take care of herself. Shelby laughed and slapped the table. Told you he was a goddamn lethal weapon, he turned to Brill. How many of these soldier boy fuckers could you kill before they got you? 3. Just like that, Shelby turned to the president. I told you he would know. There are 12 men in here, the president said as he watched Brill. That one. And him, Brill pointed to 3 men on the wall. You agents wouldn't fire when I moved, because it would put you in line of fire. He motioned to the 3 men in black on the president's side of the table. Those 3 would cover you, and the 4th guy would move you. His fingers moved to show the men he was indicating. The soldiers were told to shoot with precision, but those are automatic weapons. If they shoot, they might get her and the senator. Maybe you too. They're thinking about that. It would affect their aim. Why 3 then? Why not all? That guy, said Brill as he pointed out the Secret Service agent on his left. He's your best. My bet is he would keep his head when it all started, and end it as fast as he could. Why not take him first? Shelby couldn't stop smiling. There's a sofa between us. The obstacle would add too much time for him to draw his weapon. The president shared a look with Shelby. You were right. I was. You want me here for the next part? Shelby shook his head. Unless you have any questions. The president shook his head and turned to Brill. I want you to know how sorry I am for what happened. We didn't anticipate it, and if I had known, I would never have asked you to go to South Africa. I'm sorry for the loss of your friend's life, for the havoc it created for her family. And I wanted to apologize with you in person. His blue eyes drilled into Brill and made him feel as if they were the only 2 people in the room. It's made you who you are today, and I want you back on our team. He stood from the table. Shelby and the woman stood with him, and Brill took his feet. I'd come shake your hand, the president said. But I think they won't allow it. The men in black moved to surround him and escorted him toward the front door. This is only going to take 10, Shelby called after the man as they disappeared him through the door. He turned to Brill and sat back down. 5 if you see reason. Brill sat and tilted his chair toward Shelby. Everybody's said they're sorry. We've had lunch. Now it's time to talk politics. He wants you on our side. I want you on our side. You couldn't just ask me on the beach. Yeah, maybe I didn't know the details of how it was going to happen. Technically, you are an enemy combatant working for a mercenary force in a foreign country. That's all by the book shit. This, he waved at the walls. This is off the books shit. Who is she? Brill asked about the woman, who hadn't spoken since they entered the room. This is Zelda. She's in charge of this training camp. If you agree, she's going to get you trained up to our specs. Brill didn't need to ask what would happen if he said no. They wouldn't just let him go back to being a surf bum, living out of a van beachside. This feels like a Godfather proposition. Shelby nodded. Your file said you're too good for the outfit you were with. Come across the fence, son, and work for us. Come home. Brill nodded. He didn't have much choice. Thought you'd say that, said Shelby. Told the governor I could get you signed up in 5. He glanced at his watch. That took 3. You got this? Zelda nodded. Damn glad you're back, son. Everybody round here works on fucking call signs. I can't wait to hear which one they give you. It's probably going to be Merc, or Bushwhacker, or some African shit. He didn't offer to shake Brill's hand either. Keep me posted, he said to Zelda. They watched him go through the front door, and the back door popped open at the same time. This time, the corporal was joined by a giant man in a red tracksuit. It's time to get started, Zelda said, and she motioned Brill to follow as the soldiers cleaned up the remnants of the meal. Render, Chapter 7. Brill followed Zelda across the long expanse of the community room floor. The big man fell in step behind them, but Brill ignored him for the moment. He was a mouth breather, so any move he planned to make would be announced and noisy. Zelda had great calves. They flexed and popped in her sensible shoes. She marched in a cadence, but it wasn't military. Like she was wound up tight and controlling each movement. She didn't swing her hips as she marched. Each step was a minimum expenditure of effort to propel her forward at the maximum distance allowed by the skirt she had on. She opened the door and himmed to another building across the round drive. It was another cracker box building, set up on blocks with a wide hallway that ran down the center. There were 8 doors off the hallway, 4 to a side. She opened the second door on the right and stood back to let him in. It was a 10 by 12 box. Plain white walls. 2 narrow slit windows with mesh panes lined the top of the outside wall. The inside walls were bare. There was a bed along one wall, sheets and a blanket folded on top of a pillow on one end. There was a table and chair in the corner, and a wardrobe beside the door. "Clothes," she said, and pointed to the wardrobe. "You should find all you need inside. Dress for PT, and report out front in 15 minutes. Brill didn't answer. She grabbed the knob and pulled the door closed. He heard the lock click and wondered how he was supposed to report outside if he was locked in. A quick inspection of the wardrobe showed workout gear in his size, plus 2 pair of BDUs in woodland camo pattern and running shoes. He wasn't sure what kind of PT Zelda had in mind, so he dressed in shorts and sweatshirt and laced up a pair of shoes. He folded the suit pants, shirt, and jacket inside the wardrobe. Since he still had time, he made the bed and sat on the end. As he sat, his eyes explored the windows and walls. The walls were the weakness. The narrow slot style of the mesh windows was too tight for him to fit. The metal door frame looked reinforced, so whoever built the place had designed it so anyone inside the room wouldn't be kicking their way out. That left the walls. They were whiteboard, common enough in construction, with a 16-inch on-center spread. Would they have put material in between, he wondered. His grandfather had been a carpenter, a small-town handyman who built additions on houses and laid more roofs on houses than Brill could count. The man had also used him as an apprentice of sorts, and paid Brill for the work so he could give it to his mother to buy groceries. That's how he knew the distance that was supposed to be between the 2x4 studs. He also knew that governments contracted the work because his grandfather had worked on building the arsenal outside of his hometown, which meant lowest bidder or military construction corps. The material would be the lowest cost, and these dorms didn't look like they were designed to be prisons. He bet the walls were empty. He was going to check, but there was a small black lens in the corner of the room next to the ceiling above the door. They were watching. If they were watching and saw him tapping the wall, they might figure out what he was doing. So he would wait, he decided. At 14 minutes, the door clicked unlocked. Magnetic, he thought, and got up to exit the room. The big man stood waiting for him at the bottom of the steps. "Try to keep up, shithead," he glared at Brill. He turned and began jogging back up the road. Brill fell in step behind him. It wasn't hard to keep up. The mouth breather began to huff and puff after half a mile. Brill didn't want to tell the man he had clocked thousands of miles in a camp in the jungle. Intelligence like that should be in his file. The huffing and puffing mouth breather came to a path in the woods next to the fence in the trees. It looked like a game trail, single track packed tight from hundreds of feet pounding against it and wearing a narrow depression in the dirt. They ran for 3 miles on the trail. Brill saw the fence on his left the entire way. The 2 men reached the corner of the property and turned right to run next to another fence on the single track. 4 miles later, they did it again. Sweat dripped from the big man, drenching the back of his tracksuit top and dripping down the shaved contours of his buzz-cut head. His jog had turned into a shuffle, breath wheezing in and out sounded like heaving bellows. When they reached the next run, he slowed to a fast walk. Their pace dropped from a 7-minute mile at the start to a 16-minute mile. Brill waited for a break in the edge of the trees and jogged past the big man. Hey, he heard him wheeze a shout. Brill popped into an 8-minute mile and ran 4 more miles to the next turn and 4 miles up to turn again. By that time, the big man was out of sight. He focused on the sounds of his feet swishing on the trail, the feel of the wind in his face. Pine forest smelled very different from the jungle. Less fetid, the air less thick. Part of it was humidity, part of it was place. Since the road was 3 miles from the first turn, he assumed there was a mile left. He slowed to a 10-minute mile, partly to stretch the time, partly to let the big man catch up with him. He reached the road, and the sweating giant stood waiting for him, a greasy grin on his slick face. "That was just to show you you can't escape," he said, still struggling to catch his breath. "You're in a box inside a box, with 2,000 Marines on the other side, with orders to shoot on sight if you go over the wire." Brill glanced up the road. They were inside a Marine base, which had to be Camp Lejeune. He tried to recall any smaller naval bases that Marines would guard on the East Coast, but couldn't at the moment. "Got it?" the big man growled. An open-top Jeep roared up the road from the Marine side of the installation. Brill spied Zelda in the passenger seat, the corporal behind the driver's seat. She made a motion with her hand, and the Jeep slid to a stop next to them. "Get in," she said. The big man hopped in the narrow back seat, his knees almost touching his chin. Brill stared at her for a moment. She locked eyes with him and snorted like she wasn't used to waiting. "You have a problem with orders?" "Always." "You can walk back," she said. "Or ride." "I don't care." Brill considered if for a moment more, and hopped over the back to sit behind the driver. He noticed the young man's shoulders hunch up as he gripped the wheel with both hands. He didn't like having Brill behind him. "Sherman's your babysitter while you're our guest," Zelda shouted over the roar of the tires on the road. Brill glanced at the big man, pressing his shoulder against him. "Like a tank," the giant grunted. "You were in the jungle, right? Think we'll call you Tarzan?" "No. Monkey. You look like a monkey. That's what we'll call you." Brill shook his head. "What?" the big man cracked a cruel grin. "You don't want to be called monkey? How about cheetah? That was his buddy, right?" "You call me what you want," Brill said. "I'll decide to answer." The Jeep rolled to a stop in front of the main building again. Zelda and Tank hopped out. Brill slid over the side of the back wall and stood with them as the corporal drove off. "Petey's done," said Zelda. "You have an hour. I can lock you in your room." She studied him for a moment, lips pursed in deliberation. "Did you show him?" She directed her question to Sherman without looking at him. "He knows," the big man replied. "You can't run," said Zelda. "We're a heavily guarded compound. And if you try to escape, I'll send Sherman to find you." "Am I a prisoner?" "Guest. Do you try to prevent your guests from escaping a lot?" She smirked. "Put him in his room," Sherman growled. Zelda pursed her lips even harder, if that was possible. "Is that what you want?" Brill tilted his head to the side and smiled. It didn't touch his eyes. "What I want doesn't seem to play in the equation. Do you let your guests shower and eat?" "We ate with our visitors." "Visitors can leave, but guests have to stay?" he asked. Sherman grumbled a low growl of disapproval. Brill could feel him shift his weight on the gravel, and tensed like a spring for the swing he knew the man wanted to deliver. "Food," Zelda pointed, trying to bleed off the tension. "Showers in the last room in your building." Brill didn't wait to be dismissed. She wasn't a superior officer, and besides, if Sherman did throw a punch, he might have to kill the man to prove a point. He might kill him anyway, but he would rather wait to see how the rest of it played out. He would keep his guard up, though. They didn't want him dead yet, but a 16-square-mile plot of woods inside a military installation was a great place to hide a body. He didn't want to give them the chance. Render, Chapter 8. He showered first. It was at the end of the hall, in his dormitory building. He tried every door on the way to the end, and all were locked. The water was hot, and he stayed under it longer than normal. Jungle showers were under canvas buckets hung from a tree limb. Lukewarm water drizzled just enough to wash off a layer of sweat. Van life showers were close to the same, or cold spray from public heads nailed to 4x4s cemented in the sand. This felt like a little bit of heaven. He soaped up his hair and let the suds drip down his tired body. Then he rinsed and did it again. By the time he grabbed the bar of small soap and ripped the paper off, the room was full of steam. That was okay by him. It felt like the jungle, and he was surprised to consider it felt like home. He let his mind run through random thoughts, not trying to connect dots or to decide anything, just let them flow in and out. They wanted him to work for them. As a mercenary? They had trained soldiers like Bulldog, men who could follow orders and do black ops. Why would they bother picking him up on a South African beach just to put him in a squad? He had a skill set, yes, and certain flexibilities in moral areas, but most soldiers did. Or at least, they did in battle. He had no doubt that Sherman would roll right over him if given the chance. Which is why he couldn't fight the man. Sherman would knock him down and stop. He might deliver a punishing blow or three, but that was it. Brill wouldn't stop until the man was dead. It was just the way he felt about threats. Simon had tried to reason with him about it, that there was gray area in his all-or-nothing philosophy. Not for Brill. Gray area, yes, when it came to certain things, but for threats and how to approach them, it was simple math. He wanted to spend zero time looking over his shoulder, zero time worrying about some beaten enemy looking for payback. The PT didn't worry him. He wondered what they had in store for the next round. There were 4 thick towels on a simple stand next to the sink. Brill dried off with one and wrapped it around his waist. He stepped into the hallway and stopped. Zelda stood at the front door and watched him. The floorboard creaked behind him, and he lunged to the right. A baton pressed against him and shocked him rigid. He collapsed to the floor, muscles locked as pain coursed through his nervous system. Sherman giggled. "We're training you to be aware," he said as he leaned over Brill's prone body. "You can't relax for even a minute here." Brill made a pained noise. "What's that, monkey?" Sherman leaned a little closer. "You want to tell me how much you suck?" Brill launched a weak punch into the man's chin. Sherman caught it and slammed the 2 metal prongs of a cattle prod into his underarm. He pressed it again, and this time he didn't stop until Brill passed out. Render, Chapter 9. Iced chunks of frozen water crashed across his face and chest and ripped him from a dream. The first thing he saw when the water cleared his eyes was the grinning face of Sherman, plastic bucket in hand. "Rise and shine, asshole." His arms were bound with a rope that ran over a rafter in the corner of an empty warehouse building. The bare concrete floor was covered in dust, except where his ice bath had turned it into sludge and mud. He was naked. Sherman dropped the bucket and went to the rope where it was tied to a cleat in the wall. He yanked it down, which lifted Brill up to the very tip of his toes, and tied it off. "This is the torture training part," Sherman said as he stalked toward the hanging man. Brill was forced to stay on his toes. If he relaxed, the upward angle of his bound wrists yanked on his shoulder blades and felt like they were about to rip out of the socket. "Course, if it was up to me," the big man settled in front of him. "Torture training would be the biggest part." He grinned. Rancid breath washed over Brill's face. "Looks like you've seen a pain or two," said Sherman. "Zelda told me to take it easy on you." He spread his feet in a classic boxing stance and sent a quick 1-2 punch into Brill's ribs. It knocked him off his toes, and he swung in agony for a moment, until he ripped skin off on the concrete trying to gain purchase and stand straight. "I'll pull the punches," Sherman assured him before he went to work again. He was true to his work. Each hit landed hard enough to bruise, hard enough to hurt. They were well placed, well timed. Brill felt like a heavy bag going through a workout. Sherman started sweating and huffing and backed away. Brill wanted to relax, but didn't dare take the pressure on his shoulders. His skin ached, his muscles screamed as red marks promised to turn yellow and blue. "You want to take a break?" Sherman asked. He grabbed the bucket and dipped it into a trough full of ice water next to the door. "This will help with the swelling." He threw the bucket of water across Brill. The ice shocked his system, 1,000 tiny needles of agony drilling into his bare skin. His muscles cramped and contorted, as shivers threatened to tip him off balance. Ready to go again, Sherman moved in. Brill took a deep breath. The man was having fun hurting him. He waited for Sherman to lock his feet shoulder-width apart, then let his shoulders hold his weight as he lashed out with 2 feet across the man's face. Bone cracked, and Sherman screamed as he tumbled backwards. Brill swung his feet, hanging like a pendulum, and bit back a scream as his shoulders protested the movement. He hooked his feet around the rope, holding him to the wall, and finagled some of his weight on it. It pulled him up as it pushed down, and he finally did scream. But he was able to grip the rope between sweat-slicked hands and relieve the pressure off his joints. He got a few inches up the rope and gripped it tight. Sherman bellowed as he pounded across the concrete. Brill swung out of reach. The big man swiped at him, missed. He grabbed the rope attached to the wall and hauled on it. It lifted Brill higher off the floor. He held tight as the big man let go, let Brill's weight and gravity yank him down. Brill bounced on the end of the rope. It slid through his hands and peeled skin. But he held on. Sherman lunged for him again. Brill put a foot out, caught him in the shoulder, and used their momentum to fold his leg in a triangle around Sherman's neck. He locked it tight under his other leg and squeezed as he tried to hold himself up with the rope. Sherman punched his thigh, his calves. He sent upward roundhouse swings into Brill's battered torso. The hanging man squeezed tighter, locked in the hold. All the big man had to do was drop. The weight of his massive body would rip the rope out of Brill's blood-slick and burned hands, and Sherman could catch his breath as Brill dangled. The shock of choking didn't let him think. All Sherman could do was punch and hit. He couldn't consider any other option. Brill felt the punches get weaker. He was glad for it. They hurt. A lot. He didn't know how many more he could take. Sherman's arms dropped, and Brill felt him slide toward the floor. He let go, and didn't even wince when the massive skull bounced off the concrete and split open a gash that leaked crimson into the dust. Brill stood on the body under him, using it to leverage his hands. The knot was complicated, and it took several moments to get it undone. He could feel the slow rise and fall of the chest under his tortured feet, so at least he hadn't killed Sherman. Not yet, though he was considering it when the rope came undone and spooled off his mangled wrists. They were scraped raw and bleeding, along with his hands and toes. He stepped away from the body and considered crushing his throat with the bottom of his foot. Brill decided against it. Decided it wasn't time, in case this was an exercise and not some sociopath's idea to go off the rails. He moved to the door in the wall and grabbed the knob. It slid through his blood-slick hand the first time, and he had to use both hands to crank it open. Outside, twilight settled across the compound. The door opened on the back side of the warehouse. There was 20 yards of bare ground between Brill and the woods. He stepped into the grass, leaving bloody footprints as he angled toward the trees. He wasn't sure where he would go or how he would get there, but he knew that he was safer in the woods. He could rest and let his mind figure out what to do. A bright white spotlight painted his back and cast a long shadow on the ground in front of him. He didn't turn around, just waited for the bullet. "Congratulations," Zelda said in a flat voice. Her voice sounded amplified. Brill turned and held up a hand to block the light. They could shoot him in the front just as well as the back. You've earned a night of rest, she said. Your barracks are on your right. The light winked off and left him blinking against a blue explosion of stars that made him night-blind. He heard the warehouse door open, saw a dark Suburban back up and two men wheel a gurney out of the back. Brill guessed they weren't going to shoot him. And he was right, not to kill Sherman. Not yet, anyway. He hobbled across the bare space in the direction she had indicated and found the entrance to his barracks 3 buildings over. The compound was empty but for a few guards, and the two men who wheeled out Sherman on a gurney. No one offered to help him. No one made a comment. They ignored him as he opened the door to the building and slipped inside. Render, Chapter 10. There was a first aid kit on the bed in his room. Brill didn't let the door close behind him. A small alarm began to blare after 15 seconds, but he ignored it. He shoved the door further back and hooked it with a hanger from the wardrobe. Then he grabbed the kit and hanger and let the door close behind him as he shuffled to the next room down and across the hall. It took 30 seconds to pick the lock with the hanger to a carbon copy of his room with an unmade bed with waiting bedding against the opposite wall. He slid inside the room and let the door close. He used the hanger to pry the small pinhole camera from the corner by the door and twisted the wires undone. He wrapped the hanger around the doorknob and hooked it into the frame. It wouldn't stop a determined kick or shoulder, but it would slow whoever was trying to come in long enough for him to react. He sat on the edge of the bed and tended the raw wounds on his wrists one at a time, then his toes. He couldn't do anything for the bruises except swab antiseptic where thick knuckles had scraped away the skin, and dry swallow 4 aspirin. Brill curled up on the bed without making it and wrapped a blanket over his battered body. Sleep came fast as he slowly warmed up under the blanket. He waited for the dreams to come. They were always the same. No matter how many people he killed, how many battles he fought, the dreams were about the one he couldn't win. He heard her scream, felt the ropes that bound his hands to the legs of a table, watched her bright blue eyes dim with pain, and then the spark left them as she died. There was nothing he could do in life to save her. And nothing in the dream could keep her safe. No matter how hard he trained, how much grit he could muster. It wouldn't make a difference. She would always be gone. He woke to a knock on the door. There wasn't a clock in the room, but it felt like a lot of time had passed. He slid out of the bed slowly, muscles aching in protest as he took a moment to wobble to the door. He unfastened the hanger and stood to one side as he twisted the knob and let the door fold in. "This isn't your assigned room," Zelda said as she stood out of reach in the hallway. "I'll have to make a change to the roster." "Not my problem," said Brill. She made a displeased noise in her throat. "Do you require medical attention?" She pulled out a notebook and held a pen over it. "That would have been a good offer last night." "We were tending to a problem you created," she said. "I broke your tank." There was that noise again, a grumpy harumph in the back of her throat. "He was a highly trained agent," she admonished. "It cost us quite a bit of time and effort to prepare him for his duties." "Put it on my bill," said Brill. She glanced at the thin sheet wrapped around his waist. "You can get dressed," she said. "We can discuss the rest over breakfast." Zelda waited for him at the door as he dressed. He followed her with a limp as she led the way across the pea gravel circle to the commissary. It was a small room with a long stainless steel buffet under warming lights. The choices were limited to protein, carb, soupy vegetable, and a roll, but Brill prepared a plate and sat at a table. It was tasteless but warm as they ate together in silence. A function more than anything. Zelda finished first, but her portions were smaller. She waited for Brill to push away his plate. "Are you going to ask about Sherman?" Brill shrugged and took a drink of lukewarm water from a plastic glass. "I don't care about Sherman. His trachea is bruised. Does that mean he can't talk? Talk, she nodded. Can't eat solids. He shrugged again. Not my problem. It's my problem, she said. Therefore, it is your problem. He was supposed to train me. Train me to be tortured, Brill sipped. Train you to be prepared for what might happen in the field. Brill leaned across the table and was impressed she didn't flinch away. Does your file tell you the kind of training I've had? She shook her head. There are elements from your time with EO that we can't confirm. And before. Her brow crinkled in confusion. You weren't in it before. Brill leaned back. There were holes in his life story they didn't know about. Or maybe someone knew, and they weren't sharing it with her. 4 years recce, said Brill. More with EO. I think I can take what you're going to dish out. She studied him for a moment. It's highly irregular. He nodded to a folder she kept on the tabletop. Your training agenda. She nodded. Set up the final tests, he said. Cockiness can get you killed. He shook his head. I'm confident I can pass most of them, he said. The ones I don't, that's where we concentrate on training. Her eyes flashed in triumph. I see, she said. But who conducts the training? Sherman was your only guy. I handpicked him. You made a poor choice, said Brill. He liked hurting people. It would cause him to make bad decisions in the field. He was doing his job. His job almost got him killed. By you. By me. We could have stopped you. Brill launched himself across the table, sliding through the empty plastic plates and glasses. They clattered to the floor as he slammed into Zelda and tilted her over backwards. He rode her down to the floor, but shifted to take the brunt of his weight off of her and onto his injured shoulder. As he rolled away, he snatched the weapon from her holster and aimed it at the door. He planted his knee on her chest and held her down by the neck. Be still, he warned, and fired 2 shots into the frame above the door. Shoot high so there's no chance of hitting anyone, he said. Unless you have an NBA guard on stilts. He held the smoking barrel close to her cheek. Close enough to feel the heat, but he didn't press it against her skin. You have a smaller weapon in a slide in your back, he said. The only way you can stop me is if I let you. He dropped her weapon on her chest and moved away. The door to the room crashed in under a steel battering ram as Brill held up his hands and planted them on his head. He backed into the wall as 4 guards poured through the door, MP4s aimed at his head. They screamed and yelled at him to hit his knees, and he complied. Zelda stood up and checked her weapon. Stand down, she shouted at the guards. Stand down. She had to repeat it louder because of all the noise they were making. Brill waited on his knees under the shaking short barrels of the rifles aimed at him. Zelda pushed between the guards. I'm not impressed, she lied. I have to get this uniform dry cleaned now. Blood stains are harder to get out. I've got him, she told the guards. Resume your watch. The guards let their weapons go slack on short-strapped slings and marched through the door. You get the rest of the day to recover, she told him. Your freedom extends to the perimeter around the buildings. He watched her turn and walk away, stains dotting her skirt. After she left, he got off of his knees and looked at his own food-littered clothing. If this kept up, he would need to find a laundry or more gear first. Chapter 3. Are you a virgin? She said. No, he answered, but he might as well have been. He hadn't known the touch of a woman since Lorette, nor, truth be told, he hadn't wanted to be with anyone else. There were mostly men around since her, and after what the rebels had done to him, what they made him watch, what they did to her, he never felt much sexual desire. Sure, occasionally, he would wake up with a throbbing hardness that pulsed as he drifted in that netherworld between waking and sleep, so he knew he was still capable. And now, even as this blonde sun goddess of surf eased her mostly naked body closer to him, he could feel his pulse quickening and a familiar warmth stirring between his legs. He wondered what to tell her, if anything, of his past. Yet she seemed the kind of person who didn't concern herself with the past, unless it was to speak of the waves that morning, nor was she the type to be preoccupied with tomorrow. She looked at him in the now, her green eyes flecked with golden spots and a spray of freckles scattered across her thin nose as she licked her thick lips. "Then you know what to do." He nodded and licked his lips in return. She darted in and kissed him, pulling back after a moment as if to ask if it was okay what she did. His scarred hands found the back of her neck, and he pulled her closer to press his mouth to hers, and she was on him, her arms wrapped around him, her legs sliding over his, bare skin on skin that tingled with latent electricity. He throbbed and pulsed, and she pulsed and throbbed with him. The first time didn't last as long as he would have liked. She enveloped him with a velvety warmth, and he spasmed with an apology that she kissed off his lips, and ignored his weak protests to run her fingers across the scars on his chest, the bulging muscles in his biceps and crevices carved in his stomach. Each finger followed a line or seam, trailing fire across his skin, and he did the same, tickling the tan lines on her back, the triangles patches of white over each rose-tipped breast, until he was ready again and she was ready for him. The second time was better, longer and slower, the hurried rush falling away into a slow melodic rhythm that matched the crest and crash of the surf moving in crests like the wave. She gripped a shoulder in each hand and shuddered, her legs clamping across him and drawing him deep as she held her breath and moaned out a giggle. And then he was done again and collapsed beside her, their sweat mixing and cooling and a soft breeze blowing through the open back of the van facing the ocean. Brill woke with her name on his lips, like a whisper. He stared at the hole in the wall near the ceiling, where he ripped the camera out. The lens dangled on the end of the wire like a spider. They couldn't be watching, he said to himself, and even if they were, they couldn't read his mind. He sat up and folded the scratchy blanket back. At least they had let him sleep. He wondered for how long. The ache in his body told him a lot of time had passed, but some of it could be attributed to the abuse. Most of it, he shivered in the crisp morning air. He dressed in the same workout attire he had donned after his shower, and vowed to get a watch or a clock to better tell time in this forgotten place. There was a light knock on the door. Brill stepped to one side, so that if anyone came through with a weapon, they would have to sweep it toward the bunk and back of the narrow room. It wouldn't buy him much time, but any extra second could provide an edge. The knob twisted, and the door moved in. "Sir," a nervous voice cracked. Brill peeked around the edge of the door and spied the corporal. He didn't wear a name tag, nor any ornamentation on his simple BDUs. "Sir," the corporal repeated. "It's time for training." Brill nodded and stepped forward. The kid nearly tripped over himself as he rushed to back up and get out of the way. "Which way?" he waited. The corporal recovered and nodded in the direction of the front door. "Lead on," Brill told him. The young man licked his lips and paled. He didn't look too sure about having Brill at his back, and kept glancing over his shoulder as he marched toward the door. "Coffee?" Brill asked. The corporal shook his head, but Brill ignored it and changed direction toward the commissary. "Sir," the voice squeaked again after several steps. He scuffed across the gravel to catch up. "Sir," he repeated. "We're going this way." Brill nodded. "Yes, we're going this way to get coffee. Then we can go your way." "But sir," the corporal's voice cracked again. Brill glanced at him again. "You're not military, are you?" he said, as he kept walking. The corporal puffed out his chest. "I am." "No," Brill said. "I don't think so. Not yet. Too fresh. You've got some of it down, the mannerisms, the talk, but you don't have conviction." The corporal shifted closer to Brill, and his body language changed. He settled into a confident gait next to him, and marched in time. "I'm not military, The corporal smiled and looked 10 years older. What was it that gave it away? Everybody gets a little cocky after it, said Brill. I could have been nervous next to a dangerous man, the corporal said. Are you? Hell yeah, he grinned. After what you did to Sherman, you've got everyone scared. Brill snorted. You don't act scared. That's just it, the man answered. I'm acting. Is that my training? Not yet, he said. But it will be soon. First, you have to pass a shooting test. Brill grabbed a cup of poured black coffee in from an urn. He passed the cup to the corporal, who took it, and fished off 2 plastic lids from a station. He capped his cup and passed one to Brill. What's after that? There was that grin again. I can't say, said the man. You have to pass first. Brill took a sip of coffee. Ready. He nodded and walked beside the corporal out of the door and across the compound. Render chapter. She picked him up in a Suburban XL. He assumed the XL meant extra long because there was a large cargo space behind the empty third-row seat. A big truck, designed for big purposes, carrying serious men to do serious damage. Except it had been subverted by tiny soccer moms, ferrying grubby groups of grass-stained players from field to field. Not this particular one. It was government all the way. AM/FM radio from the factory. No bells. No whistles. Plain black exterior. The only thing custom about it was the window tint. He could tell it wasn't armored by the way it rolled. An armored truck sits heavy on the ground, 1,000 pounds of extra weight. This felt light by comparison, a feathered yacht floating on the blacktop. Aren't you going to ask where we're going? She held the wheel with one hand, casual. The other was tucked under her coat, gripped the edge of a hidden pistol. He shrugged. I'll know when we get there. It wasn't an attempt to be tough. She had seen it already. Read more about it in a manila file folder they kept on him. She knew how tough he was. His relaxation made her more relaxed. He watched the tension in her right forearm loosen up. Not much, like flexing a muscle. Enough, though. She remained in that semi-rigid state for the next 30 minutes of the drive. As if she expected him to do something, make a move, and hoped he wouldn't. He wondered how she felt. Like sitting next to a tiger, he imagined. An apex predator. It was in the way she sensed him, he knew. The way most people sensed him. A primal think, part of the monkey mind that kept her ancestors alive 1,000,000 years ago when so many others did not. Suppressed now, by civilization and a softness, by dinner in front of the television and board meetings where people argued about things they thought were important. Still there, though. That feeling. Still able to pick up on whatever atomic-level vibration he was giving off, like a pheromone that perked up her ears and dilated her pupils and sped up her heart rate. Adrenal glands dumping pump after pump of adrenaline in her system, the monkey mind screaming, run. Hide. He admired her for the fight. The struggle wasn't obvious, but she was putting up a good fight against every instinct coursing through her veins. He shifted against the passenger door, putting space between them, giving her a sense of security. She glanced at him and worked hard to keep her face impassive. She almost succeeded. We're close, she told him. Thinking his movement was a fidget. Thinking he was getting bored. He nodded. Still don't want to say where? Most people ask, she said. Do you give them an answer? She shook her head. A strand of hair pulled loose from the tight ponytail and drifted across her slender neck. They drove another 15 minutes in silence as the miles ticked off underneath them. She pulled between 2 red brick buildings in an old industrial area of a town. He didn't know the name. One of thousands that dotted the area, he thought. Mills and factories had once been as prevalent as spring dandelions, until the companies that owned them shut them down to move operations overseas. It left the buildings, the structures vast and empty on the edges of towns, untouched, unwanted, and unused for decades. The kinds of places criminals liked, he thought. 2 identical black SUVs pulled in at the opposite end of the road between 2 buildings and parked facing them. "Do you know what this is?" She put their truck in park and kept her right hand under her coat. "Payback," said Brill. "A test," she corrected him. He sighed. "You don't think it's fair?" She raised an eyebrow. Still shifted away from him, still scared, he thought. "No," he said. "I do not." "We know how you work one-on-one," she said. "1-on-2 even. This is only a test." She tried to keep the smirk out of her voice. Failed. He put a hand on the door handle. "How far away are the medics?" "We'll get them to you fast," she said. "I won't need them." He stepped out of the truck and closed the door after him. 8 doors cracked open at the far end of the roadway. 4 guys climbed from each car, left the doors open, and moved to the front of the SUVs. He shook his head as he studied them, and started marching across the distance at a deliberate pace. They were of a type. Large, like football players. Broad shoulders. Thick hands. Buzzkits. Recruited for delivering punishment, he thought. Bruisers. This was going to hurt. 2 in the middle moved to meet him, as the others fanned out and circled around, like the ends of a crescent moon closing in. 8-on-1 was stupid. 8-on-1 wasn't fair, no matter what kind of fight. But she brought 8 for a reason. They knew he was tough. She wanted revenge. Revenge for what he did to her chosen boy. The gap between them closed. He watched 2 right fists clinch in anticipation. "One chance," he told them. "That's all you get." He heard a couple of them laugh. They thought it was big talk. Bravado. Part of it was just that. Talk. Make them think he was nervous. Scared. Trying to buy time. The 2 reached him at the same time, reached for him at the same time. He dropped to his knees and punched straight out from the shoulder. Straight into their groins. Krav Maga training from a Mossad agent who hated him. Bruisers expected boxing. Wrestling. A lot of them went for MMA, and were good at it where size and weight had an advantage. If they got him to the ground. He danced up and delivered 2 kicks, spinning from one chin to the next. The first 2 were out of the game. Their absence created a hole in the moon, a gap he kept walking through. 3 on his left, 3 on his right, as he turned and backed toward their vehicles. One of the 6 would break, he knew. Get a group of more than 3 guys together, 1 or 2 were hotheads. Hotheads moved fast, made impulsive decisions. The second to the left bolted toward him, arms wide to scoop him up and slam him to the concrete. It would knock the wind out of him, and with 200+ pounds holding him down, probably the fight too. He ducked and twisted, and caught an ankle with his. There was enough momentum to drag him off balance and knock Brill sideways. But the guy went down and slid. The move shifted Brill closer to the first guy on the left. He grabbed him and punched. Brill ducked and took the blow on the top of his head. It hurt. There might have been stars. Little birds that twirled and twittered. The guy yanked again, hauled him close. Brill used the pull and slammed into him. Sent a punch to the groin. It worked twice, why not a third time? His opponent shifted, took the blow on his thick thigh. Brill jammed up, caught the exposed throat with the edge of his hand, and the guy let him go. The others were too close, coming in fast. If they had a gun, he'd be dead. But they were just supposed to deliver punishment. Watching 3 go down fast didn't stop the others, and the 4th guy was on his feet now, moving in with the others. They should have coordinated better. Decided who would do what. Hell, they could have bum-rushed him against the side of one of the SUVs and pounded him into submission, one to each arm and leg. Bruisers don't do strategy, though. They wade in and rely on their size to overwhelm their enemy. Brill darted in an opening and ran toward the parked cars. They chased. He spun around, grabbed an outstretched arm as the first one made a grab and sent him into the grill of a truck. The last three closed in, and there was nowhere to go. They punched. He kicked. Their blows landed, hard and heavy. He felt warm blood gush from a hit to his scalp, the hot white lance of pain stinging. Brill caught a thumb on a fist and bent it backwards until it snapped. Someone screamed. Maybe it was him. One of the last two grabbed him by the arms, lifted him up, held him so the other guy could move in. Brill sent a foot into his knee that folded sideways into his face when he fell forward. Then it was just two, and there was blood in his eyes. He couldn't see. He twisted and fought, and the guy slammed him into the ground, crawled on top of him, pinned him down. He jerked his head up, chewed a hunk from his neck as the man screamed and tried to get away. Brill let him roll off and crawl, leaking a trail of blood between his fingers. He stood up and spit the nastiness out of his mouth and stared. The bodies between him and her writhed and moaned. There was a lot of blood. Some of it his. He pushed a slick patina of it back from his face and glared at her across the length of the roadway. She got out of the SUV and raised the pistol. Stay there. Brill danced back, put the thin door between them. That was no protection, though. He scooted into the wheel well, under the steering column, and saw the keys still in the ignition. He cranked the engine, clawed it into reverse, and backed up as he slid into the seat. Brill watched her jump back into her vehicle before he squealed around the corner and raced away. Chapter 4. What he wanted was a left, right, left. He'd settle for a right, left, right. Any move to put a building between him and the SUV he knew was following. The thrum of the heavy engine rumbled of the crumbling brick walls as he jammed the accelerator to the floor. The roadway between the two warehouses opened up into a giant parking lot. There must have been 1,000 spaces for workers of old, in the 50s and 60s, back when the industrial park was full. All the lines were faded or gone, weeds and grass reclaiming the blacktop. No buildings. No alleyways to slip down, to zig and zag and hide. Just the 3-story blocky structures bracketing the road he just exited. Brill cranked the wheel right, spun the truck around in a tight turn, and lined up the driver's door with the brick. So close he could touch it if he reached out. He could see the grime on the brick, the cracks in the mortar as he angled the wheels. His mind raced in calculations, but a lot was out of his control. How fast she was going. The speed of his vehicle. Then she was out, and it was all reactions and physics. He shoved the pedal to the metal. The big V8 roared as he surged toward her. He saw the flash of her white face as her head turned toward him. Too far to see the details, but he imagined her surprise, and her reflexes were amazing. She hauled left, trying to spin away to move out of his path. But couldn't. His passenger side plowed into the rear panel of her right side as she was spinning left. Wheels screamed, metal crunched and crumpled. He turned into the impact, trying to keep them connected, but her speed was greater than his and she whirled away. He kept going across the parking lot. Raced away while she recovered. 10 seconds, he figured. 15, if he was lucky. A hit like that wasn't hard. There wasn't enough time to build up the speed to disable her, to take her out of the chase. Just enough to disorient her, rattle her, make her second guess. Buy time for him to make the parking lot and hit the street. Build up more speed to get away. He flicked his eyes up to the rear view and watched her. She rolled her car back in line to follow him. 200 yards. 300 yards. Then he was on the street, and she was out of sight. For now. He searched hard for a way to keep it like that. It was a problem. The road he was on was a long stretch of straight and narrow. In a big town, it wouldn't be a problem. There would be 100 little side streets leading off to small buildings, large apartment buildings. Tiny pocket suburbs with quaint houses on semicircle blacktops. This town was too small for that. The straightaway entered a forest, and he glanced in the rear view mirror. So far, so good. Trees bordered the road. Thin at first, saplings no bigger than his legs. Thicker, older pines filled in the gaps next, deeper beyond the roadway. He'd been in a dozen towns like this growing up. Logging companies loved them. Go in and clear-cut 100 acres to fill up trucks for the sawmill. Plant saplings in neat orderly rows to harvest 20 years later. These woods hadn't been touched. Which meant there would be hunters, and where there were hunters, there were roads. They wouldn't be much. Just ruts carved through breaks in the trees. Wide enough to fit a four-wheel drive. The trick was finding one at the speed he was going. He couldn't slow down, he thought, as he flicked his eyes up to the rear-view mirror. She was a dot, a smudge chasing him. If he slowed to find a space between the trees, she would catch him. He couldn't stay on the road, though. She would be on the radio now, calling in backup. There would be a roadblock ahead, packed with more big guys or regular cops. He didn't want to hurt them. The cops, not the hired muscle. Brill spied the opening a second later. It was a thin spot where overhead power lines cut through the forest. An overgrown service road for the work trucks meandered next to the giant metal poles, carrying electrical wires from a generator to somewhere. Another town, he thought. This one used, this one populated. Direction wasn't a choice. He spun the wheel right and bounced on the uneven surface. It was pockmarked with potholes, just two worn paths in the overtall grass. It needed to be mowed, and they hadn't, not for a month or longer. The grass scrunched under the tires, dragged the undercarriage of the SUV. He went as fast as he could, which wasn't fast at all, but put another 100 yards between him and the road. Then he cranked the truck into the trees and slammed on the brakes. Again, it wasn't much. Not nearly enough space or time. He jumped from the seat and checked the cargo space in the back. No time for inventory. He grabbed 2 black bags and crossed the web slings over each shoulder like a giant X. They were heavy, bulky. He could explore later. Right now, he had to run. He settled the bags against his hips, held them still with his hands, and waddled into the woods at a glacial pace. Brill could hear her car bouncing on the dirt path, the engine roaring as she caught sight of his stalled vehicle. He moved further, shifting behind trees, putting space between them. He would be easy to find. An experienced tracker wouldn't have a problem. He bet she didn't have that skill. Bet she would look into the woods, pistol in hand, and wait for backup. A helicopter would be coming. Maybe dogs. The smart money was on a couple of dogs, and a massive response team. He took 8 men out of a fight in less than a minute using speed and surprise. They wouldn't let him surprise them again. It was hard to think while jogging, while the big bags banged against his legs, and the heavy weight of the straps bit into his shoulders. She would call in an SOG to hunt him. Special operations groups trained to find rebels. They could label it a training exercise and drop a platoon of rangers in with him. Let them comb the woods and beat the bushes. Or set a perimeter, he decided. A wide net of soldiers in a sightline circle, with an SOG team moving in as the noose grew tight. That's how Simon would have done it. That's how she would do it, if she was smart. And he didn't think she was stupid. Mad. Pissed that her lesson got thwarted, that she would have to answer to Shelby for it. Not for giving it, but for losing control. He paused for a moment and leaned with his back on the wide bole of a tree. Sweat dripped from his head, soaked his shirt. It was going to be a problem after dark, when temperatures dropped. Right now, he just had to deal with it. He slipped one bag off his shoulder and zipped it open. Weapons. He pulled a modified MP4 and 4 magazines from foam cutouts in the bag and checked it all. It wasn't a go bag, too light for that. More like a short action bag, for those moments when full-on frontal assault was needed in an urban setting. He short-strapped the rifle to his chest and clipped 2 magazines to the web strap. The chopper zoomed by overhead, north of his position. He wasn't worried. She could see him. Pine woods were just like a jungle after a few hundred yards. There was undergrowth and brambles, bushes and fallen limbs in the close proximity of different-sized tree trunks. It reduced the field of view. He was hidden. It would play to his advantage when her backup arrived. And play against him, too. He shifted the bag over his shoulder and took off again. Brill wanted to put more distance between him and the power line road and clean out the rest of the weight in the bag before he let it go. Chapter 5. It happened like he thought. Or at least he guessed it did. He kept moving through the trees, sticking with the same direction more or less that mirrored the power lines. He couldn't see them, but unless they took an abrupt turn, he was good. Power companies liked to use the path of least resistance when it came to moving electricity, and a straight line was the cheapest, most efficient way they could do it. The choppers came in fast. Faster than he would have thought. Either the teams were standing by, or she had a lot more power at her disposal than he imagined. It was Shelby, thought Brill. Of course, the senator had power. He could hear them hover around the woods, and knew they were dropping teams at various points. The soldiers would spread out to create the net and close it in on him. He stopped and rested for a moment as he cleaned out the first bag. K-bar knife he strapped to his belt. 2 MREs, a flashlight, emergency blanket, fire starter, trauma kit, and shotgun shells. He unzipped the second bag to find a second MP4 and the same supplies, minus a shotgun and shells. He loaded and strapped the second gun, ripped the foam holders out of one bag, and transferred the rest of the supplies to it. He adjusted the straps so it rested in the small of his back, just below the second rifle, and kept one hand on the rifle strapped to his chest. Not that I'll use it, he muttered. He wasn't going to kill a soldier for hunting him. That was just as bad as killing a cop for only doing his job. If they shot first, he would try to evade. Better still, to just stay out of their way. It was tough. He didn't know where he was. Not the particulars, anyway. The terrain suggested the south, and the power lines had to go somewhere. There would be soldiers there too, blocking the way, watching. Waiting, he decided. Holding out until dark. Except the men hunting him would have night vision goggles. He didn't have those in his bag. Advantage hunters. He tossed the extra empty bag up into the low branches of a tree and tried to keep it close to the trunk. Not a great job at hiding it, but if the men moved past it and kept their eyes on the ground, it could be missed. He scuffed up pine needles in long dragging marks as he took off. A little effort to keep eyes down and moving in a direction. He walked softer after a dozen feet. Stealth training in the jungles of South Africa and Angola had taught him how to move as prey. He had been both. Prey first, then the hunter. That was the training. He wanted to think beyond the hunt. What to do next? But that was a problem. To get to the next, he had to get through this first. If he made it out of the woods alive, he could decide where to go. What to do? But in the back of his mind, he had an idea. The germ of a plan, really. A seed. Something that could grow into a plan. Call it a goal. An overarching goal. Shelby had pulled him from Saw, so he would go back. He had been happy there, living off fish and sunshine and sweaty nights in the arms of a woman he cared about. Before he could return, though, he had to make sure she was safe. There were indications of blackmail. They would hurt her unless he did as they said. The conclusion he reached was simple. Eliminate them. It was Simon's training. Once you determine a man was a threat, don't discuss it, don't talk about it, just solve it. Either remove the threat, or disable it with enough force that it serves as a deterrent. It was simple, really. These people took orders. It was a pyramid leading up to one man sitting behind a desk. He may claim it was only a strategy, that he left the tactics to his boots on the ground, but he called the shots. The goal was clear. Shelby had to go. But first, he had to get out of the woods. The jungle had a sound all its own. Living things buzzed, hummed, breathed. The wind in the leaves, the rustle of small animals, 1,000 moving living things churning in a whirl around him. The woods were no different. The sounds were, but they're all the same. Squirrels in the leaves. Birds flittering through the branches. Breeze in the pine boughs. The roar of chopper engines hovering around his position, like the grumble of angry animals in the distance. He listened as he walked, the soft scuff of his boots on the pine needles like the beat of a snare drum. He soaked it in and memorized it, so that he could tell when it was different. He could feel the dead spot in front of him as he approached. Brill slipped behind a tree and studied the layout. The trees were too thick for long-range visibility, but the dead spot wasn't quite silent. There were other boots moving on the ground, scuffing and pounding. A slow, deliberate march. He watched and waited, eyes locked on an angle away from the silent spot almost in front of him. A flash of movement caught his eye, 20 yards south. A camo-clad body moving in a crouch, gun held to shoulder, eyes locked forward. Searching the ground. Brill lifted his arms and grabbed the lowest tree branch. He had picked a thick tree wide enough to hide his body, and with cover low enough to reach. He pulled himself over the branch, set one leg near the base of the trunk, and kept climbing. His movements were as slow as the men approaching. He stopped at 12 feet because they were too close. The trunk couldn't hide him anymore. He leaned back against the tree and slid the web strap loose around his neck to give the rifle in his hand more play. He hoped he wouldn't have to use it. He could make 2 shots with no problem if they looked up and discovered him. The third guy could spray the tree, and though 12 feet wasn't a far jump, all the noise would pull the rest this way. Plus, they had radios. He could see the black patch microphones attached to their throats. A scuff on a root below drew his eyes down. The soldier who created the first dead spot moved under him, eyes locked on the ground, rifle swinging back and forth in a methodical pattern. He was good. Ranger, just like Brill guessed. Except he didn't look up. No one ever looked up. Brill didn't even breath as the man moved under him and past him. He wasn't the problem. The problem came from the other 2, 60 feet to either side of him. They might notice a disruption in the pattern of the tree. Nature had lines. Any variation to the line would draw the eye. It settled in the brain, like an afterthought, and a smart person would take a second look. A closer look that would reveal a man crouching on a branch, back pressed against the pine bark. He didn't move, and hoped their peripheral vision was narrowed by a tunnel focus forward. It was. They didn't. The soldiers kept their line moving, kept going, kept hunting. Brill waited. They thought it was a training exercise, he bet. They would be focused, thinking there was a prize, like capture the flag. It would relax their vigilance, just enough. He waited longer, until the dense trees hid the men, until the cone of silence shifted around him and followed the men. The woods behind him came alive again. At least until he moved and lowered himself from the tree. But the soldiers weren't listening, or they were too far ahead to notice the different grade in the sound level. Brill double-checked his surroundings and set a fast pace toward an unknown destination. Chapter 6. Brill thought about pioneers. Most people who didn't know history thought the roads must have always been there. Wide strips of smooth pavement broken up by the occasional pothole, leading to all points north, south, east, and west. There was even proof of those old roads. Wagons needed roads to get to where they were going. Except there weren't any. That was the great joke. Pioneers found game trails, nothing more than a break in the brambles, and followed it. Sometimes there were wider paths, made by generations of Indians on the hunt. Sometimes it was an explorer moving from point to point, writing down what they observed as they made their way inland or overland. Brill knew how they must have felt. Going was slow, but steady. He forged a path that ran parallel to the power lines and slipped the tight noose set up to find him. Lucky, he thought. One craned neck would have made a world of difference. Then his luck ran out. There was a ditch on the side of a raised road, a 2-lane piece of blacktop that crossed under the power lines and kept going. He could see it curving away a half-mile further down and wondered if it meant the town was close by. The ditch had running water that danced and crackled over rocks, put there to keep the earth from washing away. He slipped over the edge of the ditch, ready to climb up the other side, and didn't notice the carved-out section under a lip of earth. The stream must have flooded, and 100 rainy days pushed the soft dirt out of the way under the shelf. It created a cave of sorts, big enough for a small bear to call home for hibernation. It wasn't a bear that slipped out after him, though. A mud-covered man with a bushy beard that overflowed to his chest, and long locks held back from his face with a solid original-issue green bandana. He was big, bigger than Brill, in BDUs and a packed vest, long rifle strapped to his chest. Brill couldn't see the man's eyes. They were hidden by oversized sunglasses. Echo 1, the man tapped his throat to click the mic. Got him. Brill raised his hands and turned around slow. His captor's lips pursed in confusion. You don't look like Ali Baba, he aimed the rifle at Brill. He didn't have a regulation look, even if he wore the specs, thought Brill. He had run up against a couple of mercs over in Angola, former military, who were professional soldiers. The man who captured him looked like that. Special forces or mercenary. Same choice. Congratulations, Brill smiled. You aced the op. Op? The raised eyebrow shifted the bandana. I'm Walters, Brill kept smiling. CIA Operations Group. We brought you guys in to test some weaknesses in our lineup. The man shook his head. No good, Chief. I ain't buying what you're selling. You think I came through the woods? Brill pointed to the power lines. I got dropped off up there and was walking the perimeter. The rangers in there have a tight circle. I don't think that guy's getting out. The rifle never wavered as the man took a step closer. Told you, I ain't buying. Brill moved his hand to the web on his shoulder. I'm going to take off these weapons and put them down, he said. Don't get nervous. The bearded man licked his lips and nodded. Brill slipped a sling up with each hand, moving slow. He held them out to the side and lowered them to the ground in a squat. He laid the straps out in wide circles from the rifle and shifted forward on his knees, shoulders slumped in defeat. Just as fast, he whipped up a rock straight at his captor's head. The man ducked and fired off a shot. It pinged into the earth next to Brill's thigh and showered him with dirt. The soldier adjusted his aim just as a second rock plowed into his eyes and knocked his head back. Then Brill was on him, one hand shoving the rifle to the side, the other delivered a fast punch to his throat. The man gagged and tried to roll Brill off, but he grabbed another fist-sized rock and slammed it against the side of his head. It bought enough time to yank the rifle away and toss a pistol further up the ditch. He rolled the man over on his stomach and divested a set of flex cuffs from his belt. A quick zip locked his wrists together. Brill debated hitting him again or just shooting him, but a flash of light off a glass caught his eye. A car was coming from the direction of town. Never leave an enemy alive at your back, Simon told him. But this was just another guy doing his job. If he wanted Brill dead, he could have shot him in the back of the head from the safety of the cave. He didn't, which meant orders were to take him alive. Brill watched the car for 2 seconds. It was local PD, a black and white moving at the speed limit. On patrol, he thought, but not for him. His hunters wouldn't have brought in the police. Not yet. They would try to contain it. More were coming, though. The radio call from Echo 1 would be drawing them in, which meant he needed to move fast. He dragged the soldier into the cave to hide him, leapt across the water, and lumbered up the tall roadside of the ditch as the cop car approached. Brill waved him down and stood back as the cruiser came to a stop and the window rolled down. Problem. I got lost, Brill said. I was hiking in the woods and, he shrugged. Where did you park? I didn't know there were trails in there. I cut across the trails, Brill answered. I was trying to take a shortcut back to town. The cop studied him for a moment, then put the car in park. He stepped out, opened the back door, and ushered Brill inside. I can't let you sit up front. No problem. Brill bent over and shuffled like he was exhausted. What happened to your head? The cop asked as he settled in the back seat. Walked right into a branch, Brill told him. Bled pretty bad. Officer Parks, according to his nameplate, closed the door and got in behind the wheel. He pulled a half U-turn, reversed, and finished it off to go back the way he came. You need to get that looked at? I'll be fine, said Brill. It looks worse than it is. The cop nodded and stared at him in the rear-view mirror. So, he asked, where did you park? Brill had no idea. Chapter 7. In town, Brill answered. They drove in silence to the curve in the road. Brill wanted to look back over his shoulder to see if other soldiers were moving out of the woods. Check if a helo was zeroing in on the police cruiser and starting to give chase. But any move like that would arouse suspicion. So he sat in the back seat, hands on his legs, right arm slightly higher because of the bag he still carried. I've been lost before, said Officer Park. Both in the literal and figurative sense. Brill couldn't remember if cops gave rides anymore. When he was a kid, it wasn't a problem. Part of protecting and serving meant knowing the neighborhood, going the extra mile. Small-town cops gave rides to stranded motorists or people on the edge of trouble all the time. Not causing trouble, but on the receiving end. Now, though, he'd been out of the country for too long, and the police looked more militarized than when he grew up. This one had an AR-15 strapped to a lock on the dash, instead of a shotgun. A Kevlar vest on under his uniform that made him as thick as a fire hydrant. I was scared until I found the road, Brill played the part. Yeah, been there, Park agreed. I haven't eaten all day, Brill said. If you could just drop me at a restaurant in town, I can walk to my car. Sounds good, Park agreed. He gripped the wheel with one hand, watched the road, and kept an eye on Brill at the same time. It was the movement of his eyes, like a roving pattern. Road. Mirror. Road. Mirror. Brill sat in the back and listened to the chatter on the radio, keyed up to hear suspect descriptions or bolos. No one said be on the lookout for him, though. Officer Park drove through the edge of town that blended in with the woods. It appeared in the middle of a clearing, like a fairy circle, after a thunderstorm, just popped up in the middle of nothing. Brill could see a well-kept wooden welcome sign that advised him he was in Baker, population 312. Where Baker was, he didn't know. There were 24 streets laid out in a grid pattern, and Park chose the main drag. They passed homes that were occupied and some abandoned, all manner of type with varying styles of architecture. Built at different times, thought Brill, and added as needs must based on the style of the day. The commercial area was closer to the center of town. Simple block buildings surrounding a few streets of old brick structures. Park pulled into a 4-store strip mall and parked near a diner on the end. You sure about this? He asked. I could just take you to your care, save you some more time on your feet. Brill told him he was good, and waited to be let out. He stood by the glass door, next to a whiteboard advertising the blue plate special of the day, and waved as Park pulled back onto the road and accelerated back toward the edge of town. He waited until the cruiser was out of sight, then moved around the side and to the back of the building. It was smarter to keep moving. Smarter still to find a car and get gone altogether, but boosting a car from a small town would present a new set of problems. First would be to find one that wouldn't be missed. Second would be the roads out of there. A stolen car would go out on the radio and present too many opportunities to get pulled over. The net would be closing soon, as one side of the circle reached the other, and she would realize Brill slipped loose. If she was smart, she would call for the right kind of help then. Park would check in and tell them he dropped Brill off at the diner. And the search would start from there. He figured he had 90 minutes. An hour would be better. An hour's head start in any direction would put him that much closer to finding a big city. A big city meant anonymity. Getting lost there would be easy. He just had to make it first. Brill passed a bus station and considered it. But when the call went out, they would pull over buses or check with drivers. Too easy to find. Besides, he didn't have any money. Chapter 8. He started walking. He quartered the blocks, going mostly by feel. Looking for a certain kind of place. He would know it by feeling. Small towns where he grew up had them in the rougher part of town, and every town had the other side of the tracks. Even when there were no tracks. It took 15 minutes before he saw the sign. Pawn shop. And he was in luck, because the tiny little store set back on the far side of a parking lot had bikes up front, and a scooter, and 3 dirty banged-up cars with for sale signs in the windows. Brill went inside and haggled and traded with the bald-round proprietor, 2 military-issue .45s, plus 2 knives for the title and keys to one of the cars, and a screwdriver with a head that changed from flat to Phillips. It took 20 minutes, and Brill wasn't even out of the door when the guy started filing serial numbers and cleaning the pieces. Brill didn't ask about Baker, didn't ask for directions, just got in an old 4-door sedan with white paint gone gray with age and dirt. It started after a few hesitant clicks, and chugged like an asthmatic climbing Kilimanjaro. It would do, he thought. Needs must. He rolled out of the parking lot and began looking. Every town had office buildings, and this was the part he didn't like. He found a parked car and edged up behind it to create a screen with his new wheels. Then he used the screwdriver to transfer the plates to the new car and rolled away. It wouldn't pass scrutiny, and the owner would report them missing when they got off work or the next day. Which bought him time. He headed south on the main drag, still unsure where Baker was or where he was going. He slipped through the edge of town into more deep woods and kept rolling. The bald tires ate the miles, the large car swaying in a hypnotic undulation. Brill rooted in the pack next to him, pulled out one of the emergency rations and ate as he drove. The taste was as bland as the car. A lot of salt, presumably to replace a lot of sweat for a person in the desert. Or on the run. MREs weren't made for dinner parties. He dug out the first aid kit, opened it on his lap, and checked for painkillers for his head. He dry swallowed 4 and used 3 alcohol swabs to clean the crusty wound. It didn't look as bad as he thought, as he checked it in the smoky mirror. The road did what roads do, and interested a 4-lane highway. There was a green sign with white letters, indicating places he didn't know and had never heard of, but the highway was divided, and he pulled across to go east. East was the ocean. He glanced at the gas gauge. He had half a tank. It was time to plan again. The drive made him think of the blues. It was the hum-thrum of the bald tires on the rumbly blacktop, the spin and thump of movement. There was a beat to it, chugging in time with the engine of the car. Brill figured bluesmen, of old skinny black guys with big hands and used guitars, would sit on front porches and listen to trains go by to pick their notes. His mind drifted to the situation, keeping it vague on purpose. He didn't dwell on one thing, just tried to keep it soft and fuzzy in his mind. Keep it blunt and obtuse. Sometimes, he could come at the problem from another angle like that. Approach it downwind, sneak up on it, and find a solution that worked. He realized he was trying to talk himself out of it. Killing a man was something that had to be done, and when it came time to do it in the past, he had pulled the trigger and never lost a night's sleep about it. He figured that was his job. Killing bad men. Some of those bad men were rebels, fathers with families they were trying to protect. Some were just enemies of whoever paid his boss, and he did as he was told. Shelby, though, he couldn't figure. Not yet. Was he a bad man, doing bad things? Or was he a patriot, misguided in his attempt to keep his country safe? A lot of good old boys he grew up with had that attitude. It was okay to do bad things to non-Americans, so long as the result was good. He moved his eyes in a triangle. Road ahead. Road behind. The woods beside him. Just checking. Just to be safe. So far, so good. He passed a green sign with white letters that told him it was 48 miles to the next city. He kept going. Chapter 9. The woods began to thin out. The steady, solid tree line started being interrupted by homes. Then buildings. He wasn't in town yet, not the big one at least. The satellite townships that popped up around larger cities. Not suburbs. These were here first, 100 years ago when people liked space. Good fences made good neighbors, but 10 miles was much better. Like villages in Africa. They popped up where they needed to be. A wide spot on the trail, a place to rest the horses, restock the wagons, build a mill. Someone built a house. Then another. The town 10 miles away grew. Maybe an industry showed up after World War II and drew in a bunch of farm kids looking for life in the big city. Big compared to the township. Larger than the village. The town expanded out. He could see it as he drove, like watching the expansion in reverse at 50 miles per hour. The townships had older homes, older buildings, cause no one was moving there anymore, and gentrification skipped it over. The buildings weren't cool enough to rehabilitate, weren't architecturally diverse enough to bother saving. They were repurposed, reused, or left to rot. Then the town line. Newer buildings, simple block construction covered with facade. Then older, as he kept going. The city wasn't huge. But cities have a rhythm of their own, an ebb and flow, especially in the South. It didn't matter what part of the world they were in, cities were the same because people were the same. There were places people wanted to live, and places where people lived who had no choice. He aimed for those places. Followed the speed limit, full stop at every stop sign. Wore his seatbelt. No reason to attract any attention. Brill was looking for a certain kind of place. Boarded up houses were a good sign. Trash in the yard, cars up on cinder blocks. The certain kind of places would attract a certain kind of people. Attics. Every city, in every country, in every world had them. And attics meant dealers. It wasn't a socioeconomic problem to Brill. There were rich attics as well as poor, but the dealers who catered to rich clientele tended to do it in places that were harder to get to. Nightclubs, boardrooms, or the bathrooms in large office buildings. Nicer homes in gated communities. Not ideal for what he wanted. He spied it on the 9th turn. A skinny guy with no teeth, stumbling like a zombie on the sidewalk. A man with a purpose. One arm locked to his side, the other swinging wide. Brill slowed down and followed him for 3 blocks. The destination was ahead. He could see it when the man sped up. Getting closer to what he wanted got him excited, put a little pep in his step. He lurched faster. Brains, thought Brill. Must eat brains. He didn't know if brains were up for offer. Street dealers were smart. They had to be. But if they were really smart, they would be doing white-collar crime and making millions instead of slinging whatever on a street corner to make thousands. Penny wise. Pound foolish. The kid sold him. The addict shambled up to dirty urchin in a white tank top gone dingy, food stains and grime making it gray on his black skin. He straddled a bicycle with 2 flat tires on the corner of the street below a block of dilapidated homes. The addict dug around in his grungy jeans pockets and passed over a couple of crumpled bills to the kid. He dropped the bike and raced to the 3rd house on the block, bounded up the steps and knocked on the door. The top half opened like a homemade Dutch door, and a slender ebony hand took the money and passed a tiny baggie out to the boy. Then he skipped down the steps and completed the trade. The boy lifted the bike, straddled it again, and glared at the junkie as he hobbled away. Just as quick, his eyes locked on the sedan and at Brill. The small head tilted in concentration, working to determine if he was a threat or a customer. Brill waved as he drove past to add to the confusion and turned back toward a better part of town. This kid probably never saw a tourist before. Nobody toured this neighborhood. Hell, it could barely be called living. Brill pulled over to the side of the road in front of an empty house and checked his resources. An unknown number of enemy behind the door of the home. No access through the windows to spy or make an entrance. Front door was sawed in half, so kicking it in would be a problem. The top part might stay in place, which would expose his legs to return fire. Or the bottom part would go and expose him up top. The kid would act as an early warning system. Brill knew he was there to decoy the cops, who were smart enough to know what he was doing, but he might have more than one purpose. At least he wasn't armed, Brill thought. Nowhere to hide a gun. Unless he had one stashed under the thin wooden steps or in the grass. He shook his head. One variable he couldn't control. One among many. He almost drove away then, looking for an easier way. A quick glance at the red needle, just over empty, made him reconsider. He had no money. He needed money. The decision was made for him. He just wished he had a couple of those SOG guys to back up his play. They could breach in multiple points, subdue resistance with extreme prejudice. Easy. Going in hard alone wouldn't be. Brill snorted and cranked the car in gear. Going in would be a nightmare. But what if he could get them to come out? Chapter 10. Brill turned left and pulled up to the curb in front of the house the little kid on the corner had run up to. The kid watched him, mouth hanging open. He dropped his bike and sprinted away. This kind of neighborhood, a white guy stopping on the street and not looking to score, was a cop. Plain and simple. Even if he was in a beat-up old crappy car. Brill liked the binary thinking of it. A simple choice. Cop or no cop. From the kid's perspective, at least. Anyone looking out from the house would see the same at first. White guy. White car. Out of place. But no SWAT team. No flashing lights. No spill of Kevlar-covered police from the back of anywhere, advancing on the drug house with military-issue rifles tucked to shoulders. Just a guy. Sitting in a car. The simplicity of it was maddening. What did that guy want? What was he doing there? And then, after some debate, after the lack of movement dragged on for a few minutes, a realization. The guy, whoever he was costing them money. Because a beat-up white sedan with a white guy waiting in the front seat might not be a cop car, but why take the chance? Customers would stumble to the corner, look for the kid, look for the set-up way to do the thing, and stare in fuzzy confusion at the discarded bike with 2 flat tires. Their bloodshot eyes would stare at the house, then the car, and move on. A survival instinct of sorts. Brill waited. After the third would-be customer tripped over the curb as they stumbled away, the top half of the door opened. He couldn't see inside, couldn't see anyone looking out at him, couldn't hear anyone screaming for him to get the hell out of there. So he waited. 2 more lost transactions lurched across the street in search of easier pickings, and the bottom half opened it. It folded in, not quite matched with the top half, which messed with the depth perception and the way the light entered the dark entryway. Then a man stepped out. He was tall and skinny, long ropey muscles on display in a skin-tight tank top. Crisp ironed blue jeans sagged low, belt holding them to the top of his thighs, so that a colorful pair of boxer briefs were visible between the bright white shirt and dark denim. One hand held the belt buckle, and the other held a pistol, not quite aimed at Brill. Just waving in the air, motioning him to move along. Brill studied the thin face a moment. Tight cornrows framed it, diamond-studded earrings flashed on his ears. He waited. The waving got more frantic as the man stepped on the porch and aimed the gun. He held it sideways, more a pose than an actual threat to shoot, and still wiggled it to indicate for Brill to get gone. When he didn't, the man stepped off the porch and crossed the yard. The way his pants were slung, it was a wonder he could walk, Brill thought. Waddled, more like it. The pistol tapped on the glass. Brill rolled it down and let the gun come in toward his head. "You ain't hear me?" the man asked. "I said get gone." The gun kept coming toward his head. Brill jammed his hand up from where it was waiting and snatched the bony wrist. He shoved the arm up into the frame of the car and cracked it against the top of the door. The man howled as Brill hauled the arm across his chest and smashed the man's face into the top of the car. He let go of the wrist, twisted the gun backwards, and snapped a finger as he took it away. The man screamed. Brill slammed the door open into him and sent him stumbling backwards. He jumped out of the car, grabbed the injured arm, and spun the man around with it tucked up nice and neat between his shoulder blades. He forced him forward, keeping his body between Brill and the door, pistol aimed at the dark opening. The man tripped on the first step and almost went down. Brill heard a buzz whiz by his ear, and the bang of a pistol from inside at almost the same time. He yanked the man higher, ducked behind him, and squeezed 3 rounds down the hallway. They made the porch, and Brill pushed the man in front of him. The inside of the house smelled. It was decay and rot, body sweat, and the cloying funk of weed, and hint of gunpowder. The man screamed for help. Brill clocked him across the back of the head, ducked, and waited in a crouch behind the slouched body against the wall. He didn't wait long. The silence created curiosity, and a head peeked out in the hall from a room at the far end. Brill sent a round through the plaster next to the doorframe and watched a body sprawl onto the discolored linoleum. He gave his opponent an idea. Shooting the shooter through the plaster made them realize they could do the same. They sent 5 rounds at chest level in the hall from the first room on the right. Brill and his prisoner were on lower on the wall, dust and plaster snowing on them as it fell. He let it go quiet a moment, let the shooter wonder if he got him. Brill stepped over the prisoner, stepped around the doorframe, and shot the man in the corner. There was a television with a frozen first-person shooter game on it, 3 drinks on the coffee table. He figured 3 guys. The table was covered with little packets of drugs, 2 more grimy pistols, and a set of car keys. 3 camp chairs were arrayed in front of the television, controller wires leading to 2 of them. And cash. Stacks of bills by denomination on the coffee table, bracketed by an ashtray overflowing with thin cigars and blunts, and a large can of cheap beer. Brill swiped the cash and pistols and the car keys. He checked the dead man's pockets and took a thick wad of notes from him, plus his pistol. He stepped into the hallway as his prisoner stirred. Brill shot him twice and cleaned his pockets, then relieved the third dead man of a couple $100 and his weapon. He could hear sirens getting louder and wondered where the car would be parked. He stepped through the kitchen, lifted the key fob, and pressed the unlock button. A shiny black sports car beeped in a carport in the backyard. He double-checked to make sure the way was clear, then hurried to the car. It fired up with a satisfying rumble. He pulled around the side of the house and paused at the white sedan to retrieve his bag. Then he hopped in the car and pulled away, going the speed limit. No faster. No slower. He checked the mirror and saw the corner kid sprint inside the house and run out with his hands full of tiny plastic packets. Brill guessed he just gave that kid a promotion and kept driving. Chapter 11. He drove north for an hour and a half. It put him on the outskirts of D.C., by way of 2-lane highways that meandered through the countryside. He picked a 2-story hotel, just a block structure off the side of the road with a sign that promised single rooms for $34.99. It was across the street from a large truck stop gas station, the kind of place that saw 1,000 big rigs a day and a ton of travelers. He parked the car, left the window down and keys in the ignition. It would have been better to park it in the city, but he couldn't chance anyone paying attention to the news or if the cops connected the car to the drug house. He would have set it on fire if he had time. A burned-out shell would take more time to investigate. Still, leaving the car in front of the station was almost an invitation for someone to take it. He kept his head low, watching the ground as he got out and left it, just in case there were cameras. The clerk behind the hotel desk was eating a sandwich with his feet up behind the counter as Brill came in. "Vacancy?" Brill asked. The guy brushed crumbs off his oversized gut and stood up while chomping the big bite in his mouth. He set a card on the countertop and a pencil and tapped it. Brill filled out a fake name and slid 2 dirty $20 bills back to the man. "You forgot to fill out you plates, man." "Walked." "Walking around here?" "Nobody walks around here," the guy smacked as he cleaned his teeth with his tongue. Brill pointed over his shoulder. "I've got a Peterbilt parked over there," he said. "Nothing to take up space here." The clerk nodded and slid a key on a plastic ring back to him. "Second floor," he said. "Third from last." Brill walked up the stairs and let himself into the room. The decor was early modern grunge. Everything felt like it was covered with a film of dirt, held in place by crusty cleaning fluid. A questionable spread on the lumpy bed, flat pillows and a television set, scarred with cigarette burns, occupied most of the space. Brill locked the deadbolt behind him and put the chain in place. The bathroom wasn't much better. Yellow tub, yellow tile, yellow toilet, all once white but lost to age and lazy cleaning. Brill set the bag on the dresser next to the television set and sat on the end of the bed for a moment, just to breath. He was tired. Sore. Adrenaline had coursed through his system for most of the day, but now that he was still, it was wearing off. He could feel the aches of being hit, of running, hiding. The stress of it was a physical thing. He needed food and sleep and quiet. But he didn't have food and didn't want to go out yet. Better to lay low and let the dust settle. He stripped off his shoes, pants, and shirt, but kept his socks on as he walked to the bathroom, and slid them off as he stepped under the weak drizzle of water from the shower head. It was hot, he could say that much. He washed off the dirt and grime and sweat, letting it swirl down the drain. He used the shampoo on his hair and the soap on his body and stayed under the spritz until the temperature started to go colder. He got out and used a paper-thin towel to dry off, his skin pink from the heat. He used the towel to bridge the carpet from the tile to the bed and slid under the covers. Brill took 3 breaths in and out to still his mind, closed his eyes, and slept. Chapter 12. He got away. You let him escape. Shelby sat back in the executive leather chair behind his oversized desk. It was set sideways in the room, so he could turn one way and stare at DC through the floor-to-ceiling windows on one side, or swivel the other to the double computer monitors that half hid him from view. He could hear the tension in the voice on the other end of the speakerphone. I underestimated him. This is the point in the conversation where I say, I told you to be careful. The rustle of cloth on the phone made him think she was nodding her head. Are you agreeing with me? I am. And what's the solution? We've lost him. Shelby sighed and rubbed his face with one hand. The other patted a file folder on his desktop, stamped with one word. Shadowboxer. Did you bring in the Rangers? We did. And he slipped the noose. He did. Are you asking for my help? There was silence on the other end of the box for several moments. Shelby let it stretch you. He found that people who were uncomfortable with silence rushed to fill it. It was a tactic he used often against his fellow senators, just staring at them with pursed lips to see how they would fill the void. Yes, she answered. He smiled. She lasted longer than a lot of the most powerful men in the country. Grab a still from the security feeds and put it on the news. APB him as a cop killer. Locals hate when a boy in blue gets gunned down, and they can be your eyes on the ground. Do you know where he might go? Shelby stared through the window at the expansive skyline. White marble buildings gleamed in the sunlight, but he could see a shelf cloud formation looming dark in the distance. He tapped the file with the tip of his finger. Home, he answered. He's going home. There are a lot of ways to get there, she started to say. His home, Shelby corrected. Do we have assets in South Africa? I can get some. Find the girl. Bring her here. He'll come for her. How do we let him know we have her? You know what a good cop killer needs? An accomplice. He comes back to me when I get him. Shelby snorted. That's a bold request. Assuming a local doesn't gun him down, we want the chance to teach him a lesson. You've done so well so far. Senator, she said. You told me not to underestimate him. I won't make that mistake again. Shelby reached for the disconnect button. Most people who make that mistake don't get second chances, he said into the phone. He must like you if he let you live. He clicked off and lifted the file as he turned to the window. Brad, he called out. The door behind him whisked open into the wall. Senator. Can you call up some of the boys and give us some extra guards around here? Do you expect trouble, sir? Shelby shook his head as he thumbed through the file. There were training logs, after-action reports, and a single black and white picture of Brill in his South African recce uniform. Right now, I don't see a way to avoid it. Chapter 13. He snapped awake and sat up in the bed. The room was dark and smelled of mildew and trapped moisture, but sunlight framed the edges of the curtain. Brill slid into his clothes from the days before and checked his gear as he planned out his next move. Food first, then movement. The problem was distance. He could hike 20 kilometers in a day under a 60-pound ruck, but in the jungle, there was always a base to return back to. Here, walking was considered out of the norm, and out of the norm meant a second look. And there was no base of operations. He felt listless for a moment and took a deep breath. Simon taught him how to solve problems. Don't focus on the big picture. What was the next step? What was simple? Easy. Food. He loaded up and left the key on the dresser as he stepped out into the sunlight after a quick double check through the peephole and the curtains. The parking lot was empty, but the truck stop across the street was a hive of activity. Large rigs belched black smoke as they rumbled from the lot and gained speed. He moved to the end of the exterior corridor, studying the scene in front of him, eyes flicking from one thing to the next as he searched for anything out of place. The sports car was still there, so he decided to forego the station across the street. He focused on direction instead. The big rigs were headed for the highway access roads, and he wondered if he could hitch a ride. It didn't seem like a great place for it. The trucks would be turning into curves and trying to build up to highway speed on the short ramps to merge into traffic. The drivers would be reluctant to stop since they had just left the fuel station. Some cars were mixed in, but the problem of access was the same. A car would be accelerating down the ramp toward the merge lane and have to pull over to pick him up, which shortened the distance for them to get back up to speed again. He figured drivers wouldn't want to do it unless he had time to wait, and he didn't have time. Someone would notice the sports car soon. A good Samaritan would call it in, and the cops would come to investigate. They might even be on their way now. The clerk stepped out of the office and glared at him. "Wait right there," the man barked. He was taller than Brill by an inch, twice as wide, with a hairline and beer gut both succumbing to gravity. One shaky hand held a large revolver pointed at him. "Don't move," he added. Brill held up his hands as he took 2 more steps closer and stopped. The man stepped forward, then back again, like rocking in place. It made his hand shake even more as he looked around and kept glancing over his shoulder at the door behind him. "Stay right there," he said, still frozen. "Didn't quite think this through?" Brill asked. "You shot a cop." The man's tongue darted in and out, slathered his thick lips with spittle. "You have me mixed up with someone else," Brill said. "You're on the news," the clerk stuttered. "I saw your picture." "Reward?" Brill asked. The man glanced back over his shoulder as a room door between them opened and a woman stepped out. She was as large as the office clerk, bathed in a voluminous dress in a floral pattern, an unlit cigarette hanging from her lips. She ducked her head and flicked a lighter, paying zero attention to the world she stepped into, but her size blocked the corridor walkway and the path of any bullet the clerk might send his way. Brill lunged, planted both hands into her meaty shoulder, and sent her pinwheeling into the clerk. He jerked the gun out of the way and didn't pull the trigger as she crashed into him, and both of them tumbled to the concrete in an avalanche of curses and flesh. Brill vaulted over them, bent on the other side, and wrenched the revolver from the clerk's hand. He pounded past the office door and almost ducked in to search for car keys, but he didn't know if the clerk called the cops before he tried to play hero. Which meant 2 chances for the police to be on their way. And if his face was on the news as a cop killer, they wouldn't be in the mood to ask questions. At least not until they had shot a couple of times first. He had to disappear, and hitching a ride wasn't going to do it. She hung up her cell phone and threw it on the dashboard of her SUV. "Son of a bitch," she muttered to the empty passenger seat. Bringing in outside help pissed her off. Rangers were bad, but SOG was worse. And now, civilian authorities. Shelby was going to demote her. Hell, she would be lucky if he didn't kill her. She considered going rogue for a moment, just ghosting like the man she was hunting for did. She had a couple of accounts with money, a few ids she could hide under. Contacts overseas could set her up as a nice used bookstore owner in Prague or Sweden. She gave it a moment of serious thought. It would be easy to drive to the airport, hop a plane. All it would take would be 2 small stops first, to grab a go-bag with her gear and some cosmetics to change her hair. Thinking about it made her run her fingers through it. Nope. Running wasn't an option. It wasn't in her nature to hide. The man she was hunting liked to hide. She just had to think about where so she could find him. Her first call had been to dispatch, to release his information to the police, and label him a cop killer. Her second call was to an extraction team to locate and render the girl to the States. That took time, and she wondered what to do with the time. She had watched Brill on tape for hours. She felt like it would help her get to know him. She memorized the contours of his plain face, his placid demeanor. She studied his black eyes, like bottomless wells that she now knew hid a demon. He was an evil man, she decided. Anyone who could inflict so much damage and pain without a hint of emotion had to be broken. She had Delta operators on her team who cried like babies for the men they had killed. Not during a fight, because they were royal badasses who excelled in delivering just punishment to the enemies of the state. But after, when the adrenaline wore off, they were men who experienced some level of emotion for the actions they were asked to do. Not him. Not once. She wondered what was wrong with him. Psychotic, to be sure. If Shelby hadn't pulled him into an operation when he was a kid, if he hadn't gone into the South African military not long after, she wouldn't be the one hunting him. She was sure of that. He would be stalked by the FBI as a serial killer. He had the eyes for it. Dead. Black. Bottomless. She shivered in her seat and wondered where he would go next. They would take the girl to D.C. The instructions were to land her at McNair and take her to a warehouse. Now, she had to decide how to leak the information so he would hear it. They could set a trap for him. A trap meant she wouldn't have to do the hunting. He would just come to her. She dropped the SUV in gear and pulled onto the road. D.C. was an hour and a half away. Longer, if there was traffic. Plenty of time to plan the perfect trap to capture their prey. Chapter 14. Brill ran around the side of the hotel and to the back of the structure. He wasn't sure where the wood next to the road would go, but sprinted through the pines. He was still sore from the prior day's action and hungry, but the movement was familiar, and the rushing of his blood soon warmed up his muscles. He angled away from the road and wished he had a map. He could have paralleled the highway, but no roads run straight and true. They weave and bob, twist and turn depending on property rights and natural obstructions. He could run true north for 20 miles before hitting a road, if they all were straight. But he didn't. He ran to a thin line of trees that bordered a low fence next to the divided highway within 2 miles. Not far enough. He stood behind the pines and glared. He could adjust and keep running in the trees, but he might have a better solution. The highway was a vast open space almost 60 yards wide. A fence, just like the one in front of him, mirrored the far side. The roadside was a raised incline up to a wide shoulder and 2 lanes full of whizzing autos. A median spread 15 of the 60 yards, with a 3-strand wire cable fence in the middle. Then 2 more lanes of traffic, another shoulder and the fence. All that stood between him and train tracks. Tracks that went north. The direction he wanted to go. Running across a busy highway was stupid. He could see a couple of stiff carcasses of roadkill that had tried it and lost. Armadillo and raccoon, both belly up, arms raised to the morning sky. He could make the run, no problem. If he could wait for a break in traffic. There was always enough space, especially if he moved fast. It was the waiting to move that was the problem. He would have to do it twice, which meant prolonged exposure, plus the chance that some hero in the making would remember him from the news and want to make a name for themselves. A lot of risk. But not too much to stop him. The tracks on the other side beckoned, a promise of fast and steady transportation that would carry him closer to his destination. A freight train too, which meant he wouldn't have to bother with people. He hopped the fence and darted up the incline. Cars sped past, faces just blurs behind sun-streaked windows. He kept his head ducked low, tilted so he could gauge a break in the flow of traffic. Brill spied it and ran fast. There was plenty of room. Not even a contest. But somebody honked anyway. Just more attention being directed toward him. He raced across the median, leapt the fence and waited again. The traffic in this direction was heavier. Harder to find a break. People were speeding to work. He wondered why they were in such a hurry, then snorted because he was in a hurry too. Not for work, just to get across. Then he saw the train. A freight train, like he thought. Rust-colored cars hauled by double locomotives that belched black smoke from diesel engines. The timing was perfect. If he could make it across. He wasn't sure when another train would run. It didn't matter, 'cause he planned to walk the tracks until one showed up, but the train chugging along the tracks now was like a gift horse. If he could make it across. He waited. He watched the traffic. A big rig pulled onto the ramp further up the road. He could see the ripple in traffic as cars pulled over and away. He could see swirling lights on the side of the rig, then they disappeared behind it. The ripple disrupted the traffic pattern. Blue lights made drivers slow down, and the rig tried to build up speed. Human nature. A rolling roadblock for just a moment. Just a minute. It opened up a hole. Brill darted across. This time, no one honked. He hit the decline beside the shoulder and skidded down. Looked back to see the cop pass the big rig, the trailer blocking the view. Then he was up and over the fence, and the train was passing him. It roared and shook the earth as it chugged past. He jogged beside it, searching. He could see the end of the train, just one more boxcar. No caboose. Those were from another age. Another time. Now the relief just drove out to meet the engineers at shift change. He timed his jump and latched onto a ladder as he was in midair. It yanked him along, and he fumbled up the rungs to the top of the car. He lay flat and waited. Waited to see if someone spied him, if the train would slow or even stop. But it kept going. Brill crawled along the top, 3 cars up to an open-air flat car. There were large shapes under dingy tarps. He climbed down and onto the flat car, then huddled next to a tarp, hidden from almost all but the most discerning prying eyes as he rode north. His stomach grumbled a rumble. Later, he muttered to himself and huddled lower in his little hidey hole on the train car. Chapter 15. Shelby picked up the phone on the first ring. He recognized the number on the display, though it wasn't one that called him often. Once he recalled. When there was a threat on the president's life. Yes, he answered. We found something interesting. Shelby took a breath. Getting the old boy elected was the first step, and a hard one. Hell, getting anyone into the Oval Office these days was a compromise in ethics, and in some cases humanity. Keeping him alive was a whole other ballgame, especially when he liked to impress pretty young things by bringing them in through back doors. It's not him, the voice said. Start talking, 007. That's Mr. Zero to you. You have more time than I do, Shelby said. Does saving the world not keep you busy enough? You want me to get to the point. This time, someone is after you. That made him sit up in his seat. He glanced through the windows to the cityscape beyond, as if he could see who the voice on the phone was talking about. Do you have eyes on? He's a squirrely son of a bitch. Where did he go? That's why I called you. We don't know. The entire intelligence apparatus of the CIA, and you lost a potential assassin in the wind. Yeah, the voice huffed out a laugh. Consider yourself warned. Is that going to be enough? I've got a couple of assets pulling babysitting duty. Shelby nodded, though the man on the other end couldn't see it. Are you nodding? Are you watching me now? Nah, just know how you think. I doubt it. Right now, you're gonna hang up with me and get your own security on the line. Double down. Do you suggest an alternative? The way I figure, you know who the squirrely guy is. I have an idea. One of yours gone rogue. A variation of that. It was the voice on the phone's turn to breath. What are you thinking? Shelby asked. Give me 6 weeks and you won't recognize him. We tried. Mad Dog. Our determination was that there was only one outcome. Inevitable. He's too dangerous to control, said Shelby. 6 weeks, said the voice again. If you can, Shelby agreed. And if he doesn't kill me first. We'll work on the first part. You take care of the second. How good are your sitters? Normally, I'd say good enough, but... He got away. He got away, the voice agreed. Shelby listened as the phone clicked shut. He stared through the window for a few moments more, then tapped a button on speed dial. He's here, he said when the phone was answered. He hung up and hoped it was enough. Chapter 16. The conclusion was inevitable. It was preordained or written in the stars. It was an African proverb about the wind. Brill didn't imagine himself an avenging angel. He had done too much to be an angel. Killed, maimed, destroyed. And now he planned to kill again. Not angelic thoughts, he told himself as he stared at the 2 men in the black sedan. They were good. Attentive. Their heads were on a swivel. They were parked at an angle to see the front and back of the building and the entrance to the parking garage. Brill knew they were G-men when a traffic cop puttered up in an electric 3-wheeled cart with a plastic wind cover and offered to write them a ticket. They declined by showing leather wallets. He couldn't see the ID, couldn't see if there were badges inside. But he could see the cop's attitude change. A cross between pissed off and deference. She glanced up at the building they were parked in front of, and back at them before getting inside her little plastic cocoon to stalk easier pastures. She drove past Brill and ignored him. Just like the men in the car. Just like everyone else. He wore layers of clothes, dirty, grungy, rooted from several spots and added as he walked downtown from the train tracks. The homeless shed items like snakeskins, dropping shirts and jackets and blankets on random corners or under overpasses as they saw fit. He didn't know why, just that it was a universal action. Maybe it was the cheap hooch, or the mental illness, or the heat. Maybe they wore clothes for a couple of days, and then got more from donation boxes or charities. It didn't matter to him. He suspected what he would find along the way, and that expectation was met. Like the men in the car when they looked at him. The 2 men in the car were good. Only their heads moved in the past half hour, and even then it was hard to detect. They watched the entrance to the building and the parking garage at the same time, both on the street facing front. The other 3 sides were secure walls of thick concrete up to the 3rd floor. No easy way to access from there. Brill huddled under a stinking old army blanket on a piece of cardboard in front of the next building up. He was covered in layers of grimy clothes, head hidden under a ratty toboggan and grease-streaked ball cap. No one paid attention to the homeless guy on the corner. He held a handwritten cardboard sign with the words, "Please help and God bless," scratched in ink. So far no one had, but he didn't care. All just part of the cover. He didn't know who they were with. One agency or the other. He wondered why they were watching Shelby's office. Did the senator reach out for additional help, or was this just something he stumbled across? Secret squirrel stuff had never been his specialty, though Simon insisted that everyone in his company had a basic understanding of tradecraft. Very basic, thought Brill. There were 2 kinds of people no one paid attention to. The homeless and joggers. They expected a homeless guy sitting lethargic on a slip of cardboard, drunk or tired against the side of a building. That's what they saw. Brill covered and lolling, lethargic. They were too far away to see. His eyes never stayed still. Time passed. Morning shifted to lunch, and one of the men went to a street vendor 2 blocks up. Brill didn't move. He watched a stream of black suits and conservative skits exit the building and dispersed to lunch counters around downtown. One of the women bent down as she passed him and handed him a crisp dollar bill. "Bless you," Brill slurred and mumbled and kept his head ducked inside a hood made from an oil-stained blanket. The second agent came back and passed a sack to the driver, and Brill watched them eat. Watched as the worker bees, the junior executives and white-shirted agents came back to the building, bellies full, and hearts ready to defend life, liberty, and the American way. He didn't see the driver's head nod. Only noticed it after it happened. The doldrums, that slow time an hour after lunch when the body was shunting energy to the digestive system. The car was warm, the action slow. Their attention waned. It was time to make a move. Chapter 17. They didn't pay attention to him walking. No one did. The few people on the sidewalk gave him wide berth, avoiding him. He lurched and limped to the corner of the parking deck and gave it a glance. The guard shack at the bottom of the shallow dip was manned. Even though the man inside was preoccupied with his phone, it was too much to risk. Brill kept going. The back of the building had a concrete barrier around a set of large blue dumpsters and some of the air conditioning units for the parking deck. Air blowers and moisture condensation machines and other things he knew nothing about. A building was like a living thing. It needed to breathe to keep the people inside alive and happy and productive at keeping the world safe. The large door to the maintenance area was vertical bars, painted industrial brown. They were hinged on each side and parted in the middle, pump arms designed to draw them back and flat against the 15-foot concrete walls. There was a black door at the far end of the blocked-off area, access for the janitors and cleaners to move trash to the big dumpsters. Brill wondered if he could go over the wall. Security cameras covered the front of the building and the entrance to the parking garage. He could see another on the corner aimed back, and a small fish-eyed wall mount above the janitor's door. Over wasn't out of the options list, but he would need better cover. Nature provided it. He heard the rumble of thunder and glanced up the long, narrow street. Clouds marched across the horizon, wind shifting and changing the gray-black shapes. A wall of rain came with them. He wandered behind the building, stopped at the corner where the two walls met to form a versus shape, and pretended to relieve himself, just to see if it attracted attention. No one came out to yell. No one rounded the corner to tell him to move on. He finished the mime and kept moving around the building, walking the block, watching out of the corner of his eyes. The two guys were still in the car, still watching. The rest of the street was busy with average afternoon traffic. Nothing stuck out to him. Nothing attracted his attention. It felt safe. Safe enough, he smirked. He was about to break into a government building full of important people. There were Secret Service inside, he knew. Most senators had a security unit assigned to them, and Shelby was no exception. He wondered if he would have to kill them too. They knew the price, he said to himself. He had been a soldier once, and a mercenary. Both times he had been paid for fighting. The bodyguards and security were no exception. They weren't freedom fighters in it for a good cause. They were men and women paid to do a job, which made them mercenaries as well. The rain chased him up the sidewalk as he rounded the corner again. It turned his clothes into a stinking mess, and he almost dropped them on the wall outside of the dumpster bay. That's why the homeless shed them, he thought. The rain fell in hard, stinging drops, an afternoon downpour that was common in coastal areas. It made long-distance surveillance difficult, if almost impossible, and also hid him from the cameras. The electronic eyes had trouble distinguishing the movement, his among the raindrops. Brill lost the limp and hustled to the corner where he pretended to pee. He scrambled up, using pressure from his arms and feet pressed against the corners, and dropped to the other side. He ducked behind the dumpster as the rain fell and waited. Chapter 18. The door opened 3 hours later. The time cost Brill. He squatted in the rain beside the dumpster, soaked and cold. Hypothermia set in, a mild stage, but for a man used to the heat of the jungle, it was enough to slow him down. Almost too slow. The janitor kicked the door open with a curse and shoved a plastic rolling cart full of bags stuffed with shredded paper into the rain. Brill caught the edge of the door on his shoulder and backed into the wall. If the man had been paying attention, he would have been caught. But luck was on his side. The janitor kept his head ducked under a rain poncho and cursed every single bag he tossed through the open door of the dumpster. Brill snuck around him, stepped inside, and hoped the man wouldn't notice the puddles he left on the floor. The short hallway led off in 2 directions, and Brill chose the left-hand side because he could see a stairwell. He stripped as he climbed 2 flights, peeling off the clothing layer by layer. He wasn't any drier underneath, but the shell of fabric leaving his body and the activity of motion warmed his core as he climbed. Brill kept the clothes. He didn't want to leave a trail of breadcrumbs for anyone to follow. He wadded them up and carried them under his arm, and hoped anyone who decided to take the stairs today would think it was an errant umbrella brought in from outside. By the time he made the rooftop access, he was warm under his sticky damp clothes. He checked the landing by the door for security cameras and was only mildly surprised there weren't any. If any enemy decided to make an incursion for high-level senators by airplane or helicopter, the building would be well warned ahead of time. They didn't need the early warning from a rooftop alarm. He settled on the landing to wait. Waiting was one of his areas of specialty. Chapter 19. He counted the minutes in his head as he listened to the building. It had a life of its own, breathing as people opened doors below, moving up and down the stairs when they had 1 or 2 flights. Not more, though. He counted. He could smell the faint hint of cigarette smoke as someone sneaked their habit inside the stairwell. Then a slow down for the afternoon. No one came all the way to the roof. There was no reason, he guessed. All of the guts were working. The pipes were piping water, the air conditioners blowing cool air into the floors below. Brill sat and waited. The noise picked up around 5. A rush of bodies pouring through the doors, clanging on the stairs, clomping to reach the parking garage. He could feel an increased hum in the walls, like the elevators were working overtime to deliver people to their rides home. It lasted for 15 minutes, a great rush of bodies exiting the concrete structure. Then silence descended, a tomb-like stillness that created a hollow echo of its very own. The absence of people. It was what he waited on. He wondered for a moment if the 2 men were still in the car on the street, and bet they were. They would have perked up to watch the workers exit, alert for anyone moving against the crowd, senses keyed in on anything out of the ordinary. When it passed, they would slump back in their seats, maybe call in an order for food, or one could step outside and watch the exterior while the other went to grab it. Brill stood and stretched, tensing and stretching muscles grown tight from lack of movement like some great cat preparing to hunt. His black eyes studied the stairs as they disappeared below. The senator would have a guard, he thought. Perhaps 2, on the exterior of his office. He didn't know the layout, so he would have to move fast. Brill descended 8 flights to the stairwell door and paused to listen and trace the blueprint in his mind. Shelby was in the office at the far end of a narrow hallway. It opened into a lobby where his secretary worked, with a small conference room to one side, and the senator's office through a wooden door on the back. His guards would be in the conference room, and the secretary should be gone. He hoped she wasn't working late. He could move fast down the hall, past the elevators, and take the exterior door fast. The guards would be surprised just for a moment before their training kicked in. Then weapons would be drawn, shots might be fired. He had to be faster than their surprise. A concussion grenade worked best in situations like this, but absent that, he needed something else to distract them. He reached into the oversized pocket of his bulky coat and pulled out a can of soda. It had been hard not to drink it while waiting, harder still to not take a sip now. He began shaking it as he opened the door and peeked into the hall. It was empty. The shaking grew faster as he marched down the hall and gripped the doorknob. If it was locked, he would retreat to the stairwell and regroup, rethink. But it twisted under his grip. He gave one last hope the two guards weren't standing on the other side, weapons aimed, and slammed the door open with his shoulder. It was set up like he expected. The secretary's empty desk on his left, a glass-walled conference room on his right. There were 3 bodies in the room. They scrambled up as he burst through the door, 2 hands going for the holsters under their shoulders. Brill popped the top to the soda can and tossed it in a spinning arc that sprayed foamy brown liquid across their faces as he ran in. Human nature is to duck. They couldn't fight it. Sticky, stinging soda splashed across them as they turned. Brill hit the first and crashed into the other. 1 hit for each, 1 hit designed to incapacitate, to cut off the circuit breaker in the brain for a few moments. Both fell, and he kept moving to the third. His feet faltered, stuttered, and stopped. Glory stood at the end of the table, arm raised to stop a blow from him. The senator's door opened, and a man stepped out, pistol raised through the glass. He moved with quick, sure steps to the open door. Brill turned back, and Glory had her weapon drawn, aimed at him, finger white on the trigger. "Shall we talk?" she asked. Brill raised his hands and stepped back. He didn't have much choice. Chapter 20. MI6, Shelby smiled from the other side of a vast expansive desk that sat under a wall of windows. "How do you think we found you?" Brill sat on the sofa, hands and feet bound in thick plastic zip ties. The other man in the room was a mystery. He had yet to speak, just held a gun aimed at Brill's face. Glory sat in chair on the other side of the room and watched him not speak. The man in the corner watched him, like a tiger studying prey. He had big white eyes that glowed against cappuccino skin, dark pupils drilling into his subjects. Brill imagined a lot of people were intimidated by those eyes. Or by the 6'6" frame, packed with muscles visible under the tailored suit. He looked poised and confident, and impossible to forget, a man who made an impression. The complete opposite of Brill Wingfield. "You should just let me shoot him." His voice was cultured with a South African accent softened by time in America. "It will save you a lot of trouble." Brill tilted his head and studied the man. Did he know him? Had they worked together in the SAW military? Or gone up against each other in his time with Simon's Executive Options Group? Glory moved to the head of the table and crossed her arms across a chest he couldn't help but remember. It would be a waste of time and resources if you got rid of him now. Her surfer accent was gone, replaced with an all-business British, stiff upper lip. The easy, laid-back manner he had known was gone as well. It was hard for her to look laid back with a big automatic strapped under her arm. Shelby drummed his fingers on the table. "I'm torn, son," he said. The tone of his voice didn't sound torn to Brill. He sounded like a preacher getting ready to go on a tear. "On the one hand, you were coming up here to kill me." He lifted the drumming fingers off the table and waved the hand back and forth in a seesaw motion. "On the other hand, you almost made it." He glanced at the tall black man. "You think you can train him better than that?" Brill felt dissected under the glowing dark eyes. "There is talent, yes. We knew he had this. But there is no discipline. Kind of folks we set him against, that could be an asset," Shelby countered. Brill raised his chin, curious. "That's bait he liked," Glory chirped. "I didn't say I liked it." "You always made that move when you wanted to have sex," she said. Brill tucked his chin to his chest. He didn't have an answer for that. Maybe he did have a tell. You said 6 weeks, Shelby reminded Carver. I did. What can you do in 4? What did you have in mind? Chapter 21. They were coming for him. He could feel it in the air. Maybe it was the vibrations from the movements of their bodies through the trees. Maybe it was something more chemical, a scent put out by a hunter on the prowl. There was no way to know how many of them there were. The last time it had been 6. A squad. Tight-knit. Highly trained. Highly skilled. He dispatched them with a simple efficiency, if not quite ease. Simon had hired the best special operators in the business, and Brill had been an apt pupil under their watchful ministrations. That, combined with his plain face and simple manner, made everyone underestimate him. Always. And luck, he whispered as the edge of the column stalked into view. He had always been lucky in the way of the warrior. Like the universe had something to make up for, some great cosmic imbalance that nature kept trying to make right. He barely breathed as he counted the bodies in woodland camo. He could see 3, moving in a professional shuffle step, MP5s raised to shoulder. The magazines were packed with rubber bullets and hurt like hell when they hit. He knew, because Carver shot him in the chest on the first day after his capture. And again the second, and the third. Don't shoot me again, Brill warned as he lay on the ground and rubbed his battered chest. At least that's what he meant to say. It might have come out as a groan. Carver caught the look in his eyes, though. Black dark circles that looked more at home over a shark's smile than a man's. The guards have live ammunition, the large man answered in a cultured Dutch accent. Don't go beyond the fence. Brill wasn't concerned about the guards. If he decided to go again, and that time would come, there were gaps in their patrol he would exploit. Or kill them all, he muttered under his breath. Let Shelby Johnson make of that what he would. Brill could hop another train, and this time skip the hunt down and kill the senator plan. The line of soldiers hunting him moved past, but something in the air tweaked the hair on his neck. He remained frozen in place. Watching. Waiting. A second group moved at a slight angle from the first. A redundant line, designed to spot and capture him if he tried to make a move on the first group. Smart. Carver was learning how he operated. The man must take good notes, he thought, and held his breath as a member of the second group moved within 3 feet of him. The soldiers scanned the area, gun trained on the pine-covered landscape. He paused next to the storm-canted tree trunk Brill hid under and tilted his head. Brill watched the young man's eyes scan the area again, searching for whatever it was that had given him pause. A line that looked unnatural, or a shift in the pine needles on the ground. Maybe a scuff mark in the dirt, or a broken branch. Whatever it was, the kid had a gift, because Brill had been very careful in building his hidey hole. Tango, the boy screamed and whipped his weapon toward the tree trunk. He squidged off a shot as Brill rolled out from the other side and yanked a buried vine with him. The cord came up behind the soldier and caught him on his Achilles. The soldier stumbled backwards as he fought for balance, his trigger finger flinching out 2 wild shots before Brill slammed into him and spun the weapon out of his hand. Tango, the boy screamed before the strap of his rifle cut off the wind. Brill smashed an elbow into his face and heard the crunch of bone as his nose exploded under the blow. He dropped with the unconscious body and aimed the rubber bullets at the others in the line. The weapon wasn't silenced as he squeezed off 6 shots at the 3 he could see, then he was up and running. He put the tree between him and the first line as they ran back to the ambush site, but he could hear the crack of their rifles in 3-round bursts and the buzzing chitter of bullets slamming into the ground, chasing him. He ducked low to minimize his profile and kept running. The ground churned around him as he reached a 12-foot fence. It would have taken a leap and a pull to flip up and over the chain link, but the razor wire and electrical charge at the top convinced him not to try. Again. He hauled left and sprinted. The trees opened up into a small clearing, carved at the edge of the forest. Carver sat in the passenger seat, holding a squatty, wide-mouthed shotgun. Brill pulled up short as he stepped into the clearing. Moments later, the platoon hunting him fanned out from between the trees, guns held ready. "Should have turned right," Carver said. He aimed the shotgun at Brill and pulled the trigger. A beanbag slammed into his gut and hurled him back 3 feet. He rolled on his side and clutched the spreading ache as he struggled to catch his stolen breath. He didn't hear Carver march over to him and lean down. "I assumed you meant rubber bullets," he informed the fallen man. "Speak up if otherwise." Brill opened his mouth, but he couldn't form words. Hard to speak when he couldn't breath. "Excellent," Carver grinned, white teeth glowing against his dark skin. Again. He motioned 2 of the soldiers to break from the crescent semicircle and pick up Brill. They half dragged, half carried him up the overgrown forest path in the wake of the jeep. He tried to get his feet under him, but his bruised and battered torso begged for just a little more time before it could function properly. Pain was a mind killer, he told himself, modified from one of his favorite book quotes. He worked to master the pain, worked to shut it down, and focus on getting his wind and his legs back again. Focused on finding an edge. They weren't going to kill him. Not on purpose, he thought. Which meant they had other plans. Chapter 22. Bring him to me. He's not ready. The president's wavy hair was starting to gray. A gift of the office, Shelby thought. He wished he had that problem. Where the leader of the free world's hair had decided to turn gray, his had decided to turn loose. Still, things could be worse. The man on the other end of the phone was privy to secrets held by very few. Just as the senator talking to him had a few of his own. "You said 4 weeks," the gravely southern drawl reminded him. "That's what I was told." The silence stretched between them as each waited for the other to fill the void. "Is there a complication?" the president broke first. Shelby gave a wry half-smile to the receiver he held in his hand. They were, after all, a couple of good old boys from a small state made good, and the most powerful man in the world didn't need to be reminded who put him in that spot. "Not a complication," the senator said. "I've got a schedule," the president reminded him. Meaning he didn't have time to dicker. One of the things Shelby liked about him. Direct and to the point on conversations that mattered. That boy's got a wild streak. He heard the president laugh. "He's from home, isn't he?" Shelby joined him for a moment. "We can't predict his actions," said Shelby. "We can't control him." "Set it up," said the president. "Same rules of engagement as last time." Shelby nodded into the phone. "You have an opening in that schedule, Mr. President." The chuckle came again. "Set it up," the voice on the other end of the phone answered. Shelby listened as the man hung up and waited a few minutes before dialing another number. "Carver," he said. "You've got your first assignment." Chapter 23. The room looked the same. Long table set on the far side, covered in a white tablecloth. A picnic basket sat in the center. There were 3 Secret Service agents in the room, 2 armed with pistols, the other behind him next to the door he just entered. As he stepped forward, red dots bounced across his chest from the pistols. They weren't taking any chances. He walked toward the 2 men at the table. Shelby Johnson sat with a satisfied smile on his face and motioned Brill to the empty chair opposite of him. The other man was the president. He smiled and warmth rolled off of him. It was part of his gift, part of why any person who met him fell in love. Charm, maybe. Brill had thought about the affect often. It was more than that. It was an ability to make anyone feel like they were the most important person in the room at that moment. "You look like you've had a rough time," the president said. He leaned up from the chair and reached for a sweating pitcher of brown liquid. "I had Melva make us up some favorites," he said, as he drizzled the liquid into a glass and pushed it across the table toward Brill. "Sweet tea." Brill took the glass and swallowed half down in 3 gulps. It was ambrosia, not too sweet, just a hint of bitterness. "Can you believe I have her put the sun tea jars out in the rose garden?" The president laughed as he took a sip of his own. "How is your training?" "Rough." The president nodded. "Necessary," said Shelby. Brill glanced at the senator. "What am I being trained to do?" he asked. "Besides survive." The 2 men across from him exchanged glances. "Why?" Brill asked. "Why what?" "Why there?" Brill asked as he studied the 2 men. "Why is it so important?" Shelby shot a look at the president and waited. There were bags under the other man's eyes, a sense of exhaustion that gave him a sleepy look. Brill thought they looked new. "Heavy is the head," he thought. "You know how many wars we've fought over oil?" the president rasped after a moment. Shelby held up his fingers and showed Brill a 0. "We've secured allies, funded their programs, and made concessions," the senator said. "But we don't engage in direct conflict." "But oil makes the world spin round," Shelby continued. "We're hungry for it, and our appetite is growing every year. So the CIA and the State Department look for ways to feed us from the outside. And we've got Interior looking inside to shore up our reserves." He pointed to the president. "But that man," he grinned, "that mind of his doesn't think about just today. Hell, I've been after him to start planning his re-election and succession, but he's got an eye on something else." "Lithium," said the president. "China is starting to grow, and we can't compete with them for oil. They have twice our land mass, and we're outnumbered 3 to 1. In 20 years, their economy will rival the U.S., and in 30 we're eclipsed. Your help with the minister in South Africa secured 2 of the world's largest lithium mines." "What is it?" "Batteries," said the president. "A lot goes into alternative energy, but our DoD boys think we need it, and I agree with them. Let the Chinese drill for oil. We'll use the sun and wind and water." "And oil," Shelby corrected. "The problem we keep running up against in a 30-year plan is the president is only in charge of it for 8. Brill tilted his head and gave Shelby a calculating look. The senator smiled back. "No term limits," said Brill. "And there won't be," Shelby nodded. "Not while I'm alive." "I don't see where I fit." "You think it's just this one plan? We're disrupting industries, we're fighting foreign governments. Hell, there's a new world order out there gunning to knock all our hard work to hell every damn day." "I'm just a soldier," Brill said. "No." He looked at the president. The man stood and reached across the table to pour more sweet iced tea from a sweating pitcher. Brill noted the Secret Service agents shift, hands closer to their weapons than they were a moment before. Ready in case he moved. "Your grandfather was a carpenter, right?" The president sat back down. Brill waited for him to settle back before he reached for his glass and nodded. "Smart man," the president said. "Bought 10 houses when the arsenal moved in, and moved them out to his land in the country so he could rent them and fund his retirement." Brill shifted his eyes from the president to the senator and back. He was planning for the future. The 2 men across from him nodded. "He worked for a group of other men who ran your city," said the president. "Did you know that?" Brill did. "The Nixons." "He was what they referred to as their go-to guy," said Shelby. "They had their fingers in a lot of pies, but if they needed woodwork done, plumbing, mechanical, hell, you name it, and they called your papa. He seemed like a man you could admire." "I did," said Brill. "I didn't know him," the president answered. "But he feels like the kind of man I would have admired as well." "That's a good turn of phrase," said Shelby. "A go-to man. The guy you go to when you want to get stuff done." His eyes drilled into Brill, studied him. "Is that your offer?" "Offer?" Shelby scoffed. "Son, we've been grooming you for this for years." "Rebels?" Brill growled, but the president held up a hand to forestall him. "That was unfortunate," he agreed. "A tragedy, and you got your revenge for it. But we've been watching you every moment since." Shelby leaned forward. "More than watching. Planning. Nudging. Building." "Building what?" "Our go-to guy." Brill crinkled his eyebrows and took another sip of tea to cover it. His eyes darted across the room, taking in the agents at the door and far wall, the two men across from him. "You built me?" he finally asked. "It's a strong word," said the president. "You can call it training if you like," the senator said. "But you had the grit we wanted to start with," the president added. "You're a killer," Shelby said. "When's the last time you lost a night of sleep over killing someone?" "I'm a soldier," Brill started to argue. "You were a soldier," the senator continued. "Now you're something more." "But what?" Brill wondered as he stared at the two men watching him. What exactly was he? Chapter 24. The car drove him to a diner. It looked old-fashioned and out of place among the towering skyscrapers, like someone had dropped it in the middle of the block and the buildings grew up around it. He could see Carver through one of the plate glass windows, sitting at a table furthest from the entrance. The driver didn't say anything as he pulled to the curb. Brill stepped out and the car drove off. The crowd bustled on the sidewalk, washing past him like a human river. He could disappear into it, he knew. By the time Carver made it outside, he could be around a corner and gone. If anyone was watching, they would have to shoot into the crowd to get him, so he felt safe. Relatively safe. And curious. A bell over the door tinged when he stepped through. A tired-looking waitress with limp hair and smudged lipstick gave him a wan smile. Her name tag said she was Alice. He nodded toward Carver and stepped past her to join the man at the booth. Carver had his back to the wall, a clear sight line to the door. The opposite seat offered zero protection. He couldn't put his back to a wall because it was window, and sitting straight on exposed him to the door and the rest of the patrons. Sitting side-on in the other direction kept him open to the kitchen and the two shadows he could see through the pass-through. He took a deep breath. This part was about trust. How much did he trust the man across from him not to have him killed? Brill slid into the seat and browsed the menu. "You look like a man without a care in the world," Carver smiled. White teeth glowed against his dark skin, and his cultured accent was melodious. "Hungry," said Brill. "Try the omelet." Alice came over, and he ordered coffee and an omelet. "You won't be disappointed," said Carver. He slipped a piece of paper on the vinyl tabletop and trapped it under long fingers. "You know," he said, "I have long admired places like this in America. The concept of breakfast where I grew up was anything that might be left over from the previous night." "I've had beans and rice for breakfast," said Brill. "Grubs. Snakes." Carver grinned harder. "Often, there was nothing from the night before either." "You didn't go for bush meat." The tall black man pulled a disgusted face as Alice returned with 2 plates and a coffee for Brill. "It does not have quite the same appeal as bacon." Carver carved off a piece of his omelet with his fork. "Not much does." They ate in satisfied silence for a few moments. Brill reached the last 2 bites, and Carver slid the piece of paper across the table. He picked it up and slipped it into his pocket, but not before spying a single male name scrawled in an elegant loop. "What did they do?" he asked in a low voice. "Does it matter?" Brill considered the question as he moved the plate to the end of the table and concentrated on his coffee. "I like killing bad guys." Carver scooted his platter to the edge and sat back. "I do not know if we have the option to choose." Brill shrugged. You think there is always a choice. Brill didn't answer, just sipped the black coffee. Alice came back with a refill for the both of them. Let's just say, he waited for her to leave. If I had a choice. Carver nodded and grinned, like that was the answer he was waiting to hear. Good, he said, and dropped a crisp green $20 bill on the table. This meal is on me. Your fist assignment. Find that man and keep him safe. Brill watched the large black man leave the diner. As he passed through the door, 2 more plain-looking patrons joined him and fell in line behind. He waited for them to disappear behind around the corner, and pulled the paper from his pocket. He read the name. Another cup, hun. Alice leaned over with the half-full pot of black ambrosia. Done for now, Brill got up. I've got work to do. More work by the author. The next adventure continues, in operative. Check below for your free book. Author's note. Welcome to the world of the shadow boxer. I've been living with this guy for years, and have about 20 adventures planned out or half written for him. You can see some of the completed ones listed right after this note, and if you join my mailing list, I'll send you an adventure for free. When I lived in Florida full-time, I spent a lot of time by myself. I had my daughter every other weekend, so I filled the void outside of work by running a lot and sitting by the pool to read. Even more. I read Randy Wainwright and Brad Thor, Vince Flynn and Steve Barry. And I've read Lee Child's Jack Reacher series more than once. If you've read them, you can see the influence in Brill Wingfield. I hope you enjoy this story, and stick with the shadow boxer. Let me know what you think at chrislowrybooks@gmail.com if you like. Cheers. Chris. Operative. Chapter 1. Who's the spook? Brill sat at the back of a small room, with 7 sailors seated in front of him. An 8th man, their lieutenant, stood beside a projection screen at the head of the room. None of the men turned around to look at him, though they all shot appraising looks as they entered in quiet order and took their seats. He's not a spook, said the lieutenant as he nodded at Brill. He's on loan to us from Homeland. Isn't Homeland a spook business? Shot back one of the men. He was the tallest in the group, with a buzzed haircut and piercing blue eyes. You want to explain? The lieutenant asked Brill. He shook his head no. His instructions were to say nothing and observe, and he planned to follow them to the letter. This was his first assignment after 9 months on the farm, a CIA training facility in the Virginia countryside. He had been flown down this morning in an F-16 to Naval Station Key West to task with the SEAL team that operated from there. Loose lips sink ships, am I right? One of the sailors turned to grin at him. He had dusky black skin and etched muscles. He held out a corded forearm. Washington, he kept grinning. Like the president. Brill considered the hand for a moment and leaned up to shake it. Pleasure, he disobeyed his orders. It was the first handshake he had taken in over a year. 9 months ago, he was picked up in South Africa and brought back to the United States. The man who met him when he was let off the plane in plastic zip ties and a hood was U.S. Senator Shelby Johnson, an old acquaintance from his home state. Shelby didn't shake hands. Instead, he ushered Brill to a private office for a meeting with the president, who conscripted Brill back into service for his country after absconding to South Africa. Technically, he wasn't attached to Homeland Security or any government agency. He worked for a private company called Barack, owned by Johnson, that contracted with the government. Brill wasn't supposed to know Shelby owned it, but the company, Barack, was named after a street in the hometown they shared. Let's zero in on the mission, the lieutenant called out. Our guest can share over chow. The sailors settled in and focused on their leader. Our target window is pretty tight, he started, and pulled up a map of Africa on the overhead projector. We're tasked with a smash and grab. CIA has intel that Abu Aish is in Nigeria working with Boko Haram. He clicked a button, and the projector advanced to a topography map of Nigeria. Abu Aish is under the protection of a platoon strength or more of Nigerian terrorists. They traced him to a town 120 clicks south of the border with Algeria, called Sokoto. We're doing a beach insert in the port of Lagos, and catching a ride north on a Red Cross plane. We will exfil in manner same. He glanced at his men. This is not an easy mission. Nigeria is Africa's most populous nation. It's got huge oil field reserves, and the leader of this group, Mohammed Youssef, is no joke. What does the name mean? You want to speak to this, the lieutenant said to Brill. Boko Haram means roughly Western fraud. These animals are strict followers of the Quran and preach violent overthrow of the Western-influenced government. How are they armed? Asked the tall blue-eyed man. Brill nicknamed him Sinatra in his head. They get arms from the old Soviet bloc, but don't be surprised if you see U.S. munitions and equipment. We arm a lot of the governments that keep getting overthrown by rebels who take the weapons and sell them. We're looking at AKs and Vietnam-era M16s mostly. The terrorists don't have access to planes or any air support, but they are masters at making do with RPGs and tank busters. You're our African expert? Asked Washington. Brill shrugged. I've spent a little time in country, he said, referring to the years he was with South African recce's and then contracting under a mercenary group. My purview is Angola, Sierra Leone, and other points, but the rebel groups operate pretty much the same way. Even Islamic terrorists? Again he shrugged. Africa has over 2,000 religions, so Islam, Christian, animist, Lion King, it doesn't really matter. These Boko Haram soldiers are going to be hopped up on stava or other drugs, so religion won't have as much sway as you think. What you will remember is a bullet from their gun will kill you no matter what you or they believe. Preach, Washington grinned. All right, let's get on with the particulars, said the lieutenant, as he pulled their attention back to the front of the room to lay out mission parameters. Chapter 2. Brill sat in the back of a C-130, crammed into a narrow jump seat, and tried to sleep. It was something the instructors drilled into him. First training with the South African Defense Forces, and reinforced on the farm, the CIA training facility in the rolling hills of Virginia. Sleep wouldn't come on this trip. Maybe he was too nervous. Though it wasn't his first foray into the field, and he was used to action in hot spots, maybe it was working for Barack for the first time and wanting to do well for Senator Shelby. They found him after his squad was killed in Angola, and he was working in South Africa for Mr. Van Housen, his old girlfriend's dad. Brill was caught up in a CIA sting, fronted by Barack Services, a private military contractor. They rendered him back to the U.S. when they discovered his identity, and Shelby scooped up the Special Forces recce soldier for additional training in covert ops and wet work. Brill knew what he was. A killer for hire. He studied the men in the cargo hold of the plane with him. Their features were harsh under the red glowing lamps in thin metal cages spread every few feet along the bulkhead wall. They were killers, soldiers like he had once been. They might have even called him a brother in arms, even though he worked and trained in an ally country as opposed to the beaches of San Diego and swamps of Florida. Now he was a freelance contractor. Technically, if they were caught, the sailors around him could be used as bargaining chips for terrorist groups or foreign governments in diplomatic conversations. If he was caught, nobody would know his name. So he didn't plan on getting caught. The sailors slept, despite the rumble and roar of the jet engines right outside of the thin metal shell. The plan was simple. They would land in the Azores and load into the back of a Chinook. It would ferry them offshore and drop them into the Atlantic. The squad would inflate IRB, inflatable rigid boats, to carry them through the busy shipping lanes where they would make the edge of the port, scuttle the boats, and swim to a pre-designated pier. After that, they would sneak through town to an airfield where a chartered plane under a Red Cross logo waited to carry them north. There were a lot of moving parts and multiple opportunities at Discovery. It would not be the way he planned an op, thought Brill, but since he was a guest on this foray, he kept his mouth shut. He preferred things to be more in control, but if the powers to be wanted to serve up some chaos, he'd chow down with gusto and ask for seconds. He also planned to learn as much as he could and apply it to future ops. His mentor, Simon, had drilled that into him as well. There were no failures, just opportunities to learn. The engine roar shifted as they began their descent, and the sailors around him stirred, instantly alert. He had to hand it to SEALs. They were some trained hard chargers. Hell, half of them might make good recce's, he grinned in the dim hold of the plane. Chapter 3. The plan went off without a hitch, until Washington slithered up the metal-rung ladder, bolted to the side of a pylon, and onto the black pier. The god of luck put a guard on the far side of the boards, hidden among a stack of boxes as he snuck a cigarette. The startled yelp made Washington fumble for the Glock 19 strapped to his leg. Brill was second on the ladder and saw the long seal making the draw. He yanked his cig from the holster and drilled a silence shot into the guard. A shadow detached from the land and quietly pounded down the rough-hewn boards toward their position. Brill turned and sent 2 shots into the man, and watched as the body pitched over onto the boards, leaking. He studied the surroundings as the rest of the SEAL team slithered up and took positions. Washington moved in a running crouch toward the fallen body. "Damn it," he grunted. "That was our fixer." Brill snorted. "You told Fixer your infill position?" "He had to meet us to move across town," Washington whispered back. Brill shook his head. It was common wisdom for operators in Africa to only trust a fixer you'd worked with twice or more. They were notoriously loyal to money, and could be bought off for several $100s or even a threat to their family if they had it. And you never told your fixer where you came in or out. The rule was to meet somewhere neutral and safe. This guy probably set the guard on the ladder so he could foil their entrance and split the reward. Good riddance as far as Brill was concerned. He couldn't share that with the team, though. Confidence was 99% of the mission, going in country with limited intelligence. Knowing they were betrayed from the get-go meant they might scrub the mission, and his orders were to get the job done no matter what. "We'll get across town," he told Washington. "Move your men off the pier and take a position behind that warehouse." He pointed to a dark structure that loomed near a rickety wooden fence. "I'll be back in 10 minutes." He stood up and marched off the dock like a guard. Washington made a quick grab for him but missed. The LT scooted up next to him. "Where the fuck is he going?" he said in a harsh whisper. "Told me to move our guys over to that warehouse and wait." The LT glanced down at the leaking body splayed on the concrete. "Is that our fixer?" Washington nodded. "Who the fuck is this guy?" the LT grunted almost too loud. He used finger motions to send the men forward, 2 by 2, to secure a spot next to the warehouse. He didn't know who Brill was, but he knew that once they got clear he would read him the riot act. This was his mission. "And I'll be damned if some spook wannabe is going to fuck it up," he muttered to himself, as he crouched in a run to hook up with his men in the shadow of the warehouse. Washington kicked the fixer's body over the side and listened to the splash before he followed. Chapter 4. A sandy beach insert would have been simpler, but access to the airport was taken into consideration. By using the port as an entry point, they cut out 45 minutes of ground time, which diminished the opportunity for discovery. 8 white men and 1 black man on a bus would not go unnoticed, even in the darkest hours of the night. Brill moved to the guard shack and peeked inside. A young man was sleeping with his legs propped up on the counter, mouth open in an impressive snore. He sneaked under the bar that blocked the road and went in search of transportation. The port of Lagos was one of the busiest in the region. Ships plowed through the waterways at all hours of the night, and a third shift worked on a pier 3 over from the dark one they ascended just a few moments before. Brill found a pickup truck next to one of the buildings. He planned to break the driver's side window, but tried the handle and it popped open. He slid inside and hot-wired the ignition just as he'd been taught in Virginia. The truck was not an ideal transport, but it would do. He would cram Washington in the cab with him, the black face prominent for anyone looking at them as they passed. He would instruct the others to lay in the back. They had a timetable to keep, and the airport wasn't so far that they couldn't use the cover of darkness to their advantage. Chapter 5. The pickup and the pickup transition went smoothly. Brill drove up next to the fence with his headlights off and eased to a stop with squealing brakes. The SEAL team cut the wire along the bottom of the fence and slid under. Washington climbed up front without being told, and the LT scowled at Brill and snarled. But he jumped in the truck bed and hunkered down with his men. Brill followed Washington's instructions to the airport. The CO read off directions taped to a plastic insert on his BDUs that led them to an unguarded back entrance. When Brill slowed to a stop, one of the men in back hopped out and forced open the gate with the same pair of bolt cutters he used back at the pier. Brill wheeled the truck to the side of a hangar, and they abandoned it to meet the small Otter twin engine with a Red Cross logo painted on each wing that waited for them. Chapter 6. When most people think of Africa, the first thing that comes to mind is jungle. Visions of Tarzan swinging vine to vine, lording it out over super-intelligent apes, who would one day rise up to take over the planet, was what most people considered when they thought about the Dark Continent. If they ever thought about it. Africa had vast resources and amazing people. Yet headline after headline in the Western world focused on the atrocities committed by a few maniacs. Africa spans several climate zones, from rugged rock-strewn coasts in the south to sprawling deserts in the north. Sokoto was on the edge of the desert. "Where are the monkeys?" Washington whispered. The SEAL team dug in on the edge of town and set up observation posts. They used shovels to scrape out depressions in the sand that threatened to fall in on top of them if they got too deep, and then lay under tan sand-covered tarps while the midday sun beat down on them. This far north, the only green things that grew were along the shallow, winding rivers. The desert marched south in a relentless progression that threatened to take over the entire continent one day. Brill had read that it advanced at the rate of 2 feet per year, and with global warming threats may move up to 4. No one alive today, or for the next 6 generations, would see it happen, but if the Sahara reached the equator, it was the end of mankind. It was hard to think in terms like that, especially faced with survival today. Brill had seen it when he returned to America, and in small villages flung across South Africa. The mentality was now, not the future, and forward thinking didn't go too far beyond setting up food, shelter, and survival for the next day. Maybe that was the human condition, he pondered as he sweated under a tarp next to Washington. The LT had started to berate him as soon as they disembarked from the plane, but Brill just stared at the man until he shut up. Washington had watched it happen, and wondered if maybe the spook was going to kill his LT, which would cause all sorts of problems for his team, not the least of which was they would have to kill Brill. Or try. One look at his eyes made him wonder if the man didn't already have a plan to kill them all. A Marine told him that once. Have a handshake, a smile, and a plan to kill everyone in the room. He grinned, but it was sick gallows humor. Brill was no Marine, of that he was sure. But he did have military training, following the sync of the unit. He was something more, though, and Washington shuddered for a moment. The memory of the man's dead shark eyes watching the LT, as he tried to yell in a whisper. Washington dragged him away with an info request on how to deploy the unit for observation, and heading off any potential disasters. LT assigned the spookman to his hole, just to get even. "What do you see?" Brill asked from next to him. "I don't see a platoon of Nigerians," Washington whispered, as he peered through the lens of a pair of binoculars. "Midday," said Brill. "I haven't gone up against Islamists before, but don't they pray?" "Mission brief says they do." Washington took a sip of water from his camel backpack. "I haven't seen many pray, though. Fornicate small boys and goats, lie, cheat, drink, kidnap girls into slavery, sure, but pray. Been here before. Not this sandbox, but one just like it. I wish there was a way to tell a good Muslim from an Islamist." Washington blew out his breath. "One of the guys in my old unit was a Muslim. Best guy the first knew. Fucking Islamist blew him up in Afghanistan. Guy was dressed like a goat herder, had a wife and 2 kids with him when he detonated the bomb. How do you fight that shit?" It was a question Brill couldn't answer, and the CO didn't expect one. When the enemy dressed like civilians and hid among civilians, it made traditional warfare outmoded. Which is where Brill and guys like him came in. He wasn't part of the military command structure and could operate outside the boundaries of the Geneva Convention. His only role was to capture or to kill, with very little deviation from that mission. Even here, as the SEALs were tasked to capture an Islamic fundamentalist for interrogation, Brill's job was to go a little bit further inland and eliminate a scientist. No questions, no intelligence, just a simple kill order. Something he was good at. Chapter 7. Dusk moved quickly in from the east. The sky shifted from pink to purple to black with a swiftness that took a little getting used to. There were no city lights to fight back the night sky, and the Milky Way stretched across the horizon in an explosion of 1,000,000 stars. Brill took a moment to appreciate it. Most of his time had been under a jungle canopy, with the stars blotted out by plant life or clouds or mist. The desert air was clear of all obstruction, except for dust particles that made the sunset a riot of colors to put a rainbow to shame, and now a sky full of stars that must have looked much the same 1,000 years ago when nomads wandered the sands. The LT called the squad together and outlined the plan. Their day of observation had yielded little more than a sleepy village with no sign of militia or military. They were going to go in at 3 a.m., that time of morning when the body is designed to hit REM. Abu Aish was reported to be in the university in the city. Even though the men had pictured brick walls and lush grounds, their experience was based on American and European universities. In Sokoto, it was 2 buildings, single-story structures behind a wrought iron decorative fence. The grounds were sand-covered dirt, with sand-covered paths that led from a central courtyard. One of the buildings was a dormitory, one was full of classrooms. There was a light on in the classroom building, and IR indicated 3 bodies in prone positions in the room. Sleeping men and their heat signatures. The plan was to move in quick, grab the 3, and extradite them to a secure location to await pickup from the Red Cross plane. Brill listened as the plan was laid out. He knew, just as these men did, that no plan survived contact with the enemy. The LT was well trained, though, and spent time going over contingencies with his men. "What's the spook's role?" asked one of them. The LT turned to ask Brill what he was going to do while they grabbed the terrorist, but he was gone. Chapter 8. Slipping away from the SEALs in the dark wasn't easy. If they pointed their IR goggles in his direction, they would see him jogging away at a steady 7-minute mile. He could keep up the pace for 2 hours or so, plenty of time for him to reach his intended target. He didn't know what it was about Islamists, but they liked to hide out in universities. Abu Aish used the students as cover, perhaps, or maybe he was looking for idealistic educated youth to convert to his cause. No matter the reason, while the SEAL team was taking him down at one location, Brill planned to be at a second university 15 miles north. Your target is a Nigerian scientist, he was told. The man is giving chemicals and biologicals to terrorists. They gave him the name, description, apartment number on campus, and routine. He memorized it all, so if he was caught, he wouldn't have intelligence on him. He didn't plan on getting caught. He settled into the run, the steady pace crunching into the sand as he knocked out the miles under the desert night. He wouldn't have made it in the daytime. He was used to heat training. 3 or 4 sauna sessions per week helped not only with recovery, but with some physiological benefits he couldn't explain. Something to do with increased blood plasma density, which helped with recovery and oxygen delivery during exertion. Maybe he'd ask the scientist about it before he killed him. He grimaced a wolfish grin as he ran. Brill had no illusions about who he was. He was a killer. Ever since he was kidnapped in Africa and lost the love of his young life, he felt like a dead man walking, a ghost. Ghosts had nothing to fear, not even death, and so he delivered it with great efficiency. He found his way into the South African Defense Force and became a recce until his platoon was ambushed. It was sheer luck that saved his life, though he was counted among the dead. He walked out of the jungle and into a band of vagabond surfers, living the dirtbag life out of their vans, chasing waves and drinking beer. He spent months with them, learning to surf and meditate, adding yoga to his fitness mix and expanding his running resume. He also did some investigation into his platoon and connections that wanted to keep something in the jungle secret. He was on the verge of discovering who orchestrated the ambush when he was rendered back to America to work for Barack and Senator Shelby Johnson, who wanted to develop his special skill set as a weapon to be deployed against enemies, foreign and domestic, both corporate and government. If his scientist was supplying terrorists with biologicals and chemical weapons, why weren't the SEALs tasked with stopping him, Brill wondered. The 15 miles disappeared under his feet, and he came to the edge of another small village. It was windswept and sand-blown, brown buildings baked to a dull sand-colored tone from years under the desert sun. Brill didn't need to dig in and observe. The scientist lived on the 3rd floor of an apartment building in the middle of a jam-packed residential street. There was no crowd now, but it seemed that all the residents lived in 3-story structures jammed side by side overlooking the narrow byway. As Brill moved along the street, he saw why. There was a well in the middle of a courtyard between 2 buildings, probably the only source of water for miles around. He walked up to the well and filled the bladder in his backpack, dropped in 2 iodine tablets to kill off most of the parasites. He would be going back under the morning sun, which would increase his sweat rate. Already he could tell he was getting low, so he sucked down the bladder full of water and refilled it again. Dehydration was one of those things most people didn't talk about, but marketers in America had everyone convinced it was epidemic. 99% of the people were never going to have a problem, but Brill learned that the jungle sucked the moisture right out of you. The desert was worse, even at night. The brain was surrounded by a sack of fluid, which shrank when the body was low on water. It could impact thinking and critical motor skills at the wrong moment. Better to keep hydrated when he had the chance. The scientist was on the 3rd floor of the middle building. It was a secure location, and it made getting to him difficult. Not impossible, but Brill liked to play the odds, which were never in his favor. In a street this crowded, the odds were against him that he would run into someone. In a crowded building, the apartment would have residents on either side, and even though advance intel told him the scientist lived alone, Brill knew that it was 50-50 he had someone in the studio with him. The odds were always 50-50. Either he would run across someone on his way up, or he wouldn't. Either the neighbors would be fighting insomnia and hear him work, or they wouldn't. Either scientist was by himself, or he was with someone. It was always a coin toss, and every coin toss, no matter how many times you flipped it, had an equal chance of coming up head or tails. Since he knew the odds, he marched over to the building with the same confidence he displayed on the pier. No one hardly ever bothered a confident man. They just assumed he knew what he was doing. The door to the stairwell was locked with a simple latch. He flicked open a 6-inch lock blade and shimmied the bar open. The door hinges squeaked as he slid it in. Brill pulled the silenced pistol he carried from the pouch at his back and took to the stairs. He used the edge of the wood to minimize creaking, but the age, the dry wood, and rusty nails conspired against him. He didn't want to sound like a man sneaking up the stairs, so instead, he trudged in his best imitation of someone coming home after a long, hard day. Not too noisy, but not overtly trying to hide the noise either. He hit the 50% chance of no one in the stairwell and no one on the third-floor landing. So far, so good. The apartment was the door in the middle. He could knock, but that would attract too much attention. Brill studied the doorknob. It was a simple brass knob with a skeleton key lock. He gripped the knob in one hand and lifted gently, sliding the lock blade between the frame and door, then sawing down softly. He felt the blade catch on the latch and maneuvered it in slowly, shoving it into the door. If the scientist used a deadbolt or chain, he would have to think of something else. But the simple door lock was all he used. He passed part of the neighbor odds and said a silent wish to the universe that the man was alone. He was. He slept on a small twin mattress in the corner, an oscillating fan blowing warm air over his naked body. He was thin and soft-looking with a scraggly beard and graying hair. The man didn't look like much of a threat, except between the ears where it mattered. He was a chemist par excellence, with dual doctorates in chemistry and biology. A potent combination. If the guy wasn't an Islamic terrorist, he could have put his big brain to work solving everyday problems that faced his people. The hunger and fear of food shortages could be solved with the creation of drought-resistant crops. The safety everyone desired for their family and loved ones could be introduced through better living conditions. Brill knew that most advances in civilization came at the behest of a corporate entity working on increasing profit, so the common good wasn't always at the forefront of every development. Still, Arab history was peppered with genius, lost to fanaticism and fear across the ages, as 1,000 years of misguided shamans and imams led a righteous people backwards in time. They weren't progressing, except in areas of how to kill Western influences and subjugate the masses. Brill raised the pistol and settled it just above the bridge of his nose. In World War II, America and Russia stole German scientists working on the atom bomb and secreted them away to warrens and dens in hinterlands of the country to continue their work. In the War on Terror, scientists were shot on sight, any potential good they could do for their world far outweighed by the horror they could inflict. He pulled the trigger and spread the man's potential across the flat pillowcase. Brill turned and faced the door to wait out the odds on the neighbors. No one came. He gathered up some paper material spread out on the desk and stuffed it in his pack. Analysts back at Barak could look over it to determine if it was viable intelligence. He stopped with one piece of paper. It was an invoice from Barak, payment to the man dead in the bed. Brill tilted his head in confusion. Why had Shelby sent him after a scientist on the Barak payroll? Had the man gone rogue? What was he doing out here? A motor engine cut through the quiet of the village and set his hair on end. It was out of place and ripped apart the silence. No time to wonder. He shoved all the paper in his pack and took the stairs down 3 at a time. Chapter 9. Luck. It's one of those things that everyone says is what happens when preparation meets opportunity. Brill thought maybe the Scottish had a better angle on it. Luck was something mystical, and energy in the universe that gave some folks an edge over others. The converse could be true as well. Brill was lucky. At the bottom of the stairs, he slipped in the sand and spilled across the floor in a sliding heap. As he fell, bullets peppered the doorway and shattered the wooden stairs where he had been just a microsecond before. He covered his head and rolled behind the wall. Bullets shattered the wood and sprayed him with splinters. He pulled an extra magazine from his pouch and got ready. Who was shooting? Why? Those questions rolled through his mind as he searched for a way to peek outside. He had no idea how many there were or where they were situated. They were using AK-47s. That much he could tell from the distinct sound it made when firing at him. AKs were ubiquitous on the continent, practically a prize for every boy that turned 13. No answers there. Still, he just killed a terrorist scientist, so he could assume they had some sort of alarm on his door. Even though he hadn't seen one. Footsteps pounded on the walk outside. He heard the chatter of their voices, Arabic with a heavy African dialect. They kicked in the front door, and 3 men stormed the stairs, never bothering to clear the small foyer. Brill lifted his pistol and sent 3 shots into the back of their heads. The bodies pitched forward and slid down the stairs, leaving smears of blood and brains in a path. One of the legs of the lowest man twitched in a dead man's dance. Screams erupted from outside, followed by more bullets. They avoided the bodies of their fallen comrades, so the shots went high. Brill cowered on the floor and wondered how fast he could roll across and grab a rifle. Would the men outside react in time? The door was hanging by one hinge, giving him a limited view outside. 6 men gathered around a pickup truck, a Nissan 4-wheel drive, which was one of the most common vehicles in Africa. There was a mount for a .50 calories in the bed, but it was empty. The men were arrayed in a random pattern from the tailgate to the hood of the truck, each of their rifles trained on the door and spitting bullets into the dark opening. Lights were coming on in some of the apartments, though smart residents were staying dark until the shooting stopped. Smart, thought Brill. He took careful aim through the crack in the door, moving his pistol from the head of one man to the next in sight. He couldn't get all 6, not from this angle, but 2 were sure to fall. Brill popped them both. 1 minute they were standing, the next it was like someone cutting the strings on a puppet, and they dropped. The others noticed and stopped shooting, screaming obscenities instead. Brill rolled across the floor, yanked a rifle, and rolled back. A line of bullets stitched the ground next to the dead body. He checked the magazine, half full. He had never been a fan of spray and pray, but with 4 men left, and maybe more on the way, he needed to escape. He stuck the barrel around the corner and squeezed off 3 round bursts in 3 blasts with one hand. He leaned around the corner and shot the other 4 men as they scrambled for cover. The last one squirmed in the dirt, crying and squealing, his ripped abdomen spilling into the sand. Brill checked the street in both directions. No one there yet. He grabbed a second rifle from one of the dead bodies on the stairs and ran outside. 2 of the men were still breathing, the gut-shot crier, and another who was gasping with a sucking chest wound. Brill put him out of misery with a rifle shot to the head, then flipped over the gut-shot man. "Speak English," he growled in Afrikaans. The man mewled. He was worthless, concerned only with his own agony now. Brill ended his suffering. He grabbed 2 more rifles and magazines off the dead bodies and left them where they fell. It was going to be a story for authorities to piece together, but so far no witnesses had popped out to the street. He was sure they were watching him though, so as he jumped into the cab of the pickup truck, he grabbed a scarf and wrapped it around his head. Let anyone watching tell a story about Boko Haram shooting a scientist and then fighting it out among themselves. He cranked the truck. It wouldn't start. He pumped the gas and tried again, and this time it turned over. Brill dropped it in reverse and backed out of the village as fast as he could manage. When he reached the end of the street, he swung around in a giant cloud of dust and raced the 15 miles back toward the SEAL team. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew there was no alarm. That team had been on him too fast, and they were too ready to kill him. Someone had talked, and when he found them, they were never going to speak again. Chapter 10. Washington knew they were screwed. The cluster they had walked into turned sideways the moment they stepped onto campus. 3 a.m. was when most people were supposed to sleep, and SEALs were damn good at sneaking. So were young couples in love. Sinatra was focused on the building and tripped over the young couple sleeping on a blanket wrapped in each other's arms. Their cries of alarm woke up the dorm rooms, but instead of disgorging students, armed militants streamed out. They had a choice: firefight with superior numbers, or retreat with the mission incomplete. The LT called retreat, and the team moved back under the cover of darkness. But Abu Aish was no fool. He had a backup squad with instructions to seal off the university, and the SEALs ran right into a bottleneck trap. Aish piled on the men surrounding them, until the team was in an untenable position. Outgunned, outmanned, and on lower ground. "Hold your fire," LT commanded. Washington had seen this scene in a movie once. A SEAL team sneaked through the sewers and came up in a prison basement, but set off tremor sensors that alerted the bad guys they were coming. When the last SEAL popped up into the basement, they were faced against a superior force with overwhelming firepower shooting down from high ground. A classic no-win, get-killed situation. "Surrender," Aish called out to them. His voice was light and effeminate, a harsh contrast to the demented terrorist he was. "LT," Washington grunted. The team glanced around, weapons drawn, ready to face down and die if called for. There would be nothing gained for it, except the deaths of good men. They would be tortured, but when they missed extraction, the U.S. would send in para-rescuers or negotiate for their release. The LT weighed their options. He wasn't sure if the team could take out enough terrorists for their loss to hold meaning. The bullet slammed into his Kevlar and knocked him backwards. He could hear 6 more shots follow as he struggled to catch his breath, struggled to reach his weapon and return fire. A boot slammed on his hand and crushed the bones. He screamed and lunged at the terrorist standing on his fingers. The man slammed a rifle butt into his head, and the LT blacked out. Chapter 11. Radio silence is nerve-wrenching and painful. Brill wanted to reach out to the SEAL team to get a situation report, but didn't for 2 reasons. 1. Orders were to keep quiet to avoid detection from electronic monitoring. The presence of the terrorist kill team waiting for him outside of Fazzy's house told him the mission had been compromised, or at least parts of the mission. 2. His radio had been shot in the firefight. A piece of metal or plastic from the shattered casing was embedded under his skin and causing him great pain. He ignored it, but he couldn't ignore the blood leaking down his leg. He ripped off a sleeve and made an impromptu wrap. It didn't feel like the shrapnel nicked anything vital, just a nice long tear wound. He cinched it as tight as he could with one hand and vowed to ask Washington for some quick clot and gauze once he hooked up with the team. The Nissan bounced across the rutted dirt path, carved out of the sand that passed for a road in these parts. He was used to it. A ride on a jungle path was usually an adventure in not breaking down, which the trucks always inevitably did. He hoped it wasn't the same for this stolen pickup. It carried him back towards Sokoto, and he paused on the edge of town. He couldn't see past the buildings, but something was up in the middle. A cloud of dust swirled up into the air before being whisked away and dispersed on the whistling wind. His eyes narrowed. The activity was near the university building, if he recalled his maps correctly. That's where the SEALs were supposed to make their capture. He expected to find them on the other side of town, but needed to investigate first. If the dust was trouble, they might need his help. He pulled the truck beside a building and killed the engine. There was a scarf on the seat, and he wrapped it around his head and shoulders. He still looked out of place in black BDUs, but the checkerboard headdress and assault rifle might dissuade second looks. He jumped out of the truck and jogged through the streets toward the university. He kept to the edge of the buildings, staying in shadows where he could. The small village was quiet, except as he drew closer to the dust cloud. Ahead, he could hear the murmur of a crowd. He sneaked to the edge of a building and peeked around. A group of AK-47-toting terrorists surrounded 6 of the SEALs. The Islamists had their faces hidden behind black scarves, waving their weapons, slamming them into the men. Each time one of the sailors pitched face first on the ground, the other terrorists would jump in and pound him with kicks, rifle butts, yelling and spitting. There were 15 of them. Brill could make out Washington, being the only black face in fatigues, and maybe the tall one was Sinatra. They were missing one man. Brill couldn't see the LT. That meant 2 things. Either he was dead, or being interrogated. He checked the clip in his rifle, and pulled a spare out of the pouch and prepared it for quick insertion. The reason the AK-47 is so ubiquitous in third world countries was because it was so simple to use and practically indestructible. But they still jammed. Brill didn't have time to disassemble and clean the weapon, so he checked the action and sent up a silent prayer to the gods of war that the previous owner had at least kept it out of the mud. One of the Islamists raised his gun and shot a SEAL in the thigh. The man screamed in pain, then rage. The terrorists laughed and shot the man next to him in the other leg. Brill raised the rifle and flicked the selector to semi-auto. He'd rather be using his pistol up close, but from this range it was hard to miss. He didn't. The terrorist shifted his rifle toward the next SEAL and dropped to the ground. A second glanced over at him and made a questioning noise. A hole opened up in his forehead, and he pitched over backwards. The crowd noticed something was wrong, and the murmurs took on a new pitch, higher, more fervent. Brill moved the sights along the group and aimed for headshots. He couldn't risk center mass because they might fire into the SEALs and ruin his rescue operation. He dropped 3 more before they began returning fire. Bullets jackhammered into the wall above his head. He dropped to one knee, sighted around the corner, and sent 2 more to their death. The SEALs went horizontal to give him a clean field of fire. Damn, their training was good, he thought. Too bad he couldn't say the same for the crowd. They scattered like sheep, screaming and shouting as they tried to escape, but hysteria made them move in concert, shoving and pushing the weaker out of the way. They also blocked the field so Brill couldn't just lay down a line of fire. He needed to make something happen, and fast. One of the Islamists would start grabbing hostages, either villagers or a SEAL, and he didn't want that to happen. It did. 2 of them grabbed Washington and cowered behind him as they stumbled toward a building on the far side of the university courtyard. Brill couldn't get a clear shot, not without exposing himself around the corner, and the remaining 8 were emptying their rifles into the wall he hid behind. Until they ran dry. Rule number 1 of a firefight. Always have more bullets than your enemy. Brill listened as the fire rate trickled to dry clicks. An AK can empty a clip at full auto in 4 seconds. Brill still had 16 bullets plus the magazine in his pocket. There were only 8 terrorists in the courtyard, plus the 2 almost behind Washington. He leaned around the corner and sent a bullet into the 8 as fast as he could pull the trigger. Washington dragged his feet, making it hard for the men to haul him backwards. They dropped him and ran for the corner. Brill put a bullet in each of their backs. He rounded the corner and pushed past the last of the fleeing crowd. The 2 wannabe kidnappers were scrabbling in the dirt for their weapons. He took careful aim at the back of their heads, and then they didn't move at all. Brill slung the rifle and gave Washington a hand up. He pulled the lock blade out and cut the twine binding his wrists. "We've got to move." Chapter 12. "Where's your LT?" he asked. Washington turned Sinatra over and checked him for wounds. The terrorists had shot into his Kevlar and left him with broken ribs and wheezing. He listened to his breathing, but the lung didn't make a sucking sound which indicated a punctured lung. Still, it was going to hurt to move him, and there was still the chance one of the ribs could penetrate the delicate tissue. They took him, Washington said to Brill. Aish and 3 others took a truck in that direction. He pointed to the west. How long? An hour. Maybe 2. It was tough to keep time. All of the men were battered and beaten. If they were captured during the raid, that meant they were tortured for 4 hours. They were still good for a fight, but not for a rescue mission. Who takes command? Brill asked. I will follow orders, Washington huffed under the weight of Sinatra. In the absence of orders, I will assume leadership until such a time as the mission is complete, or I am relieved of command by a superior officer. Goddamn, he loved SEALs. They were just like recce's. Get these men to the airfield. I left a truck 4 blocks over there by the edge of the city, Brill ordered. I'm going to get the lieutenant. How long should we wait? Until I get there. I mean, what if you don't come back, man? I'm coming back. Don't leave without us. Washington gave him the once-over. At least let me come with you. Your squad is down by half, said Brill as he checked the load in his magazine. You have wounded to tend, and a hostile force around our position. You're 1 man, going into the shit by yourself. I am the shit, Brill gave him a half-smile. Yeah, Washington grinned back. You're full of it, at least. He held out a hand. After a moment, Brill gripped it and shook. Give me an hour, 90 minutes. I'll bring your lieutenant back. We'll be waiting. Chapter 13. They went that away is a pretty fair description when there's a posse chasing after the bad guys. But general directions weren't so great when 1 man was searching for another in the desert. Still, Brill kept his head as he ran in the direction Washington had indicated. The hard-packed roads were windswept almost nightly by the constant wind out of the desert, not only spreading sand across the clay, but also erasing all tire marks or hoof prints from the previous day's transportation. The road was bare. No tracks, no traces of movement in the sand drifts, just the ever-present encroachment of this attempt at civilization on the edge of wild spaces. Brill circled back toward the village and watched the buildings. The structures on this side of town were mostly houses, small adobe constructions that looked like they could have been lifted from the Middle Ages and baked under the burning sun. Aish and his men may have carried the LT into one of them for a more thorough interrogation, or to hold for ransom in exchange for releasing terrorist prisoners. But Brill doubted it. Not the reason for the kidnapping and separation. No, they would try to use the LT as a bargaining chip, just as they probably planned to televise the beheadings of half the SEAL team. He doubted they would take their prisoner into a home. A building on the corner of one street looked like a warehouse. Playing the odds again, it was 50-50 the LT was sequestered there. But the building felt right. It was away from the homes by the space of a house or 2, set off by itself. People would hear the screams from torture, but it could be easy enough to ignore, softened by the wind. Brill skulked toward it in the shadows of other buildings. He didn't have much time. Someone might have reported the rescue of the team to Aish, or he may have heard the bullets. If he was a vengeful man, the LT might not have much time. And Brill knew most Islamists were very vengeful, even if they were miseducated, misinformed, and generally bad people. And he hated bad men. He reached the side of the building and leaned against the wall to catch his breath. He could hear them inside. Men shouting, yelling in Arabic. The sounds of fists hitting a body hard. He felt a tightening in his stomach. Torture brought it out in him. He could feel memories of the time he was kidnapped and tortured by Angolan rebels well up at the back of his mind, and fought them down. He did a quick set of box breaths, 3 count in, hold for 3, 3 count out, hold for 3. He only needed to do it twice, and the training kicked back in. The Zen state constant meditation had produced gave him a sense of clarity. There was a man behind that wall who needed his help. There were an unknown number of enemy, as few as 4 or as high as a platoon surrounding that man. Brill had a job to do. Kill them all and save the man. He checked the load in his clip, slipped the final full magazine from his pouch to have it close at hand in the pocket, and unstrapped his pistol. Chapter 14. There was a saying he had been taught by Simon during his short time with executive options in South Africa. The mercenary mentor drilled into his young protege the words that repeated through his mind like a mantra. Move fast. Strike first. Strike hard. He knew it worked because he had used the philosophy so effectively in the past. Maybe it was a maxim from the past. A gunfighter who keeps his head in a gunfight when the world around him is going to hell is the one who walks away. He moved toward the door. It made sense. Most people aren't exposed to bullets and loud explosions. That's why recce training and other SOGs around the globe used it so extensively. Fire at people repeatedly until it becomes second nature, and they learn to control the response mechanism that dumped adrenaline in the system. Breathing helped. It's always good to breath. He twisted the doorknob slowly. It was unlocked. Brill lifted the rifle to his shoulder, raised a boot, and eased the door open with his toe. Hey! Someone screamed in Arabic. Brill marched in and began shooting. He dropped 2 of the men before the other 2 recovered and began returning fire. Their first shots went wild, stitching a pattern on the wall behind him. Brill shot the one on the far left and swung right to hit the second. Too late. The man smiled as he pulled the trigger, and Brill saw the flash of muzzle fire arc out, and a bullet slammed into his shoulder. He fell back against the wall as the terrorist zeroed in on his head. The LT kicked Aish in the knee and bent it backwards with a loud snap. Aish screamed in pain and struggled to turn his rifle on the seal. Brill yanked out his pistol and shot him. We were supposed to take him alive, the LT gasped as he crawled across the floor on his hands and knees. You're welcome, said Brill. The LT cradled his right hand against his waist, but worked with his left. He dug a quick clot package out of a leg pouch and sprinkled the powder on Brill's leaking shoulder. Through and through, Brill grimaced. LT nodded and slapped a bandage on the front and back. He'd still need a medic, but at least he wouldn't bleed out. Brill examined the LT. His hand was mangled, his face a mishmash of bruises and open cuts, but he was breathing. Did they shoot you? Any wounds? He grunted. Beat the shit out of me, LT grunted back. Looks like we're both live. How are my men? Alive when I left. They pulled back to the airstrip to hold our LZ. Then let's get moving, the LT tried to get up. It didn't work as well as he hoped. Blood loss and being beat left him dizzy. Brill helped him up, but mostly because he needed the assistance too. The 2 grabbed weapons off the fallen terrorists. Search his pockets, LT ordered. Take what we can. Brill frisked the dead bodies and recovered a few scraps of paper. They didn't look like much, but there were 2 cell phones in his pockets that he grabbed as well. Maybe they could pull intel from them. Ready. Brill glanced at the LT. What's the plan? Running out of the question. I can shuffle, LT offered. Then we grab a car. I don't see a rental company out here, the SEAL smirked. Find a way or make one Hannibal, Brill shot back. He checked the exit, searching the perimeter, and the 2 wounded men shuffled down the street shoulder to shoulder. Chapter 15. There wasn't a stolen pickup truck resting in the shade next to this building, but there was a rusty Peugeot that looked like it was held together with baling wire and prayers. Brill set the LT against the hood and growled as he leaned under the dash to hotwire it. Hot white pain lanced through his shoulder. He used the lock blade on his knife to pop open the steering column and strip the wires, then crossed the starter with the ignition and yelped. Sparks arced out on his fingertips, and the engine rumbled to life with the muffler popping. He pulled himself into the driver's seat, while LT hobbled over to the passenger door and fell in beside him. "Buckle up," said Brill, and slipped it into gear. The ancient crate took a moment to decide if it was going to roll, but eventually it did. Brill jammed the accelerator to the floor to get it up to 20 miles per hour. "I don't know what we'll find at the airport," Brill yelled over the wind coming through the windows. "If they ambushed you, then they may know that's the only way in and out." "We weren't ambushed," shouted the LT. "Stupid Murphy and his damn law." Brill nodded. He had some experience with that particular rule. "We tripped over a pair of lovers in the garden, and they gave us away." Brill stiffened in his seat. "Weapons hot," he called out. The LT glanced ahead. Someone, terrorists they assumed, had parked 2 trucks across the road to form a roadblock. Brill was very familiar with this tactic. It was a common enough strategy down in the jungle. Rebels put up impromptu toll booths to rob and steal from anyone using the road. They could move with impunity and operated pretty much everywhere. These did not look like rebels. As they drew closer, the visual became clear. Checkerboard headscarves meant Boko Haram. "Can we bust through?" LT asked. "In this?" Brill chuckled. "I'm open for a plan." The LT watched through the windshield. "How accurate are you, Lefty?" "I can shoot," he sulked. "Take the wheel." Brill lifted up his stolen AK and set 2 magazines in his lap. He reached for the LT's weapon. The man slid it back and held tighter. "I said I can shoot." Brill nodded. The man set the rifle in his lap and grabbed the wheel. "Pedal to the metal," the LT ordered. "No other way," Brill answered. He settled the rifle out of the open driver's window and employed a technique he hated. Spray and pray. He stitched a line of bullets across the 2 trucks blocking the road and the men cowering behind them. He emptied 1 magazine, changed it out, and emptied the next. The LT steered with his uninjured left hand and somehow managed to wrest his rifle out of the passenger window to add to their firepower. Brill marveled at the training, because it must have been excruciating to slip his broken, mangled fingers through the guard and pull the trigger. The terrorists returned fire. They could hear bullets ping off the engine block, and a cloud of steam and smoke poured out of the hood. "Go right," Brill screamed. The LT yanked the wheel right. They sailed past the roadblock in a sliding screech of sand and bullets. Brill lifted his pistol and used its more accurate sights to winnow down the enemy by 3. Then they were through. The remaining terrorists fired into the back of the car. The LT yelped. "This is going to come back to bite me in the ass." "That's a bullet," said Brill. "They call it a $1 million wound." "I know what they call the damn thing," LT snapped. "We're leaving a trail of dead bodies that's going to create a stink to high heaven. Would you rather they kill us? We were supposed to be in and out unnoticed. How are we gonna exfil now?" Brill watched the road ahead as they raced down the dusty desert road. With a terrorist army on their ass, he was wondering the same thing. Chapter 16. The terrorists didn't catch up with them. Murph may play fast and loose with the rules, but he had no favorites. Maybe they did some damage to the trucks at the roadblock. Maybe they took out a key leader, and in the absence of orders, the remaining Islamists snuck away to blow themselves up another day. Brill couldn't be sure. All he knew was they reached the airstrip, and the rest of the team was there at the stolen truck. He puttered up next to it at a blistering 5 miles an hour. The engine gave a groan, a shudder, and what sounded sadly like a scream of hissing steam before it finally died. "Good boy," Brill patted the wheel. LT fell out of the passenger door and splashed blood across the sand-covered tarmac. Washington ran over and slapped him on the ass with a bandage, then helped him hobble toward the plane. The Red Cross worker stood on the steps and watched the team limp closer. He smiled, his eyes hidden behind mirror aviator sunglasses. "Looks like you got into a little fight," he called to them in an African-tinged accent. He pulled his hands from inside the door and pointed pistols at the wounded men. Brill drew and fired. A bullet ripped through the pilot's smile and pitched him down the steps. "Boko Haram," he said to the questioning looks from the SEALs. Washington leaned the LT against one of the other wounded men and clambered up the steps. A second later, he stuck his head out of the door. "The pilot's dead," he said. "Can any of you guys fly?" "We hitch rides," said Washington. "He was our only way out of here." "Not our only way," said Brill. "Are you a pilot?" "Not quite," Brill said. "Get everyone on board." "What the hell are you thinking?" Brill pointed to a dust cloud rapidly bouncing toward the airstrip from the direction of the village. "The terrorists found a leader." "I'm thinking we have company." The unwounded SEALs lifted their comrades and shuffled them into the waiting belly of the CJ plane. Brill climbed the stairs and flipped the pilot over to search his pockets. "What are you looking for?" screamed Lieutenant. "Key," Brill shouted back. "The fucking plane doesn't need keys." Brill shrugged and ran into the plane. "Close the door," he said to Washington and tripped into the cockpit. "I thought you said you could fly." "I didn't say anything." Brill studied the controls. It was a jumble of dials and gauges on a console in front of a yoke. He pressed the two pedals on the floor and listened to the clink of something near the back. "Find the start button," he said. "We're going to die." The lieutenant slid into the co-pilot's seat. He reached forward and jammed a button. The left engine roared to life. Brill jammed another button, and the right engine followed it. "Look for brakes," said Brill. He thrust the throttle forward, and the plane groaned. The LT jammed a second set of buttons, and the plane lurched forward. Brill used the pedals to turn it around, and the plane slowly rumbled toward the runway. "Speed," said the lieutenant. Brill shoved the throttle forward again. "More speed," said the lieutenant. He pushed back in his seat, trying to will the plane off the ground. "Buckle up," Brill yelled. Bullets pinged off the fuselage. "Speed," screamed the lieutenant. Brill jammed the throttle all the way down and yanked back on the yoke. The asphalt raced beneath the window as the end of the runway loomed. The plane shuddered once, shuddered twice, and lifted off the ground. It soared over the barrier, blocking the end of the runway, and straight toward buildings. "Speed," the lieutenant shouted again. Brill yanked up on the yoke, pulling it all the way to his stomach. The plane nose lifted almost straight up as it fought for altitude. Brill remembered that too high too fast could cause a stall, so he pushed the yoke forward, trying to level off. The Twin Otter bucked and rolled, but he finally got it under a semblance of control. It wasn't quite level, but it was headed in the right direction. "See," Brill breathed out in a huge sigh. "Flying." The LT reached up and flipped on the autopilot. "At least until we run out of gas. Flying is easy. Landing is the hard part." Washington slid into the navigator's seat. "We'll land. I trust him, LT." "Better you than me," he said as he unbuckled. "I'm going to check on my men." He slid past them and through the narrow cockpit door. Washington leaned across the recently vacated seat. "How's the shoulder?" the CO asked. "Works," Brill grimaced. "I'm going to need a long run after this mission," he grunted. "You run?" Brill asked. "How far?" "My last race was a 100-miler, the CO grinned. "That far?" Brill said. "I run, but haven't done a race yet." "You should." "What's your longest distance?" "I just run for fun." Our personality types need an outlet. Some guys lift weights, which I do, but for some of us it's not enough. We run for an hour at a 6-minute pace and you're knocking out 10 miles. Try running 50 miles at a 7-minute pace. Or 100 at 9. Then you really know what you're made of. True grit. Yeah, after 50, it's all willpower. The body starts to do weird things. It's my release. I'll have to try it. Let me know, I'll run with you. Deal, said Brill. If you land, the CO smirked. When we land. Hey, I'm from Missouri. Show me. The two men stared at the horizon, the ground blending into a dark shade of verdant green as they passed beyond the reach of the desert and puttered over the treetops. Brill relaxed a little. The jungle below could be full of RPG-toting rebels, all aiming for the tail section of the Twin Otter, but he felt at home. He couldn't go back, though. Back in the U.S., he had to find some answers. Someone set him up. That meant there was a leak in the organization, and he needed to find out who. He kept a hand on the yoke and planned it out in his head while his shoulder throbbed. His mission 1 was a success, but not without lessons. He wondered if the next one would have as big of a bang.
Sideways. The cafe served strong coffee in tiny delicate cups. The caffeine content alone had his heart racing, and Brill wondered why it didn't eat through the delicate aged paper-thin porcelain. He took a small sip of his third cup and listened to the thudding beat of his heart accelerate. It made him smile. Constant training, running 80 miles or more per week, and daily meditation kept his normal heart rate in the low range, but add a jolt of Java to his system and it took off like a jackrabbit jumping. He was waiting for a man to join him. Not at the table, but in the cafe itself. The man was late, which was why he was on his third cup. It pissed him off just a little. He had learned long ago to just go with the flow, and his laid-back attitude developed in a surf van life on the coastal wilderness of South Africa was at odds with his look. Buzz-cut hair, sharp jawline, sharp cheeks, and a plain face that was completely forgettable except under the most extreme circumstances. He looked like he was former military and carried himself with discipline. It showed in the precision with which he lifted the tiny cup from the saucer, from the eyes that never stopped roaming, taking in detail after detail of his surroundings. "Another, sir?" the waiter asked with a strong accent. Brill waved him off. One more and his heart might explode. After he was finished, he planned to hole up in the safe house and do a movie binge while running the treadmill, just to run off some of the energy. It was a habit he had developed in South Africa before joining the Recce, the Special Forces of the South African Defense Force. He needed a special dispensation and dual citizenship, both documents made simple with a call from a cabinet member Brill was happy to call friend. The habit probably kept him alive, he thought. He worked to keep his mind from wandering on the wonders of running, and was mostly successful. The appearance of Avi Goldstein brought him right into focus. The Israeli expat was short with curly black hair that ran from his head down to his chest and arms. Every exposed inch was curly black hair, and the arms dealer liked to wear his custom-made shirts with almost all the buttons undone. The fabric stretched over his expansive stomach, which exposed even more of the hirsute chest. "Booby," Avi embraced the waitress. His hand wandered down her back and across her buttocks. Brill watched her face blanch in disgust before she hid it behind a beaming smile. Avi was a big tipper, he knew from observation, and the waitress his regular. She would put up with a lot for what he would put on his American Express black card. "Right on time," he whispered as Avi shouted out his order. Brill could almost repeat it with him. "Café au lait, Perrier and a Stella." Brill's lips moved as the Israeli ordered. The man settled into his chair and pulled out a small cell phone. He slid through a number and started talking into it. The waitress brought his order on a silver tray and set it in front of him. He patted her on the small of her back and let his hand slide down lower. She smiled and extracted herself with a little grace. Brill was impressed. Avi was meeting Bashar al-Assad, a terrorist leader of the Lions of Arabia, in the cafe in Athens for the express purpose of selling him an arms package of used Soviet weapons from a warehouse in Belarus. How Avi was connected to Belarus mafia was a dot for someone else to connect. As was why Mossad allowed him to operate for so long unimpeded. Brill suspected that the arms sold to the terrorist were used to overthrow or destabilize other governments in the Middle East, which took pressure off the Jewish nation clinging precariously to land on the edge of the Mediterranean. His instructs back in Virginia had suggested he read about history and geography, and Brill had planned out a course of study. It had yet to touch on the politics of the region where he found himself operating, as of late. His specialty was Africa. But politics in the desert seemed pretty much the same as the jungle or even the civilized shore of America. People struggled to get what they wanted and have their way, and damn the consequences or innocent bystanders. A black armored Mercedes rolled up to the sidewalk entrance to the cafe and disgorged two bodyguards, giant hulking men with black hair and dark glasses. They were fat over muscle, giant bellies overlapping their belts, and relied on size instead of speed. Brill knew there was a third guard in the back seat of the car who covered Bashar's back as he exited, and lay in wait just in case he was needed. The man himself stood up from the vehicle and stretched in the sunlight. He was lean and hard-looking, a patron of the desert sun that tanned his skin into a leathery sheen. He had 3 fingers on his left hand from a small bomb explosion as he built a suicide vest, and scars along that same cheek and side of his face. It was hidden now behind black sunglasses that matched the bodyguards. Brill watched him walk over to Avi and embrace the man, kissing both cheeks as was custom. He wanted to marvel at the action, since an Arab man sworn to remove Israel from the map was expressing affection to a Jewish arms dealer. This proved to Brill that circumstance not only made strange bedfellows, that if the bad men in the world would stop trying to put one over on the rest of society, everyone could all pretty much get along. Common goals meant common sense should take over. On the other hand, hatreds ran pretty deep and Brill knew a thing about rage. It was a potent fuel to get a mission accomplished, one he tapped into himself often. Bashar sat across from Avi and accepted the coffee and water. Avi nursed the bottle of beer as the two men began to negotiate. Showtime, thought Brill, and stood up. He pulled a couple of coins out of his pocket and left enough on the table to cover Avi's bill and tip for the waitress. With his back to the bodyguards, he lit 2 small M80 firecrackers from his pocket and rolled them under the tables toward the road. Each firecracker had a 10-second fuse, so he counted down from 9 as he pulled a Glock 19 from the waist of his pants. He didn't need to rack the slide or check the chamber, because he had done it a dozen times in the hotel room and on the way to the cafe. The M80's explosion echoed up the narrow stone streets, the sound bouncing off the walls to amplify the effect. The 2 bodyguards by the car jumped and flinched. They spread out and pulled pistols from shoulder holsters and searched for the source of the sound. Brill marched across the 20 feet of the cafe toward Avi. He raised his gun and sent 2 shots through the man's heart. He shifted the gun to the closest bodyguard and dropped him with a round to the forehead and repeated the action to the second man. Bashar screamed and cowered under the table, mewling in fear. Brill didn't have him on his list, but the man was a terrorist and killer. The world would be a better place without him, so he took a shot and drilled him through the nose with a hollow point. Another man screamed in the new silence. The backseat bodyguard scrambled out of the car, still yelling as he fumbled for his pistol. Brill dropped him with a round to the chest and a second to the head just to be sure. He bent over, grabbed Avi's phone and attaché, and walked calmly away from the crying and befuddled patrons of the cafe, 20 seconds after he stood up from his table. Chapter 2. This is a secure line, the voice announced after 3 rings. Shadowboxer, said Brill. Mission confirmed. Mission confirmed, Shadowboxer. Stand by for secondary assignment. The call connected him through a series of clicks and buzzing as his brow wrinkled in confusion. This wasn't protocol. After a mission, he was to hide in the safe house for a week, then extract under a false identity. A second mission on the heels of the first meant something had gone wrong. He replayed the hit in his head. Avi was gone for sure. 2 hollow points to the heart don't leave much muscle to work with unless they put the man on a bypass machine in the first 3 minutes. Bashar was in the same condition. He slowed it down and relived the 20 seconds or so it took to happen, and tried to remember if something wasn't consistent, if it didn't fit the pattern. Nope, his hit was confirmed. They were dead men. Then what was the second mission, he wondered. The call clicked through and a new voice picked up. It wasn't his normal handler. Brill, breathed Shelby in his velvet southern voice. Brill stood at attention. Sir. Call me Shelby, son. After what we've been through together, we can accept a little familiarity, despite the formality of our roles. Shelby Johnson was a lame duck senator from his home state, and the man who introduced him to Africa. He was also the chairman of Barack, the defense contract company Brill was currently doing off-books black operations on the European continent before. "Shelby," said Brill, "this is against protocol." He was right. There were layers in place designed to protect the head of the company from the actions of its operators, and talking on a transcontinental line was breaking all sorts of rules. Some might argue it made the chairman an accessory to the murders Brill just committed, though the legal team assembled by the senator could probably justify a simple conversation. "Sometimes you just have to look at the rules and say fudge 'em," grunted the senator. "I want to tell you, that was mighty fine work you did. People noticed, and it helped our position greatly." Brill felt a small swelling of pride and hated himself for it. His own father had never dispensed praise when he was growing up, so compliments coming from senior males tended to touch his ego. He didn't like that anyone had that power over him. "That man was competing with us for a contract," continued the senator, "and playing against our national interests. Now Barack can move in and take over." It took a moment for Brill to register what the man said. "We're doing the deal, sir?" "Shelby," corrected the senator. "Yes, son, we're controlling the deal. U.S. products supporting our side in this little disagreement." Brill sighed softly. U.S. policy allowed defense contractors to sell weapons to rebel groups and support national interest overseas. Brill had been on the opposite end of that agreement when Barack and companies like it armed rebel groups had kidnapped him and his girlfriend when they were volunteering at a refugee camp. Refugees created by those U.S. products. The rebels raped them both and killed his girlfriend before Brill was rescued by a mercenary company. They too fought against U.S. armed rebel groups and militias on the subcontinent, a trend that continued when he joined the South African Defense Force. This web of deceit bothered him, but since he was unsure what to do about it, and working with Barack allowed him a lot of latitude to remove bad players from the field, he would put off thinking about it until some point in the future. Right now, he got to kill bad guys and that was enough for him. "We got a problem, and we're doing a favor for a friend," said Shelby. "There's a little argument down in Syria right now that we're not a part of, but a senator's daughter got caught up in the middle." "What's the favor?" asked Brill. "I wanted you especially for this one, son, 'cause I know it's close to your heart. The girl and her boyfriend were scooped up by a rebel group. I need you to go in and get them out." Rage blossomed in his belly like a mushroom cloud, and blood pounded in his temple. Another rebel group harming another innocent girl. Damn right Shelby wanted to send him in. And since he didn't say anything to the contrary, there were no orders not to kill them all. "When do I leave?" he growled into the phone. "We've got a plane waiting for you at the airport," said Shelby. "I wanted to call you on this because this one is just between you, me and the senator, got it?" If he was caught, there wouldn't be help or anyone coming to his rescue. He was pretty sure a U.S. senator would be working official channels, but Brill suspected that he was part of a backdoor deal, a favor given for some future favor earned. It didn't matter. A young girl and her boyfriend were in trouble. When Brill was in trouble, a group of hard men came to his rescue. He owed one to the universe to try and pay it back. Chapter 3. A Gulfstream G-20 squatted on the runway like a sleek insect. It was painted matte black with golden trim and bore the logo of a fictitious oil exploration company. There wasn't, but the cover of the Canadian company would buy him time on the runway. He climbed up the set of stairs and settled into the cabin. A single flight attendant came out of the cockpit and shut the door. He watched as she pulled up the steps and locked them in place while the engines fired up on the plane. They were wasting no time, which was good. The longer the girl and her boyfriend were in rebel hands, the more damage that could occur. Brill wanted to be on the ground and gathering information so he could effect a rescue as fast as possible. "Would you like something to drink for the flight?" the attendant asked. She had flowing black hair and smoky black eyes that crinkled when she smiled. Brill still felt a little jittery from the coffee triple stack at the cafe, so he asked for a beer and for water. She brought a bottle of Perrier and Stella Artois, and he shook his head at the humor of the universe. The plane took off without incident, and when they reached cruising speed, the pilot reached back and opened his door. Call for you. He passed a headset to the attendant. She brought it to Brill and showed him where to plug it into the seat. Shadowboxer, he said into the microphone. This is an unsecure line, the voice told him. Stand by for instructions. Roger that. A package is waiting at the airport with your credentials and supplies. Look for the logo. The call disconnected. Shit, thought Brill. They didn't tell him the password. Chapter 4. The plane touched down with the gritty sound of rubber on tarmac as the wheels rolled over the sand-dusted runway. Brill unbuckled as they came to a step and met the attendant at the folded-down stairwell. Enjoy our stay, she flashed a smile. Brill nodded back. He wondered briefly if she knew what kind of man she was transporting, or was she part of the network of operatives and support personnel working for Barack? Was the offer to enjoy ironic? Was it sincere? Her pretty smile suggested she meant what she said, but Brill knew better to trust appearances. He stepped out of the plane and into the musty heat. A lone battered pickup truck with a plywood bed waited for him. A man sat on the plywood with his legs crossed. He wore cast-off clothes under an open robe that billowed around him in the swirling wind. Brill glanced around. The airport was a private strip far from the noise and clutter of a town. A mountain range smudged the horizon to the sound, and the ever-present wind left a gritty film on his skin. This isn't Syria, he told the man as he approached the truck. Aslan hopped off the bed and opened the passenger door with a flourish. Welcome to Turkey, he grunted in clear English. I am Aslan. Brill paused before climbing in. You have something for me. Aslan smiled under a bristling mustache and lifted the seat forward to reveal an oilskin-wrapped package. He placed it on the seat and moved around to the driver's side. Brill opened up the cloth. It was a Taurus 9, a heavy bulky pistol with 3 clips that held 15 rounds of ammunition. He quickly worked through the pistol, racking the slide and ejecting a 4th magazine. It needed to be cleaned, but it was serviceable. Aslan noticed the attention Brill paid to the action of the weapon and handed him a clean cloth. Brill grunted thanks and slid into the passenger seat. He began cleaning the weapon while Aslan drove them toward the smudge on the horizon. Chapter 5. I will distract them, said Aslan, sensing the concern coming off of Brill. He almost asked how, but instead gave the driver a nod. We are near a shallow gorge, Aslan continued. Open your door and hide until I am gone. There is a trail beyond that you can follow once darkness falls. It will lead you across the border. Mark the entrance on the other side, for you must return on that same path. Brill glanced out of the passenger side window. At first he couldn't see the hiding hole in the craggy landscape. The land rippled and folded as it marched toward the mountains in a slow, steady rise. One dip about 10 feet away showed bare earth where a flood had eroded the soil. The shadows played funny across the escarpment. It must be the small gorge his contact was speaking about. Aslan passed him an oversized 2-way radio wrapped in a plastic wrap ball. Hide this so that when you return I will come to this spot to meet you. Brill took the soccer ball-sized package, checked his weapon and a go-bag full of water, food and a first aid kit from the plane. He grabbed the door handle. Stay low, Aslan warned. Brill rolled out of the door and hunched down. He scooted across the hard-scrabbled dirt and dipped into the depression. Aslan gunned the truck engine and shot toward the mountains. He lay on the horn, lights flashing as he raced a mile ahead. The truck slid to a stop, and he hopped out to shove a box off the wooden bed. He executed a K-turn on the dirt road and drove back in a dusty cloud of silence. He didn't slow as he passed Brill's hiding spot. From his vantage point, Brill watched a group of robed men descend from the mountain pass. 6 of them advanced on the box and opened it with victory cries. They held up bottles of vodka to show the 2 men who had stayed 100 yards behind as guards and lookouts. Members of the patrol shouldered the box, and the group disappeared back into the rocks. Outstanding, thought Brill. Aslan had ensured the men would be distracted as he made the crossing tonight. Now all he had to do was wait for dusk to make his way through. Chapter 6. Brill waited for twilight before he moved. He double-checked that the plastic-wrapped ball with a radio in the middle was secured under a small cairn of rocks, adjusted his pack, and took off down the trail. The wash of stars that lit up the darkening sky provided a soft white glow that made it easy to pick his way through the mountains, only stumbling occasionally. It took a few hours to top the rise and start descending. The path followed a gentle curve around an outcropping of stone, and Brill was thinking about a stop for water and fuel when he rounded the rock and froze. A young boy of 12 or 13 stood on the path holding a shepherd's crook. Behind him, a string of goats stretched across the trail in eerie silence. "Damn," muttered Brill as his hand trailed up to his waist to rest on the pistol grip. Why didn't the goats make any noise? Normally the animal bleats could be heard for hundreds of yards. He could have hidden off the path and let them pass, or free-climbed lower to go around. Goats in Africa had made plenty of noise, so much that his team learned to avoid them. The bleating cry of goats and cattle had betrayed more sneaking men than any sentry ever could. This mission was going sideways early, and all because he had been thinking about water. The boy watched him, eyes wide in the darkness, just as quiet as the animals he tended. Brill almost shot him, and thought perhaps he would, but he didn't have a silencer on the pistol. If he pulled out the weapon and began screwing it on the barrel, the boy would run, maybe scream and scatter the goats, which would set off noise that would carry in the dark. He didn't know what was out there, which meant he had to kill the boy. If he was part of the rebel camp, he would alert them of Brill's presence, and the mission would be compromised. If he belonged to a village nearby, it was the same outcome. Brill couldn't let him go because he was an unknown quantity. He started to draw the pistol, and the boy smiled. A boy. Young and full of potential, not yet hardened by the life that was waiting for him. He was going to turn rebel or get killed by bombing. He was going to lose family and friends, and even if he survived past the civil war that was tearing at his country, he would have to scratch out a meager existence on this dirt his people were so loyal to. But yet he smiled with the guile of a child, only slightly afraid of the grizzled man he ran into on a dark path just past twilight. Brill left the pistol in his waistband and slung his pack open. He twisted off a top of one of the bottles of water and held it out to the boy. After a few moments, the kid shuffled forward and reached for it with a tentative hand. Brill took a second bottle, opened it, and tilted it up. The boy smiled again and mimicked him, giggling as a trickle of liquid sloshed past his lip and dribbled down his chin. Brill tore off the end of a protein bar wrapper and passed it to the boy. This time he didn't need prompting, and started chowing down on the chewy sweet bar with gusto. Brill tried a smile. It must have worked because the boy smiled back, granola covering his teeth. They stood next to each other on the path, drinking water and snacking on protein bars for a few moments. Brill decided he couldn't kill a kid, even if it cost him the mission. The boy would probably tell, and that would bring hell down on him from who knew what. He'd deal with it when it happened, and if the boy came back with a Kalashnikov, that was his choice. But not on this path, not on this night. The boy watched his face and shivered at the man's eyes. He may not have known how close he was to death, but something predatory in the eyes of the man beside him made him grip his staff tighter and hunch his head into his shoulders. There were legends of lions that once roamed the edges of the desert, and the boy thought this man looked like one. Not his plain face, which was hard to remember in the growing darkness, but his dark eyes that seemed to absorb the night and stare at him like a demon. Brill held out a fist. The boy stared at it, unsure what to do. Brill demonstrated a fist bump with his other hand, popping the knuckles together lightly, and held out his hand again. The shepherd complied, holding up his fist just like Brill. The man bumped his fist and the boy grinned. They repeated the gesture again, and Brill moved past him and kept going down the path. The boy watched him go, one hand rubbing his tummy with a treat and water in it, the other still holding a fist that he used to wave at Brill's departing back. Chapter 7. He worked his way through the darkness parallel to the highway. Out here in the desert, the stars and gibbon moon lit up the landscape in a white ghostly glow, making it possible to travel quickly. There were no city lights along the roadway to blot out the stars, no electric glow from the city, turning the horizon an orange shade not normally found in nature. He moved at a fast pace, 8-minute miles that ate up the distance until he reached the edge of Idlib. It was where Aslan arranged for a meet with a contact of his own. Brill didn't like operating with unknown quantities, but there wasn't much to be done for it. Barak had zero intel inside the borders of the nation, and their contact Aslan did. He had to rely on the man's knowledge. With the distraction he provided to the rebel mountain group, Brill thought he could be trusted. If he wasn't using speed and stealth to strike fast and hard, Brill would have set up shop in an apartment and worked to gather additional intelligence. He would stand out in the neighborhood, but posing as a Canadian photojournalist to match his fake credentials could open a few doors to publicity-hungry Islamists who just wanted to share their story. Idlib was mostly dark, a few windows lit up on the horizon. He angled toward a darker part of the city, toward a street Aslan gave coordinates to find. South side of the village, 3 streets for the end of town. Look for the stone house with a green door. Someone would be waiting. No instructions to knock, no secret password or handshake. Just 2 men in a foreign country where he didn't speak the language, and they were known to behead journalists, giving him directions to save 2 lives. 3 if he counted his own. A dog barked as he approached the 3rd street. So much for the stealth approach. He found what looked like a green door on a stone house, but he couldn't be 100% confident. Green, black, and blue, any dark color really, looked the same until the sun came up. There were no front lights burning to indicate it was the right house. But it was a stone house on a row of stone houses on the short street, and the only one with a different door. That had to be significant. He took a chance and knocked. Shouting from behind the door carried down the street. Brill put his hand on his pistol and prepared for a fight. The door cracked open, and a young woman stared at him with sleepy eyes. Almost immediately, a hand slapped the back of her head and jerked her back behind the door. A man took her place, just out of his teens from the wispy mustache and beard that stained his face. He held the door halfway open to show one arm, the other hand gripping the edge of the frame while he yelled at the girl. He glanced at Brill and shouted at her again, the rapid-fire pace of words sputtering out in a guttural growl. He stopped talking and nodded at Brill. "You are the American." His accent was thick on the verge of undecipherable. "Canadian," said Brill. The man grunted. "Same thing." "Syrian Kurd." Brill wiggled his hand back and forth. The frown on the contact's face popped into a grin. "I get it," he slurred. "Canadian." He held out his hand. Brill passed him an envelope from Aslan. He didn't bother to look inside, just placed it inside the house, and pulled the door shut as he stepped out into the street with Brill. "You know Aleppo?" he asked as he led Brill down the empty road. Brill shook his head. "The people you are looking for were at Aleppo." Brill remembered the city name from the map, and the report Barak provided indicated it was a hotbed of rebel activity and Syrian government response. Bombing runs were a nightly occurrence, and the groups were starting to wall off the city to outsiders. "Are they there now?" "Outside." He led Brill to a small building with 1 room. There were no doors. The windows were narrow slits designed to let in the breeze and keep out the sun. It was an empty shell, just debris from former occupants on a simple wooden table against one wall. No bed, no chairs, no signs of ever having held life except for the table and a plate and cup on it. His contact moved to one side of the table and reached into his jacket. Brill's hand snapped to his pistol. "It's okay," the contact said as he pulled out a map and tiny flashlight. "It's okay." Brill watched him spread the map on the table and highlight Aleppo with the narrow flashlight beam. "Aleppo is here," the man told him. "Journalists are here." He pointed to a spot on the map several kilometers outside of the city. "Is that confirmed?" "What does mean?" The man looked confused. "Are you certain they are located there?" "Yes," the man grinned. 100%. Confirmed as the word. Confirmed means yes. Confirmed then. Does it have a name? Is not a city. Is a house a wadi? Walled compound. Yes, walled. And guards. It will be very difficult for you to get to your friends. But I can help. For the right price. Yes, for good price. I can help you get in. Brill knew this was the shakedown. It happened in every third world country he had ever been in. The bribe was a cultural expectation, and negotiating for more was part of the DNA. "I'll manage," he told the man and got a shrug. "Okay then." The man rolled up the map around the flashlight and slipped it back into his pocket. Despite the weak light, it took a moment for their eyes to adjust to the darkness. Brill heard the man shuffle, and his silhouette blotted out the starlight in the doorway. Then he was gone. Guess we're done, he muttered as he checked the exterior before following. It was 1 a.m. He still had time to make the compound and scope out the rescue. If he played it fast and loose, he could be back in Turkey before dawn. Chapter 8. It was easier to run on the road than in the hard-packed sand 10 yards off the asphalt, though it would be difficult to argue which was less technical. The asphalt was sun-baked and damaged, a series of cracked and crumbling surfaces covered by a fine layer of gritty sand. Off-road there were rocks and holes hidden in the sand, little fingers meant to reach up and snag a toe or punish the bottom of a foot. Since traffic was non-existent, the road made more sense. It also made for better time, and Brill settled into a 7-minute mile that he could hold comfortably for several hours. He knew it was an average, and he needed some gas in his tank when he reached the compound. He wasn't sure what to expect, but the cool desert wind, the silence of the night so different from the jungle he was used to hearing, lulled him into a cadence and the miles disappeared. The compound was easy to locate. It was the only structure between Idlib and Aleppo. He noticed the walls as black marks on the horizon that blocked out a portion of starlight in an unnaturally square pattern. That was his training kicking in, noticing when something didn't fit in. He approached the walls in a soft walk, listening for sounds of life as he made his way around the back of the structure. He relied on the late hour and his ears to pick up any guards before he reached them as he slow-stepped the compound, one hand trailing on the stonework of the wall. There were enough niches he could climb it if needed, though he hadn't practiced climbing in some time. He made a note to put that on the workout list and kept going. A wooden back gate was closed to the night, the splintered surface covered in peeling paint. There were no windows, no other access points other than the front gate, which was blocked in a similar fashion. The rebels were stupid, he thought. 2 squads could take the compound in 5 minutes by smashing through the front gate and setting up a crossfire along the back road to catch the occupants as they peeled out of the back. Not a good sign. Dealing with stupid soldiers meant too much could go wrong, because their patterns were hard to predict. For all he knew, he could be walking into a nest of suicide bombers, all standing around in their vest waiting to blow themselves and the compound to hell. He wanted more intel. But the eastern horizon was beginning to turn dark purple, starlight winking out as the fringe of the sun scraped across the earth just below the sightline. He was out of time, and didn't want to hide in the desert to bake all day. Brill dug his fingers into a niche and worked his way up the wall. It was easy going at first, but the last 6 feet was worn smooth by years of desert wind carrying small grains of sand to abut against the surface, blasting away imperfections and smoothing out edges. He didn't want to go back down, so he searched, first with one hand then the next, while his toes began shaking under the strain. He found a narrow fingerhold and grabbed it. If he could get his foot to the spot, it would be enough to reach the edge of the wall. Brill slipped his fingers along the surface back to the original position and slid his foot up toward the spot. He stretched to reach it, but the awkward angle put too much stress on his other leg. He needed to work on his flexibility, he thought, as he stared at what looked like the beginnings of his shadow on the wall. Still no time. He gripped the wall tighter and exhaled as he shoved off with his right leg and reached with his left. He had to use his stomach to lift the leg up, but he found the purchase and locked it in. His right leg dangled free as he relieved some of the pressure from first one hand then the next. He used his right foot to press against the wall and eased up to gain leverage, then shifted his weight to his left leg. This was the most dangerous part. He checked the traction of his fingers and right leg, took a deep breath and launched himself from those 3 points toward the top of the wall. He used his left leg to power up. The ledge crumbled under his toe in a scattering of plaster. But the fingers of his left hand gripped the edge of the top. He dangled by one hand and caught his breath, then reached up with the right hand and pulled himself to chin up the wall. It was a 2-story drop to the other side, and this section of the compound was hard-packed sand. A sprawling home spread out in the middle, 3 wings around a courtyard with a small well. There were other buildings scattered around the inside, perfect hiding places for kidnapped documentarians. The inside of the wall was smooth and bare on 2 sides, but 2 of the walls, the front and back, had ledges that ran the length and accessible by stairs that led down to the interior. Brill crawled on top of the wall, and though he could walk faster and minimize the shadow he threw on the ground, he scooted on all 4s to give himself time to recover from the climb. He reached the wooden timbers of the walkway and thudded inside the rebel compound. It was growing lighter each second, which meant he was running out of time. He jogged down the stairs and went to the closest building. It was empty. He hurried to 3 others with the same result. They were being held inside. Brill studied the 3 wings, each about 40 feet long and 20 fell wide, and tried to picture how it would be laid out inside. Without access to prints or even architectural knowledge of the area, he had no way of knowing what he was going to encounter. This trip had already identified 2 knowledge and training gaps he was going to have to fill when he got done, and it pissed him off. Shelby and Barack shouldn't have rushed the mission in their effort to conduct a favor so a senator would owe him. It put the mission at risk, it put Brill at risk, and that meant he might not be able to save the girl and her boyfriend. An image of an Angolan rebel with a gold tooth flashed through his head, and Brill felt a veil of rage well up inside him. He put one hand on the wall of the house and leaned against it, working on a quick breath exercise to regain control. Doubt needed to be erased, fear for others needed to be quelled. He breathed in for a 4 count, held for 4, and blew out for 4 to hold again for another count. He repeated it 3 times, and the rage subsided. It would never disappear, but he could control it, compact it into a tiny ball and bury it inside. Another 3 count, and he could think clearly. He was inside the rebel compound, on the verge of a rescue mission, and he had accomplished it in less than 18 hours. That was his specialty, that was the reason Barack sent him in. He was going to save 2 innocents and kill the bad men that took them, and it started with finding them. Brill pushed off the wall and resumed his search. He looked for a smoke-stained wall above a window or a chimney, which would have indicated a kitchen. The kitchen would have a door, and he could sneak inside from there. The problem he was facing, all he needed to do was a simple series of steps to complete each task and advance toward the goal. Get inside. Locate the couple. Get outside. Get clear. Then he could face what was coming next. He saw a darkened portion of the wall above a narrow window stained from years of smoke. It was next to a door at the top of 2 shallow steps. Brill tried the door, and it opened to a dark interior. He stepped through the doorway and closed it behind him, waiting for his eyes to adjust. Step 1 done. The room was almost pitch, a long, wide common kitchen with a stone stove built into the wall with a narrow window above it. Light slowly eased into the room to reveal the shadows of a plank table just below knee-height, and covered with bowls of fruit and decanters of water. If he had moved across the room in the dark, he would have tripped over the table and alerted the compound of his intrusion. As it was, the shadows were still difficult to make out details. He didn't see any sleeping forms on the floor, but that didn't mean there weren't there, lying against the walls. But he couldn't wait any longer. Dawn was here, and someone was going to wake up. Better they do it when he was leaving through one of the gates. Or never if they tried to stop him. He trailed his finger along the wall and worked his way around to the darkened doorway. It opened into the courtyard, revealing a series of doors along each of the 3 walls. He surmised each was a separate room with the courtyard serving as a hallway, and by the look of the fluttering tapestries that served as a transient roof, also as a communal gathering area. Brill crossed from the kitchen door to the first one next to it. He pulled his pistol, lifted the latch, and stepped inside. "Who is it?" a voice barked in the darkness in Arabic. A lamp flicked on to show a naked couple on a mat on the floor. The dark-skinned man shouted and lunged for an Alaska .47 rifle resting next to them. Brill leaped on top of him and straddled his chest, shoving his pistol under his chin. The woman squealed, and he clamped a hand across her mouth. "Quiet," he whispered. The man shifted, a warning he wasn't about to give up. Brill dug the pistol deeper, choking him. The woman lay her hand on the man's arm, grasping for his fingers in a terrified grip. "Speak English," Brill said in a hushed voice. A third item on his to-do list. Learn some key phrases in the language where he was going to be operating. The man gave a quick nod. "Where are they?" The rebel underneath him frowned. "The journalists?" Brill applied pressure with the gun. "Where are the Americans?" The man shook his head in confusion. "No Americans," he coughed. "It is just my family." He looked like he was telling the truth, but Brill knew that could be a lie. He removed his hand from the woman's face and switched the pistol into it. He wrapped his now freed fingers around the man's throat and squeezed as he shoved the pistol barrel into the woman's cheek. She whimpered and ducked away. "Where are they?" he asked again. The man looked up at him with moist eyes and pleaded. "No Americans are here. Only us." Brill studied them both. "Please," begged the man. Brill climbed up and moved away. He snatched the Kalashnikov, checked the magazine, and kept it aimed at the couple as the man wrapped his arms around her and held her close. "No Americans. No, we do not know of these. Did Allie send you?" Brill wasn't sure if that was his contact but nodded. "Allie owes my family money," the man explained in stilted English. "When I tried to collect, he said he would send a man here to end the debt." The hitman grunted. "Allie wanted to use him." "Are you here to kill us?" the man continued. "Please spare my family. Kill only me." The woman wailed. Perhaps she understood English more than she let on. No matter, thought Brill. He wasn't going to kill anyone. At least not in the compound. But Allie's little vendetta cost him time, which the girl and her boyfriend didn't have. Brill lowered the barrel of the rifle. "I'm not going to kill you," he said. "But I am going to borrow your car." Chapter 9. The car turned out to be a dust-covered bucket of rust that had been a Mercedes in a previous life. Where the paint still showed through, it was the color of sand, and the Nazi swastika on the steering wheel emblem told Brill it was a relic from a war gone by. He pressed the ignition button, and the diesel engine roared to life with a throaty, reliable rumble. He was pleasantly surprised by how well it handled as the car made the return trip to Idlib with zero problems. He pressed the accelerator deeper than he would have normally liked in such an antique, but the time was far shorter than it took for him to reach the compound just a few hours before. Brill located the green door and parked the car on the street in front of it. He stood to one side as he knocked. The screaming started again before the third rap fell. The same dark-eyed girl opened the door. She had just a moment for her eyes to pop wide when a hand slapped on top of her head and jerked her back out of sight. Allie leaned around the edge, still yelling at her. "Hello, Allie." The man's eyes doubled in size, and he had just enough time to sputter a yelp before Brill reached in and yanked him out into the street. A single shoe spun off of his foot and skittered across the rough stone pavement. Brill shoved his head against the rear passenger panel. It crumpled with a resounding crunch. Allie wailed. The hitman double-checked the street and door to make sure no one was sneaking up on them. He pulled his pistol and stuck it in Allie's nose. The man's wail trailed off to a whimper. "You set me up." No, the Syrian started to sputter. Brill clicked the safety off. "Okay, yes, okay," Allie whined. "I did okay." "I don't care why," said Brill. "Just tell me where the girl is." "Aleppo," Allie blurted. They never moved. "So you sent me on a personal vendetta." "I beg you," Allie sobbed. Brill leaned back so he wouldn't get blowback on his clothes. Movement caught his eye. The girl knelt next to the wall, crying in silence as she watched. He took 2 steps to the side to get an angle on the door in case some brave, soon-to-be dead person decided to rush to Allie's aid, but it was just the girl and her quiet tears. "Who is your fan club?" Allie stopped whimpering and shouted, waving the girl toward the door and the relative safety of the house. She didn't budge. "My sister," he cried. "She should not be out without a veil." The rest was lost in a string of Arabic which she ignored like a practiced pro. "Don't let her watch you kill me," said Allie. "She should not see this." Damn it, thought Brill. That was the second Syrian to make a noble gesture for their family member in the last hour. For a population that suffered piece-of-shit terrorist groups to exist in their borders and kidnap do-gooder documentary crews, it was an admirable trait. "Where in Aleppo?" he sighed. Allie mumbled out an address. Brill repeated it in his head and jerked the dazed man out of the gutter. "Anyone there owe you money?" Allie shook his head no. "If I come back here, I'm killing everybody," said Brill. Your sister." The dog 3 streets away barked. "The dog. Nobody here gets out alive if you're lying to me." Allie's head bobbed out a yes. Brill dropped him next to his sister. He pointed the pistol at one, then the other to get their attention. "Nobody," he said. Brill jumped back into the car and backed out of the street. He had to get to Aleppo before Allie recovered his bravery and called to warn them. Chapter 10. The address in Aleppo led Brill to a house. Somehow, he thought Ali would give him the location of the rebel camp, but either the man didn't know it, or worse, he was over his fear and had warned them. It was that thought whirring through his head as he watched a man exit the house and march up the street. As discreetly as a light-skinned Westerner could be, Brill followed at a distance in the car. He almost abandoned it when the man he was following turned into a crowded bazaar. He searched for a place to pull over and leave the car, when he saw the man standing in the bed of a pickup truck full of others exit the crowded marketplace. Brill jammed the accelerator to chase them. A Peugeot crunched into his rear bumper. Brill leaned out of the driver's side window and surveyed the damage. The driver of the car jumped out screaming and ran for Brill. He grabbed him by the front of his shirt and yanked him nose to nose, his acerbic Arabic spraying spittle on the hitman's face. A click shut him up. Brill pressed the tip of the pistol into the driver's chest and eased him back. The man released his shirt and gently smoothed the wrinkles where his hands had been. "Glad we had this talk," Brill grunted. He slammed the gas again and took off with a shrill shriek of tearing metal after his prey. The truck full of robed men ground down one street and nearly spilled all of them out of the back as it took a curve too tight and popped the rear wheel over a curb. Brill could hear the yelling through his open window. He was glad for the distraction. While Aleppo was one of the larger cities near the mountains that separated the small country from Turkey, it had nearly zero traffic, which made the Mercedes conspicuous. Add to that the fact that it was being driven by a white man, and he was really surprised the truck occupants weren't paying attention to him. He attributed it to dumb luck, dust on the windshield, and the cheap mirrored aviator sunglasses he borrowed from the glove box. The truck continued for 3 blocks and pulled into an arched gate. The turn was unexpected, so all Brill could do was continue driving past and hope for luck. It stuck. None of the men shut the gate, and he didn't see any weapons as they huddled beside the truck. That didn't mean they weren't there, just that the men didn't have them in hand. He needed a longer look beyond what the 2-second drive-by provided. There was a crumbling building up the street. Brill pulled into the rubble-filled driveway and felt around in the back seat. He pulled up a duffel bag full of sweaty clothes, a robe and turban. "Dumb luck," he muttered and wrapped the turban around his head. He threw the robe around his shoulders and worked the configuration into something that would pass as presentable. If anyone looked too closely, they would see the cargo shorts, hiking boots, and loose shirt under the robe, but if anyone was studying him that closely, he was in trouble. He tucked the pistol into his waistband and checked to make sure he could clear the weapon fast if he needed. He strutted down the street as if he owned it, because people often took a strong, purposeful walk as proof someone belonged. The studying back at the camp in Langley was paying off. The strut could also do a lot to dissuade curiosity. People in these neighborhoods were experts in the art of not noticing. Hell, he thought. That's probably true the world over. Any of his neighbors growing up would be hard-pressed to remember him, and those that might would never have guessed that the quiet, abused kid would grow up to be a hitman for hire. People just didn't pay attention, which gave a unique advantage to the few that did. He spied through the still open gate from the corner of his eye as he passed by and did a quick head count. There were 8 of them in a small group talking, with 4 more off to one side by a fire pit. 4 walls, 1 door, 2 windows that he could see on the only building inside the walls. That's where the hostages would be. Locked up and out of sight. He was going to have to play this fast, loose, and a little on the wild side. A style he liked. Brill crossed over the street and hustled back to the car. He cranked the engine, pulled a U-turn, and slammed the hammer down. The short 100 yards or so wasn't enough time to build up speed, and cranking the wheel to hang it tight right into the yard shed even more momentum. But the solid ton of German metal was strong enough to plow through the group like a scythe. Bodies flew and crunched as the men screamed. Brill cut the wheel and slid sideways toward the door of the house, spraying up a fine cloud of dust. He jumped from the car, drew his pistol, and ran through the door. Ambient light leaked through one window to show an empty room with a doorway leading to the second. Brill planted his back to the wall and ducked down to peek around the frame. A frail-looking, tear-stained face with Iowa blue eyes and corn silk hair stared back at him. "American?" he asked. She nodded and clinched the bony arm of the man next to her. "Move, move," Brill ordered, and held out his hand to her. She grabbed it with zero hesitation and held fast to the man as Brill rushed them both toward the door. Wait, he held them up and spied outside. Moans and wails of prayer filled the courtyard as the dust settled. The 4 men from the fire pit roamed among the broken bodies by the truck, offering aid. Let's go, Brill hissed and shoved them toward the car. Chapter 11. He shoved them both in through the driver's side of the car and leaped in after them. It was a mad scramble to rearrange limbs so he could kick the gas pedal and spin the wheel, shooting up a screen of sand and scree and aiming for the hole in the wall to escape. He heard a body bounce off the fender, and the scream that followed before making it through the hole and out into the empty street. Thank you, the girl sobbed. What's your name? Brill shouted over the wind roaring through the open window. Amanda. Don't thank me till we're in Turkey, Amanda. He jerked the wheel and slid around a corner. Brill raced for the edge of town. There was a main highway that drove to the north, but he wanted to avoid it. The rutted single-lane hard-packed sand roads that cut through the desert were tougher on the car, but it was an almost straight shot to the foothills that led up into the mountains and the path back to Turkey. We can't go back, she tugged on his sleeve. Not yet. Brill glanced at her out of the corner of his eye and jerked left to avoid a man stepping into the road. He got a yell and a finger gesture he didn't recognize, but recovered enough to whip around the next turn and the open way beyond. Do you have a dinner invite I need to know about? He cracked. Our tapes, she said. We need to get the proof. My job is to get you out of here, he told her. Both of you. He nodded through the windshield. The border is 30 minutes that way, and there's nothing to stop us. But we need those tapes, she begged. The flatbed truck tore across the desert in front of them, shooting up a cloud of dust as the rebels searched for the Mercedes. Brill yanked them into an alley and slowed to a crawl. He wondered if the rebels had seen them on the street. If so, they would be coming, and AKs versus his Taurus was not a fair fight. He needed to get better weapons, or get free of the Mercedes, and still make the crossing to the safety of the mountains. Stop, please, Amanda shouted. Brill stood on the brakes and slid to a gravelly stop. We risked our lives to tell what was happening here, she put both hands on his arm. The longer we stay here, the bigger the risk, Brill explained. I know that. We know that. We always knew this was a dangerous project. But someone has to know. The president is using chemical weapons against the people. Women, children, she trailed off. It's all on the tapes, the man finally spoke up. Her boyfriend, Rain, a scarecrow of a man with sunken eyes and a shock of black hair over an unkempt beard. Brill had seen that look before on men after battle and the horrors they experienced. First, are you all right? He asked Amanda. I'm fine, she nodded. Did they hurt you? Just threats. It was going to get worse, but they hadn't started yet. We haven't eaten in days, said Rain. Barely enough water. They threatened to burn us to make me watch while they raped her, but just some punches and kicks so far. Good, thought Brill, as if being starved and beaten was a light form of torture. He knew it wasn't, but it helped him damp down the rage that boiled in his stomach. Amanda was safe, the girl and her boyfriend in his car. He could complete the mission and get them home. If they would cooperate. The flat where we were staying is on the way, she tried a new tactic. We could grab our gear, and you could take us wherever you need to take us. That will buy us some time too, right? She saw the truck full of rebels in the desert before he hid them in the alley. She was right, they could use a little time while he came up with a plan. And he didn't like sitting here just waiting to be found. If the rebels started doing drive-bys, the streets were empty enough that it would be easy to find them. Better to keep moving. Brill nodded. We do what I say, he instructed. I'll take a look at the flat, and if it's dodgy, we're chucking it all and lighting out for the hills. Got it. Amanda and Rain bobbed their heads in agreement. They could be watching your place to see if you go back, he warned them. It might not be so easy to get away next time. Amanda grabbed his hand. Thank you, she told him. But if you kept driving for the mountains, they would have cut us off. They're better armed than you are. It would have been suicide. So she was one of the observant ones, he thought, as he dropped the car in gear and eased toward the end of the alley. She paid attention. Good. He hoped she would give that much attention to him if he said run. Chapter 12. They were waiting at the flat. Amanda directed him toward the far edge of town to a 4-story block building with a faded stone exterior. He parked the car several hundred yards away and got out, still in his light disguise, to try and blend in. The streets were getting more crowded with pedestrians, but not so many as he might have thought. The girl said a lot of people were escaping to refugee camps, opting to live in squalor instead of fear of being bombed. Brill knew a thing or three about refugee camps. They were breeding grounds for disease, disillusionment, and discontent, which made recruiting for rebel groups and terrorist organizations easy. The lack of routine and access to basic needs, including education, created a generation of people who were looking for someone to blame for their misfortune. Some blamed the government of their own country, usually corrupt. Some blamed corporations with ties to the West. Some even blamed America and the myths and legends of gold in the streets made possible by the American dream. It was a no-win situation for a population, no matter their religion, and anyone with the sense to look up history would know that since the dawn of war, man has created displaced people. In the past, they were made slaves or indentured servants. In the 20th century, they were placed in ghettos and camps, kept confined and hidden, until some outrage or another drew attention to the situation. Then Western countries would open up their borders for immigration and move the population to new urban centers where it was a different kind of refugee camp. Paris had one, New York, Detroit, Minnesota, South Africa. They were all over the place. If the citizens of Aleppo were emigrating to a refugee camp, that meant things were pretty bad here. It showed. The 4-story building was the tallest on the block and the only one left standing. Burned-out shells dotted other lots, the stonework pockmarked with bullet holes and shell fragments. Rubble blocked alleyways and side streets. There were no vendors, no markets or bazaars in this part of town. 4th floor, Amanda had told him. He rounded the corner and spied the spy fairly easily. 2 guys sitting on the doorstep leading into the building cradled Alaska .47 rifles. A token guard, he thought, just in case they came back. Since Brill hadn't used his gun at the compound to rescue the couple, they must have assumed he wasn't military, so they didn't need superior firepower. He ducked into a doorway and watched for several minutes. The 2 men didn't move from the spot, engaged in quiet conversation with each other. Brill marveled that it was the first time he hadn't seen people scream to communicate with each other in a while. It almost made him smile. He was pretty confident there was no one in the flat, just the 2 guys on the door. He meandered back to the car and slipped out of the robe. "Put this on," he told Rain. The skinny man shrugged into the robe. "They'll notice my head," he said. "Stay here," Brill told Amanda. "Hide in the back seat." She hunched down in the floorboard, trying to be as small as possible. A woman in a car alone was a big target, especially without a cover or veil. Brill planned to make a 5-minute run up to the flat and back. "We're in and out," he told Rain as the scarecrow struggled to keep up. "You get it and get out." "They're going to notice my head," he worried. "Let me take care of that," said Brill. They rounded the corner, and Brill positioned Rain in front of him as they walked. The tall man tried to duck his head. "Head high, walk proud," Brill whispered from his back. "That's what they'll notice." The tall man drew himself up to his full height. Brill came to his shoulder. The robes fluttered in the breeze his legs created as he strolled toward the men at the doorway. The 2 of them stopped talking and watched him approach. They were focused on his uncovered head, muttering to each other as he drew closer. Brill stepped around him, and their confusion grew. Why was a man wearing a turban and no robe, and one with a robe and no turban? Brill walked right up to them and cracked his pistol across the first one's head. He dropped. The second tried to scramble for his gun. Brill kicked him in the groin, then knocked him out with the butt of his weapon. Rain gaped. "Move," said Brill. He grabbed the bodies, one in each hand, and dragged them into the narrow stairwell. He slung a rifle over one shoulder, checked the magazine on the other, and held it ready. The 2 unconscious rebels' boots stuck out of the doorway, but that couldn't be helped. Hopefully they wouldn't be there long enough for anyone to notice and investigate. Brill followed Rain up the stairs. On the 4th floor, Rain nodded toward a door. Brill motioned him back as he silently stepped across the hallway and tried the knob. It twisted, and he shoved the door open while staying behind the frame. No one called out. Brill peeked around the edge into the empty room. Grab it. Rain rushed past him and into the living area. It was a mess of disarrayed furniture and debris, like a fight had occurred. Brill supposed it had if Rain and Amanda had put up any resistance when they were captured. Rain went to a small alcove in the wall, pulled out 2 gear bags and shouldered them. Need to check? Good idea, said the thin man, and he checked the bags for their camera equipment and tapes. It was all there. Brill wondered why the rebels didn't take it and use it or sell it. It looked like quality gear, and the black market extended everywhere. Or they could have begun their own propaganda studio, using the equipment. But they left it here. Either bad leadership or drones doing scut work. Drones with assault rifles could kill just as easily as an expert, though, he thought. He had encountered enough uneducated boys in Africa who were good enough at pulling the trigger that he lost some good mates along the way. He listened for footsteps in the stairwell and gave an all clear to Rain. They descended the stairs 2 at a time and made the street. The 2 bodies were still laid out unmoving. Brill shouldered the rifles, so they were less obvious as they scurried back to the car. It was empty. God damn it, Brill growled as he searched the street. Did the rebels double back and find her? There were no signs of struggle at the car, no drag marks in the sand. He got a rifle ready. Stay here while I find her, he told Rain. Amanda walked around the corner with a shawl and a veil. I'm here, she called. Brill and Rain jogged to her. Are you okay? Rain checked her over. Why did you get out? Brill grunted. We needed transportation. She pointed behind her to a tiny Fiat. They'll be looking for that. Brill snorted. She was sharp. And thinking ahead, which he chastised himself for not doing. Amanda was right. The rebels would be on the lookout for the damaged Mercedes, but they might overlook a tiny car. He chalked it up to being too worried about the trip to the flat. The mission was almost complete. He made it in country. He retrieved the package. The hardest part was still to come, but they were close to the border and now hidden in plain sight. They just might make it. Chapter 13. They didn't make it. The ancient Fiat was newer than the Mercedes, but the Italian design just wasn't cut out for desert driving. Brill tried to avoid the potholes and ruts that dotted the sand-washed roadway, but the impossible task was made even tougher by the 3 of them crammed into the 2-seater car. The axle gave out 2 miles from the refuge of the mountains. We're hoofing it. Brill climbed out of the car feeling like a clown at a circus. Amanda put her hands on the roof and hauled herself out beside him. How far? Couple of miles to the path, he said. Then we wait for dark and cross at night. Can we make it? Brill studied the landscape behind them. There were a couple of dust trails that could be vehicles in the wavy shimmering of the heat-filled air, but the way behind them was clear. We're going to make it, he told her. They still had miles to cover, but with no direct pursuit he felt good about their chances. Besides, after he had been rescued from precariously similar circumstances, all he wanted was a little reassurance. He could give the same to the girl and her friend. Rain doubled up on the gear bags. Does she have to wear that out here? He indicated the shawl and veil covering Amanda's head and shoulders. Pack it in, said Brill. He planned keep the turban and use it to block the sun. Amanda had the same idea, and wrapped the veil around her head like a pirate's bandana. She passed the shawl to Rain so he could use it. Brill set a fast pace across the desert, cradling one of the rifles with the other slung across his back. He kept watch on the dust trails in their rear, eyes constantly searching in front and behind them for any threats. Being out in the open in daylight left him feeling exposed, but 3 people marching shot up a hell of a lot less dust than the Fiat. He hoped they were blending in. Rain passed out. 1 minute he was marching with them, the next Brill heard a thud and glanced back. Rain. Amanda rushed to him and checked his pulse. Brill knelt beside them. We haven't eaten, she told him. Brill grunted in anger at himself. Of course the man passed out. He'd been at least 3 days without food, beaten, and now without thinking, Brill had force-marched him through desert heat. That Amanda was still standing gave him a little thrill of respect. She was as tough on the brain pan as she was resourceful. Brill pulled a water bottle out of one of the pockets of his coat, the last of his supply from the trip in. I cached supplies on the other side of the mountain, he told her. See if this helps. She started to lift Rain's head and dribble it into his mouth. You first, said Brill. I can't carry you both. She looked at him unsure for a few moments, and then saw the reason in his argument. She may be mentally tough, but the strain and lack of resources was taking its toll on her as well. She felt like she was moving in a fog. He watched her tilt the bottle and take 3 small swallows, trying to conserve it for the man down. Half, said Brill. She took a couple more gulps, measuring after each to make sure she only took half. She showed the bottle to Brill. He took it from her, lifted Rain's head and dropped it in his mouth drip by slow drip. Natural reflex took over, and Rain swallowed it all. He still didn't come around, though. I'm going to have to carry him, said Brill. Can you haul a gear bag? She nodded and stood with an outstretched hand to take the bag. She started to sway, but Brill caught her arm and held her upright. Sorry, she gasped. Lightheaded. Brill cursed himself again for foregoing the protein bars and extra water bottles that were a few miles across the mountain range, hidden in a gorge. He should have known they might need them. And now with the 2 of them incapacitated, it would slow them down even more. I can't carry you both, he said. I can walk, she assured him. It was just the blood rushing back. I'm okay. He didn't let go of her arm. I can make it. We're not far, right? A couple of miles. I can do a couple of miles, she offered a weak smile. Maybe a few more than that. Mental toughness is one of those things that can't be measured until it's observed. Brill had seen tough-looking men go down crying like babies when lack of sleep and deprivation broke down their barriers. He had run a few ultra-marathon races where grown-ups laid down on the side of the trail and sobbed until they were dry heaving. Part of recce training had been building mental fortitude, and Brill used meditation and endurance training to keep it sharp. He respected it in others, and this woman was showing a level that made his admiration double. He slung the bags over each shoulder so the straps crossed his chest and they rested on each hip. He respected Rain, too, because the bags were heavy, and the Scarecrow Man had hauled them both without voicing a word of complaint. Brill settled him across his shoulders in a fireman's carry, adjusted so that everything sat right, and he still had access to a rifle. Amanda took the other rifle since she couldn't carry a bag, and they set off for the safety of the mountains. Chapter 14. They almost made it. Brill held up under the weight of the man and gear for the next mile and started up into the foothills. It was more difficult to watch their back, and when he finally turned around, the 2 dust trails from the distance were converging on them. He looked up the trail. They still had several thousand yards to move uphill, and even then they would need to find a hiding place until darkness fell. Whatever was making those dust clouds would be on them before then. He estimated they had less than 10 minutes. They were out of time. Stop, he said, and laid the Scarecrow out on the ground. Amanda stumbled to a halt. Pick him up, she gasped. We have to keep moving. No time, he nodded. She turned around and finally noticed the signs of pursuit. They could make out tiny images now, 2 trucks full of an indistinct number of bodies. She whimpered. God damn it, thought Brill. They almost made it. Now it was a hard choice. He was going to have to leave Rain behind and move her up in the mountains if they were going to stand a chance of making it. He just had to convince her first. Amanda, he started. No, she said in a firm, strong voice. We are not leaving him behind. She was sharp, he shook his head. She knew how the odds were stacked and knew she was the primary objective. Her cameraman was collateral damage and could be jettisoned to save her. My job is you, Brill said and took a step toward her. She drifted the barrel of the rifle toward him, not aiming at him, but enough in his direction to make him pause. Your job is to get both of us out of here. Not in the contract, he took another step. She dropped to both knees beside Rain. You're wasting time, she told him. Take him further up. I'll hold them off until you get him hidden, and then I'll follow. You can come back and get me. We can't, said Brill softly. They didn't have time to debate. The trucks were less than 5 minutes out. Enough time for the 2 of them to make it up the hill and slip away in a gorge maybe. It would still come to a firefight, but he was confident that with the right cover, he could convince the rebels that chasing them was too costly. She sobbed, grabbed Rain by the shirt and struggled to lift him over her shoulder. "I'll do it," she cried. "Cover me." She made it to her feet and several steps uphill before she fell, the weight too much for her in her starved state. Brill respected the effort. "Please," she sobbed softly, her tear-choked voice reaching back into his memories. She sounded like Lorette, and the way she begged Brill to save her from the rebels that kidnapped them both. He clamped down on that memory like a bear trap as red blossomed behind his eyes, and the eternal rage he kept bottled up boiled over. He would kill the rebels, kill them all, just to save this girl. 2 quick breaths brought a semblance of control, and he grabbed Rain again. "Move," he said, and Amanda flinched from his stare. "Your eyes," she said, but he ignored her as he double-timed up the hill. She fell in behind him, no complaints, no excuses, just the sound of labored breathing as she fought to keep up. They made it to a ridge with a shallow gorge that cut through the ground like a gash. It was only 20 yards long, but close to the top of the hill that led to the next mountain. "Here," she called out. Brill stopped and turned around, breathing heavy. "I can't keep up," she told him. "I'll hold them off from here. Get him someplace safe and find me." "That's a dumb idea," he told her. A bullet shot up a geyser of ground next to her, and she rolled into the gorge and brought her rifle to bear. "Get him safe," she shouted. "Come get me." She aimed the rifle and pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. Brill marched over to her and flicked off the safety. "Conserve your ammunition," he told her. "Keep them down there. I'll be back in 5 minutes." Below them, the 2 trucks met and the rebels spilled out of the back. They sent scattered shots up the hillside into the ground. Amanda fired, hitting the windshield of the truck, and caused the men to scatter. They ducked behind the vehicles for protection and sent random fire back. Brill jogged as fast as he could, stumble further up the hill. He made the next rise and round another gorge that led further up and in. It was a good place to hide somebody. He dropped Rain and the gear under the edge of an escarpment, made sure the man was propped up, and double-timed it back to Amanda. The rebels were bravely making their way up the hill. If they were smart, they would lay down suppressing crossfire and rush her position. But her shots had scared them, or they were less organized than rabble. Brill slid down into the gorge beside her and began firing. It was a slaughter. He held the high ground and had cover while the rebel group was exposed on the hillside. He was a trained sharpshooter, a sniper unparalleled, and even with an unfamiliar and unreliable short-range weapon like the Kalashnikov, there was no contest. He dropped 8 rebels in the span of 10 seconds before the others scurried down the hillside and back to their trucks. 4 more fell in the chaos of dust and screams and shouting as the trucks backed away. When they turned around, he hit 2 more men with headshots before they were out of range. Amanda gave him a satisfied pat on the arm. "That'll do, pig," she sighed. "That'll do." He quirked up an eyebrow at her, but she shoved herself off the ground and began moving uphill. "Take me to my boyfriend," she said. Brill checked the magazine on his weapon. He had 2 shots left, plus hers and his pistol. If the rebels came back in force before nightfall, he was going to have to think of something else to fight with. There were plenty of rocks on the hillside. Maybe he could make a sling, he pondered, as he pushed himself to catch up with the girl. Chapter 15. He didn't need a sling. There would be no waiting for dark. Brill and Amanda slipped down into the gorge where Rain was hidden and found him surrounded by a group of robed men with AKs. Brill did a quick calculation in his head and practiced the sweep in his mind's eye. If he were alone, he had enough bullets to take them all down. He could drop 2 with a rifle, drift left as he panned right with a pistol, and take out the rest. They would return fire, but his speed and aggression would slow them down enough that he could get most of them before the rest thought their next step through. In a firefight at this close range, seconds counted. But seconds were all he needed. Their return fire would hit Amanda since she was next to him. He could knock her down, but that would take time, maybe a second or 2 that would count against him. They might hit Rain too, and if both of his rescues were killed, then the mission would have been worthless. A waste of time. The men stared at him as he did the calculations, unaware just how close they were to dying, and Brill raised his hands. The shouting was muted this time, as if the men themselves were afraid of being overheard, that voices might carry in the mountains. But they aimed their rifles at Brill and Amanda and screamed in a language he didn't know. He regretted raising his hands. It was a sign of weakness, a sign of surrender, and Brill knew he wasn't going to surrender. Never to rebels, never to anyone ever again. He dropped his right shoulder and prepared to grab his pistol. His mind never stopped working on the angles, and he took 2 steps away from Amanda, which earned him more shouts and more rifles aimed at him. At him and not her. He smiled, and thought the men shrank back just a little when they saw his eyes. Brill readied the draw and played it out in his head again. A little boy's voice broke through the noise. The goat herder stepped out from the back of the group, his shrill voice cutting through the others. The Kalashnikov looked too big in his little hands, but the other men reacted to him with deference. He smiled at Brill and walked toward him, chattering excitedly. The men let him. You understand this? Brill held his left hand higher than his right, still ready to go for his weapon. He's the chief's son, Amanda grinned through tears. And he says you're his friend. Brill dropped his hands and smiled back at the boy, earning just a slight flinch. The men shifted nervously behind the goat herder. The boy came over and held up his fist. Brill bumped it. The boy clapped Brill on the arm and back. He's explaining to them that you gave him food and water, comfort on a night when he was late, Amanda said. Custom dictates you are their guest. Did you plan this? Dumb luck, Brill told her. The men shouldered their weapons and lifted up rein. They grabbed the gear bags and led the small group toward the far side of the mountains. Epilogue. The man was using chemical weapons on his people. He had scientists like that one from Africa that Brill had killed, making weapons of mass destruction. There was no honor in killing, he knew that much. But at least a bullet was discriminate when fired from the right person. Chemicals and bombs were indiscriminate, and the effect it had was to kill mostly women and children. This Syrian president was targeting women and children in an effort to terrorize rebels and rebel sympathizers. Brill knew that terrorists should be stopped, and the best way to end any terrorist activity was to remove the perpetrator from this earth. It was the best solution for a lot of reasons, the least of which was Brill himself. He was very good at killing people. He had thought about it often on downtime from missions with Iraqis before and in training with Iraq private contractors most recently. There were men who were trained to soldier, and some of them were trained to kill. They were efficient, skilled labor. It was different for him. He was not only skilled, he was an artisan. Maybe it was because he considered himself dead inside, strapped on a table and gone with a girl he loved at the hands of rebel forces. Maybe it was something he had always had, this deadness and lack of empathy. He didn't remember being a psychopath growing up. He didn't torture animals or pull the wings off flies. But he did struggle in social situations and preferred solitude over the company of others. A head shrinker at Barack told him once he was a high-functioning sociopath, that if the elimination of another human was the most expedient path to solve a problem, he could do it and not give it a second thought. I could have told you that, he thought, as she explained it to him. He didn't think it was from lack of caring, though. He did care, and perhaps he cared too much. He cared that there were bad men in the world who bullied and oppressed the people around them, that politicians and corporations killed and maimed without thought to the consequences for their actions. These bad men did worse things, and no one stood up for the people, no one could stop them. A world court had been established so that atrocities couldn't occur, yet Pol Pot happened. The genocides in Africa occurred on such a regular basis, it was like the annual wildebeest stampede across the Serengeti. In South America, in North Korea, on every continent, bad men were allowed to get away with murder without fear of the consequences of their action. Brill hated it. He hated that the UN was a powerless organization, that The Hague was toothless, that the US would do nothing except impose sanctions and rattle their saber, all the while innocent people died. Children died. He watched the presidential palace for a week and noted a pattern. After all, it's what he was trained to do. A maid left a window open on the second floor in the hallway. It was pushed out 3 inches, probably to air out a privy, he supposed. Once he located the window, he noted the president walking past it on a regular basis. That's all he needed. He leaned past the billowing curtain and sighted down the scope of the barrel. It was over 1,000 yards away, and he adjusted for wind and the drop of the bullet as gravity would impact the trajectory. It had taken him a week to find the right room, posing as a backpacking photojournalist, And another day to steal a car, to drive to the desert and retrieve the rifle he'd cached there. He snuck it into the room under the cover of darkness, prepaid for 2 more days in cash, and laid in with supplies to wait. Then he watched. Over the narrow sight of the scope, he learned every inch of the window that observation showed him. He waited past the first day, just to be sure the routine was set. It was. On the second day, he pulled the trigger.
Covert Caracas, an action thriller. Chapter 1. The Dragonev's scope crosshairs settled on the sentry's left ear. Winds shifted, Sal Gomez whispered through the comm. 2.3 meters per second, northeast. Sam, Topper, adjusted the rifle a millimeter. 300 meters downslope, the Fox sentry smoked a cigarette outside the processing facility's main entrance. Corrugated metal buildings. Dirt roads. 55-gallon drums stacked like oversized Legos. The coca paste smell carried even at this distance. Gasoline and rotting vegetation and chemical sweetness that coated the back of your throat. Hold, Top said. The facility sat in a valley, carved between 2 ridgelines in a Rauca department, maybe 8 clicks from the Venezuelan border. They'd been watching for 72 hours from a hide site dug into the western slope. 4 men in a hole barely large enough for 2, taking shifts on watch while the others caught sleep in 90-minute increments. Top's knees felt like broken glass. His lower back had progressed past pain into a dull roar of white noise. Movement southeast corner, Matt Lee said. He had the thermal scope, tracking heat signatures through the facility's thin walls. 3 tangos entering the main building. That makes 17 inside, 4 perimeter. Benny Blaine shifted beside Top, his ghillie suit rustling dead leaves. Shift change hits at 1800. We call the strike at 1730, gives the birds 30 minutes to spin up and 45 to target. Whole place turns into pink mist before they finish dinner. Poetry, Sal said. Top's earpiece crackled. Different frequency. Different voice. Checkmate 6, this is Overwatch Actual. Authenticate Bravo Tango 7-9er. Top's stomach dropped. Overwatch Actual was Colonel Hendricks at JSOC. Hendricks didn't make social calls. Authenticated, Top said. Send traffic. Mission abort. Repeat, mission abort. Secure all equipment and prepare for immediate exfiltration. Coordinates incoming. How copy? The jungle sounds suddenly seemed very loud. Howler monkeys in the canopy. Some bird that sounded like a rusty gate. Top watched the sentry flick his cigarette into the dirt and grind it with his boot heel. Solid copy, Overwatch Actual. Request clarification on abort parameters. Negative. Secure comms only. You have 90 minutes to reach exfil coordinates. Overwatch Actual out. The frequency went dead. Sal spoke first. That's not good. Understatement of the year, Matt said. We've been up here for 3 days, watching these assholes cook enough cocaine to keep Miami happy through Christmas. Now we just walk away. Top pulled back from the Dragonev and rolled onto his side. His spine crackled like bubble wrap. Pack it up. Benny, collapse the hide. Matt, police all brass and trash. Sal, get the SATCOM ready. We need to download whatever coordinates they're sending before we lose signal. Top, the facility. I know. Top stared down at the compound. 21 men processing coca paste into cocaine base. Probably moving 500 kilos a week through the pipeline to the coast. Money that bought weapons. Weapons that killed Colombian cops and American DEA agents and anyone else who got in the way. But we've got orders. Benny started pulling apart the hide's framework. Branches and leaves woven into a low dome that had kept them invisible from air and ground. Orders change. Happens all the time. Doesn't mean we just. It means exactly that, Top said. We follow orders, until someone with more stars tells us different. Now move. They moved. 20 minutes later, the hide site looked like virgin jungle floor. No trash, no brass, no equipment except what they carried. Top did a final sweep with his eyes, checking for any sign they'd been there. Nothing. Ghost protocol meant leaving no trace. No evidence. No proof. The SATCOM unit chirped. Sal pulled up the encrypted message and read coordinates off the screen. Exfil Point is 12 clicks northwest. That's 4 hours, humping through jungle with full kit. Less if we push, Top said. We'll need water, Matt said. He checked his camelback. I'm down to half. Stream crossing at click 7, Sal said, pulling up the terrain map on his GPS. But it puts us within 2 clicks of a Venezuelan military outpost. Top checked his watch. 16:20 hours. Sunset at 18:30, full dark by 1900. We move in daylight, use speed. Night movement takes too long, and we miss the window. Sal, you're on point. Matt, rear security. Benny, you're with me in the middle. Standard spacing, weapons tight unless we make contact. They formed up and started moving through the jungle in single file. Sal navigated like he had GPS coordinates burned into his brain, picking routes through the densest vegetation where their movement would be hardest to track. The seal had grown up in San Diego, but his grandfather had been Yaqui, and somewhere in that bloodline was an instinct for terrain that Top had learned to trust without question. 40 minutes in, they hit the stream. Clear water running over brown rocks, maybe 3 meters wide and knee-deep. Sal held up a fist, and they all dropped into firing positions. He scanned both banks for 30 seconds, then gave the all-clear signal. They crossed one at a time, weapons held high. Top went third, feeling the current pull at his boots and the cold water shock his legs. On the far bank, he took a knee and covered Benny's crossing. Helicopter, Matt said. Everyone froze. The sound came from the south. Rotor wash cutting through jungle noise. Top pulled out compact binoculars and glassed the sky through a gap in the canopy. The helicopter appeared as a black speck against gray clouds. MIL Mi-17, Venezuelan military markings, heading northeast at maybe 500 feet. They're not looking for us, Sal said. Flight path's wrong. The helicopter kept going, and the sound faded. They started moving again. At 1800 hours, they stopped for a 10-minute break. Top checked his water, quarter full. He took 2 small sips and forced himself to cap the bottle. Benny chewed an energy bar that smelled like cardboard and peanut butter. Matt cleaned his weapon with a rag he'd carried for so many deployments it had worn thin as tissue paper. Sal studied the GPS. 6 clicks to exfil. We're making good time. What do you think it is? Benny asked. The abort. Could be anything, Top said. Intel compromise. Political situation. Maybe they just decided cocaine isn't worth the paperwork. You believe that? No. Me neither. Top stood and stretched his back. Small pops ran up his spine like a zipper. Doesn't matter what we believe. We get to exfil, we get our orders, we execute. That's the job. The job used to involve shooting bad guys, Matt said. Still does, Top said. Just maybe different bad guys in a different place. Now let's move before they decide to change the exfil coordinates too. They moved through the jungle as the light started to fail. Shadows grew longer and darker. The temperature dropped 5 degrees, and Top felt sweat cooling on his skin. His legs burned from the sustained pace. His shoulders ached from the weight of his kit. But they kept moving, because that's what operators did. You moved until you reached the objective, or you died trying, and quitting wasn't part of the equation. At 1940 hours, they reached the exfil coordinates. A clearing, maybe 20 meters across, tall grass beaten down by previous helicopter landings. Sal checked the GPS twice to confirm. This is it, he said. They set up a perimeter in the tree line, each man covering a different quadrant. Top listened to the jungle. Night sounds had started, insects and frogs and something that might have been a jaguar coughing in the distance. His earpiece crackled again. Checkmate 6, Overwatch Actual. Nighthawk is inbound, ETA 12 minutes. Be advised, you have priority transport to Bogota for immediate retasking. Acknowledge. Top felt that stomach drop sensation again. Retasking. Not debrief, not stand down. Retasking meant another mission, right now, no rest. Acknowledged, he said. Checkmate 6 standing by. He looked at his team. 3 men crouched in the darkness, weapons ready, eyes scanning for threats. They'd followed him through 4 deployments, and maybe 24 missions. He'd seen them do impossible things without complaint, without question, without hesitation. In 12 minutes, they'd find out what impossible thing came next. Chapter 2. The Black Hawk's rotors beat the air like a metal heartbeat. Top sat on the nylon bench seat, headset clamped over his ears, watching the jungle slide past below. The pilot had them at 200 feet, following the terrain, using darkness and nap of the earth flying to avoid radar. Through the open door the wind hit his face, cold and sharp with jet fuel smell. Sal sat across from him, eyes closed but not sleeping. SEALs had that ability. Shut down completely for 5 minutes, wake up ready to fight. Benny cleaned his sidearm for the 3rd time, field stripping the Glock with muscle memory that didn't require light or thought. Matt stared out the opposite door, watching for threats that wouldn't come. The crew chief tapped Top's shoulder and pointed forward. Lights appeared on the horizon, Bogota sprawl cutting a wound of orange sodium glow into the dark landscape. The helicopter banked left and started descending. They touched down at a private airfield on the city's northern edge. Not military, not commercial. The kind of place that didn't appear on maps and didn't ask questions. A Learjet sat on the tarmac with engines already spooling, white paint gleaming under floodlights. 2 figures stood beside a black SUV near the hangar, one tall and lean, one shorter with a female silhouette. The Black Hawk's skids hit concrete, and the crew chief slid the door full open. End of the line, gentlemen. That's your ride. Top grabbed his kit bag and jumped down. His knees protested, but held. The others followed, and they moved toward the SUV in a tactical spread, habits ingrained too deep to break, even in supposedly safe locations. The tall figure stepped forward as they approached. Lieutenant Colonel Hendricks, JSOC, looked like he'd been carved from teak and stress. Lean face, gray temples, eyes that had seen too many operations go wrong. He wore 5.11 pants and a polo shirt that didn't hide the sidearm on his hip. Top, Hendricks said. No handshake, no greeting. Your team good to go. 72 hours in a hide site watching cocaine production. We're outstanding, sir. Good. Because you're about to get very busy. Hendricks turned to the shorter figure. This is Rachel Vance, CIA Operations. She'll brief you en route. Rachel Vance stepped into the light. Late 30s, dark hair pulled back tight, olive skin that suggested Mediterranean ancestry. She wore black tactical pants and a photographer's vest with too many pockets. Her eyes did a quick evaluation of each team member. Professional assessment, no wasted time. Gentlemen, she said. Her voice carried East Coast education and field time that had worn off the polish. We need to be wheels up in 5 minutes. Colonel Hendricks has already cleared your insertion. I'll brief you once we're airborne. Insertion where? Top asked. Venezuela. The word hung in the humid air like a grenade with the pin pulled. Benny spoke first. Ma'am, we just spent 3 days 8 clicks from the Venezuelan border. If you needed us in Venezuela, we could have walked. Different part of Venezuela, Rachel said. And different mission parameters. The Learjet will have you in Cucuta in 90 minutes. From there we go to a safe house for full briefing. Cucut is Colombian, Sal said. Good geography, Rachel said. That's where you'll stage before crossing the border. Now we really need to move. Hendricks put a hand on Top's shoulder and walked him a few steps away from the others. When he spoke, his voice dropped low enough that only Top could hear. This comes from the top, Hendricks said. National Command Authority. The operation window is 24 hours and the stakes are off the charts. Vance will give you everything you need, but understand this, there's no exfil plan if things go sideways. You'll be completely black, completely deniable. When are we not? Top said. This is different. This is political, at levels that make my head hurt. You get caught, we've never heard of you. You get killed, you were never there. Clear. Crystal. Hendricks released his shoulder and stepped back. Good hunting. Try not to start a war. Top walked back to his team. Rachel was already moving toward the Learjet, her stride efficient and purposeful. The team fell in behind her, kit bags over shoulders, weapons secured but ready. Inside the aircraft, cream leather seats and polished wood trim made a strange contrast to the violence implicit in their cargo. Rachel took a seat near the front and pulled out a ruggedized laptop. Top sat across the aisle. The others spread out, Sal by the emergency exit, Benny near the cockpit, Matt claiming the rear seats where he could watch the whole cabin. The engines wound up, and the Learjet started rolling before they'd even finished buckling in. No tower communications, no flight plan, just wheels leaving ground and the dark landscape dropping away beneath them. Rachel opened her laptop and tapped keys. A map appeared on the screen. Northern South America, Venezuela highlighted in red. She rotated the screen so Top could see. 26 hours ago, Rachel said, the president authorized a strike operation to arrest Nicolas Maduro on standing federal warrants related to narcoterrorism and corruption. The warrants are from 2020, but we've never had the political will to execute. That changed 3 days ago when Maduro's people greenlit a cartel hit on a DIA regional director in Miami. Killed him, his wife, and his 12-year-old daughter. Top felt his jaw tighten. When's the strike? 24 hours from now. Dawn Caracas time. Delta and DevGru are handling the actual arrest. Air support from the carrier group offshore. The whole package. So why do you need us? Rachel pulled up a different screen. 3 photographs, military personnel in Venezuelan uniforms. Because Maduro's not the only problem. He's got 3 senior defense officials who are completely in the cartel's pocket. These men control significant military assets, and they've been coordinating a response plan in case of American intervention. If they execute that plan when the strike hits, we could be looking at dead Americans and a failed mission that turns into a regional conflict. She tapped the first photograph. General Hector Rojas, Venezuelan Army. Commands the 41st Armored Brigade and has personal loyalty from maybe 2,000 troops. He's been stockpiling ammunition and positioning armor near Caracas for the past week. Second photograph. Admiral Luis Cardenas, Venezuelan Navy. Controls the coastal defense network and has been distributing weapons to reliable units. He's also got connections to Colombian cartels that move product through Venezuelan ports. Third photograph. Colonel Vicente Ayala, National Guard. Runs internal security in Caracas and has direct command of rapid response units. He's the most dangerous because his people are already in the city and they know the ground. Top studied the faces. Rojas looked like a recruiting poster. Square jaw, perfect uniform, medals in neat rows. Cardenas had the weathered face of a man who'd spent time at sea. Ayala's eyes held something cold that Top recognized from other men who enjoyed their work too much. You want us to kill them, Top said. No. Rachel closed the laptop. We want you to neutralize them. Remove them from the board, without leaving evidence of American involvement. If they die mysteriously, their subordinates investigate and potentially discover our operation. We need them taken out of play in ways that look like bad luck or internal Venezuelan problems. Sal leaned forward from his seat. Ma'am, that's a pretty tall order for 4 operators with 24 hours. I know, Rachel said. That's why we pulled you off the Fox surveillance. You're the best we have for this kind of work. Flattery, Benny said. That means the mission's impossible. Not impossible, Rachel said. Just extremely difficult. And critically important. If these 3 men coordinate a response when the strike hits, we could lose aircraft, lose operators, and still fail to secure Maduro. The president made it very clear, this operation will not fail. The Learjet hit turbulence and dropped 10 feet. Top's stomach lurched, but his hand stayed steady on the armrest. Through the window, he could see lightning flickering inside distant clouds, illuminating their edges in purple-white strobes. Matt spoke from the back. What kind of support do we get? CIA has assets in Venezuela, Rachel said. I'll provide intelligence, equipment, and local coordination. But once you cross the border, you're on your own. No air support, no quick reaction force, no cavalry coming if things go bad. Standard Tuesday, Top said. Rachel almost smiled. I like your team already. Don't, Top said. We're extremely unpleasant people. Good. Unpleasant people are exactly what this mission requires. She pulled out a slim folder and handed it to Top. Preliminary target packages. Study them during the flight. When we get to Cucuta, I'll have complete dossiers, equipment, and infiltration routes prepared. Questions? About 100, Top said. But they can wait until we see the complete picture. Fair enough. Rachel closed her laptop and leaned back in the seat. Try to get some rest. Next 24 hours are going to be intense. Top opened the folder. Rojas stared up at him from a surveillance photograph. The general climbing into a Mercedes outside what looked like a government building. More photos followed. Cardenas on a naval base, pointing at something off-camera. Ayala in the back of a military truck, surrounded by soldiers who looked at him with fear instead of respect. 3 men. 3 different approaches. 24 hours to figure out how to remove them from play without starting an international incident. Top closed the folder and looked at his team. Sal had his eyes closed again, already grabbing sleep where he could find it. Benny stared out the window at the darkness. Matt cleaned his weapon for the 4th time, hands moving in familiar patterns. 4 operators against 3 generals and whatever forces they commanded. No support, no backup, no forgiveness if they failed. The Learjet cut through the night sky toward the Colombian border, carrying men who'd volunteered to do impossible things in terrible places for reasons that shifted like smoke but always came down to the same answer. Because someone had to, and they were willing. Top closed his eyes and tried to rest. His back still hurt from 3 days in the hide site. His knees felt like ground glass. His mind ran through scenarios and contingencies, and all the ways this could go wrong. The turbulence hit again, and the aircraft shuddered. Outside the window, lightning turned the clouds into momentary mountains of light. 24 hours until the strike. 24 hours to stop 3 men from turning an arrest operation into a bloodbath. The clock was running. Chapter 3. The safe house in Cucuta smelled like stale coffee and someone else's cigarettes. Top stood at the window, watching dawn paint the Colombian sky in shades of orange and gray. Across the street, vendors set up fruit stands, and a woman swept the sidewalk in front of a pharmacy with bars on the windows. Normal life happening, while he planned to cross an international border illegally to neutralize 3 men he'd never met. Behind him, Rachel Vance spread maps and satellite photographs across a folding table that had seen better decades. The safe house was a second-floor apartment above a bodega, 2 bedrooms and a main room with furniture that looked salvaged from a government surplus auction. Bullet holes in one wall had been filled with spackle, but never painted over. "The border's porous," Rachel said, not looking up from her maps. "Venezuelan military patrols it, but they're understaffed and corrupt. The cartels have been using the same smuggling routes for 20 years. We'll use one of those." Sal sat on a folding chair, studying a handheld GPS unit. "Which cartel?" "Does it matter?" "Matters if they decide to rob us or sell us to Venezuelan intelligence." Rachel looked up. "The ELN controls the route we're using. They hate Maduro more than they hate us because he's been squeezing their cocaine operations. Our liaison paid them $50,000 and promised we're just passing through. They don't know who you are or what you're doing. They just know you're Americans going into Venezuela and coming back out within 48 hours. "ELN," Benny said from the couch where he'd been dozing. "Colombian Marxist guerrillas. Because this operation wasn't complicated enough." "You have a better option?" Rachel asked. "Not really. Just noting for the record that we're trusting communists and drug dealers to get us into a hostile country." "Welcome to South America," Rachel said. "Coffee's in the kitchen. You'll want it strong. We move in 30 minutes." Top walked to the kitchen and poured black coffee from a dented pot into a foam cup. The brew tasted like diesel fuel and regret. He drank it anyway. Behind him, Matt entered and did the same, adding 3 sugars from packets that advertised a restaurant that probably didn't exist anymore. "You good?" Top asked. "Always." Matt stirred his coffee with a plastic spoon. "You think this works?" "Which part?" "Any of it. All of it. 4 guys taking out 3 generals in a country that wants us dead while the whole U.S. military stages an arrest operation that'll probably turn into a firefight." Top drank more coffee. "We've done worse." "When?" "Mosul. That building with the chemical weapons. That was different. We had air support and 100 Rangers as backup. And we still nearly died." "Exactly my point." Top set his cup on the counter. "You want to back out?" Matt looked at him with eyes that had seen combat on 4 continents. "Never. I'm just making conversation." "Make it quieter." Rachel looks like she doesn't appreciate pessimism. They returned to the main room where Sal had the maps memorized and was now field stripping his rifle for the second time since they'd arrived. Rachel pulled a plastic case from under the table and opened it. 4 Venezuelan passports, laminated and worn at the edges. "Your covers," she said, handing them out. "You're petroleum engineers from Maracaibo, traveling to Caracas for a conference. The company exists, the conference is real, and if anyone checks the registration list, your names will be there." Top examined his passport. The photograph looked like him, but not quite. Same bone structure, but different lighting, different expression. The name read, Carlos Mendoza, born Maracaibo, 1985. He flipped through the pages. Entry and exit stamps from Colombia, Panama, Brazil. Someone had put real work into these. "How long do these hold up to scrutiny?" Sal asked. "Against a checkpoint cop, they're perfect," Rachel said. "Against serious investigation by intelligence services, maybe 6 hours. Don't get detained." "That's the plan anyway," Benny said. Rachel pulled out 4 more items. Nokia phones from maybe 2010, scratched and dented like they'd lived hard lives. "Burners. They have local SIM cards and 1 number programmed in, mine. You call me, I call you." Nothing else. Don't take pictures, don't text your girlfriends, don't do anything that generates data. She distributed the phones. Top turned his over in his hand, feeling the weight. Technology from another era, when phones just made calls. Your weapons, Rachel continued, pulling out another case. Inside, 4 Glock 19s with scratched slides and worn grips. Serial numbers filed off and acid-etched. Untraceable. 17 rounds each, 1 spare magazine. Try not to use them. If we use them, Top said, the mission's already failed. Correct. Rachel closed the case. The whole point is discretion. You're ghosts. Nobody knows you're there, nobody sees you work, nobody finds evidence afterward. A knock rattled the door, 3 short, 2 long, 1 short. Rachel moved to answer it. Through the opening stepped a man who looked assembled from leather and rope. 60, maybe older, with a face carved by sun and violence. He wore jeans and a Guayabera shirt that didn't hide the pistol at his belt. This is Guillermo, Rachel said. He'll guide you to the crossing point. Guillermo looked at the 4 Americans with eyes that evaluated and dismissed them in the same glance. You ready? 5 minutes, Top said. You get 5 minutes. Then we walk. The border window closes at 0800 when the patrol shift changes. He left the door open and descended the stairs. His boots made no sound on the concrete. Top looked at his team. Gear up. Civilian clothes, 1 weapon each, passports and phones. Everything else stays here. They moved with the efficiency of men who'd packed for missions in the dark while under fire. Civilian clothes meant 5.11 pants that looked like regular trousers and Columbia shirts that hid armor. The Glocks went into concealed holsters. Knives disappeared into boots and pockets. They looked like contractors or aid workers, or any of the 100 types of foreigners who moved through South America on business nobody examined too closely. Rachel handed Top a final item. A business card for Petroleo Consulting Services with a Maracaibo address and phone number. Your cover company. If anyone asks questions, you're there to assess drilling efficiency in the Orinoco Belt. I don't know anything about oil drilling. Then don't let anyone ask detailed questions. She walked to the window and checked the street. Guillermo's right, the window's closing. Venezuelan military runs patrols on a schedule, but occasionally they get ambitious. You need to be across before 0800. Top pocketed the card. What happens after we cross? You'll meet a contact in San Antonio del Táchira, Venezuelan side, about 2 kilometers from the border. He'll have a vehicle and drive you to Caracas. 8-hour trip if you don't hit checkpoints. 12 if you do. And then you do what you do best. Rachel's expression hardened. Remove 3 men from the board without leaving evidence. You have until dawn tomorrow. That's when the strike hits and everything goes loud. Sal stood and checked his watch. 23 hours, 14 minutes. Better start moving, Rachel said. They descended the stairs in single file. The bodega below sold beer and cigarettes to men who looked like they'd killed people for less money than was in Top's wallet. Nobody looked up as they passed through. Outside, the morning sun had burned through the haze, and the street temperature was already climbing toward uncomfortable. Guillermo waited beside a Toyota pickup that had been white maybe a decade ago. Rust bloomed along the fenders, and the tailgate was held shut with bungee cords. Get in. Americans in the bed, covered by the tarp. Seriously? Benny said. You want to cross the border, sitting up front, waving at the cameras? Guillermo opened the tailgate. Get in. They climbed into the truck bed. The metal was hot enough to burn through their pants. Guillermo threw a canvas tarp over them and tied it down. The world became brown canvas and diesel fumes and the sound of the engine turning over. The truck moved through Cucuta streets, bouncing over potholes and speed bumps. Under the tarp, Top felt sweat start immediately. The temperature had to be pushing 90 degrees. Next to him, Sal breathed steady and controlled. Matt shifted position, and his elbow hit Top's ribs. "Sorry," Matt whispered. "Save it for Venezuela." The truck slowed and stopped. Voices outside, Spanish, rapid fire, and casual. "Checkpoint." Top's hand moved to his Glock but didn't draw. Under the tarp, they'd be invisible to casual inspection, but one curious guard with initiative could ruin everything. The voices continued. Laughter. Someone slapped the truck's side panel, and it lurched forward again. They drove for 20 minutes. The road got rougher, the bouncing worse. Top's back screamed with each pothole. The heat under the tarp became oppressive, thick enough to choke on. The truck stopped again, and the engine cut off. Footsteps. The tarp peeled back and sunlight stabbed Top's eyes. Guillermo stood there with 3 other men, all armed with AK-pattern rifles, and the casual alertness of people who lived by violence. "Out," Guillermo said. "We walk from here." They climbed from the truck bed, blinking in the light. The landscape had changed. They were in jungle now, thick vegetation on both sides of a dirt road that barely qualified as a path. The air smelled like green rot and river water. One of Guillermo's men handed out machetes. "Stay close. Don't talk. If we see military, hit the ground and don't move." They started walking. The path twisted through jungle that pressed in from all sides. Vines hung like cables. Things moved in the undergrowth. Animals or reptiles or people, Top couldn't tell. His shirt was soaked through with sweat within 5 minutes. His boots slipped on mud that hadn't dried since the last rain. 30 minutes in, Guillermo raised his fist. Everyone stopped. Through the trees ahead, voices carried. Venezuelan military patrol. At least 4 men from the sound, maybe more. They were moving parallel to the path, close enough that Top could hear their conversation. Something about a soccer match and who owed who money. Guillermo pointed at the ground. Top and his team dropped flat into the mud, faces down, weapons ready but not drawn. The voices grew louder, peaked, then faded. Guillermo waited 2 full minutes before standing. They kept moving. An hour after leaving the truck, they reached a river. 20 meters wide, brown water moving fast over rocks. On the far side, Venezuela. The border existed as a line on maps, but here it was just more jungle, same trees, same mud, same heat. "That's the Tashira River," Guillermo said. "On the other side, you're in Venezuela. My job ends here. Follow the path, 2 kilometers until you reach the road. Your contact will be waiting in a blue Chevrolet. If he's not there, turn around and walk back. You'll die if you continue alone." "Comforting," Benny said. Guillermo almost smiled. "Good luck, Americans. Try not to start a war." "Second person who's told us that," Matt said. "Maybe you should listen." They waded into the river. The current hit harder than expected, pulling at their legs, trying to sweep them downstream. Top leaned into it and pushed forward, feeling mud suck at his boots with each step. Halfway across, the water reached his waist. His Glock would still fire wet, but he'd need to clean it first chance he got. On the far bank, they climbed out dripping and covered in river mud. Behind them, Guillermo and his men had already disappeared into the jungle. Top checked his watch, 07:52. 8 minutes before the patrol shift change. "Let's move," he said. They followed the path through jungle that looked identical to the Colombian side. 2 kilometers felt like 10. The heat built until breathing required effort. Something that might have been a snake slid across the path, and Sal stepped over it without breaking stride. The jungle opened onto a dirt road. Parked 30 meters away, a blue Chevrolet sedan that had seen better years and probably better owners. A man leaned against the hood, smoking. He saw them and flicked the cigarette into the dirt. "You're late," the man said in accented English. "Traffic was terrible," Top said. The man smiled without warmth. "Get in. Caracas is 8 hours away, and we have many checkpoints to pass." They climbed into the Chevrolet. The seats were torn, and the air conditioning didn't work, but the engine started on the first try. The man put the car in gear, and they rolled down the dirt road toward the highway beyond. Top looked back once at the jungle and the river hidden somewhere in the green chaos. Colombia was gone. The United States was gone. They were across the wire now, in a hostile country with fake passports and limited ammunition, and 23 hours to accomplish the impossible. The Chevrolet hit the paved highway and accelerated toward Caracas. Chapter 4. The checkpoint came up fast. Concrete barriers painted in yellow and red stripes, 3 National Guardsmen with Kalashnikovs, and a sergeant who looked bored enough to be dangerous. The driver touched the brakes and the Chevrolet slowed. His name was Diego, and he'd spoken maybe 10 words since they'd left San Antonio del Táchira. Now he glanced in the rearview mirror at Top. "Passports ready. You're petroleum engineers from Maracaibo. Conference at the Hilton. You know nothing about politics." The car stopped. The sergeant walked around from the front, hand resting on his rifle. He bent down to look through the driver's window, eyes scanning each face in the vehicle. His uniform was crisp despite the heat, and his boots had polish on them. The dangerous kind of cop, the one who gave a damn. "Documents," the sergeant said. Diego handed over his license and registration. The sergeant examined them, then pointed at Top and the others. "Them too." Top passed his passport forward. Sal, Benny, and Matt did the same. The sergeant took all 5 documents and walked to the guard shack. Through the window, Top watched him sit at a desk with a laptop that looked newer than anything else at the checkpoint. "He's running the passports," Matt said quietly. "I can see that." Rachel said they'd hold up. She also said not to get detained. The sergeant typed, waited, typed more. His expression didn't change. Behind the car, traffic started backing up, 2 trucks and a bus, drivers getting impatient. One of the other guards walked over and waved them to a second lane. The traffic flowed around the stopped Chevrolet. 5 minutes passed. The sergeant stood and returned, passports in hand. He bent down again and looked directly at Top. "You're petroleum engineers." "Yes." "From Maracaibo?" "Correct." "What company?" "Petroleo Consulting Services." Top said it without hesitation, like he'd worked there for years. "And you're going to Caracas for what purpose?" "Conference on Drilling Efficiency in the Orinoco Belt. 3 days of presentations and technical workshops." The sergeant's eyes narrowed. "The Orinoco Belt is heavy crude. Different extraction than conventional wells. What's your specialty?" Top felt Sal shift slightly in the back seat. Benny's hand moved incrementally closer to his concealed Glock. Matt stared straight ahead like none of this concerned him. "Thermal recovery methods," Top said. "Steam injection to reduce viscosity. My associates handle horizontal drilling and pumping systems." The sergeant stared at him for 3 more seconds, then handed back the passports. The conference was last month. Top's heart rate stayed steady through pure discipline. "We're attending the follow-up session. Smaller group, focused on implementation challenges." "At the Hilton?" "That's correct." The sergeant stepped back and waved them through. "Welcome to Venezuela. Drive carefully." Diego put the Chevrolet in gear, and they rolled forward through the checkpoint. Nobody spoke for 2 kilometers. "That was close," Benny finally said. "Rachel's passport's held," Sal said. "Rachel didn't know about petroleum engineering," Top said. That was luck. No. Matt turned to look at Top. That was you reading a Wikipedia article on the flight while the rest of us slept. Top said nothing. The Chevrolet 8 highway, passing through landscape that shifted from jungle to scrubland, to the sprawl of small towns that fed Caracas from below. They hit 3 more checkpoints over the next 6 hours. Each time, the passports worked. Each time, the cover story held. By the 4th checkpoint, the guards barely looked at the documents before waving them through. The sun was setting when Caracas appeared, a bowl of concrete and glass towers ringed by mountains, shantytown barrios climbing the slopes like rust spreading up metal. The city stretched for kilometers, 2 million people living in the kind of density that made Top's tactical brain itch. Too many buildings, too many alleys, too many places for things to go wrong. Diego navigated through traffic that followed rules only the locals understood. Cars changed lanes without signaling, motorcycles split traffic at speeds that defied physics, and pedestrians crossed wherever they felt like it. The Chevrolet's horn got more use in 10 minutes than it probably had all year. Your hotel is in Altamira, Diego said, speaking for the first time in hours. Expensive area. Safe. Lots of foreigners. We're not staying at a hotel, Top said. Diego looked in the mirror. Rachel said. Rachel told you to drive us to Caracas. I'm telling you where to take us in Caracas. Where? Top pulled out the Nokia phone and checked the text Rachel had sent during their last stop. An address in Petare, the massive slum that sprawled across Caracas's eastern edge. The kind of place where police didn't patrol and questions didn't get asked. Petare, Top said, reading off the address. Diego's hands tightened on the wheel. No. That's too dangerous. We're not asking. Petare is controlled by gangs. They kill people for shoes. You won't last 5 minutes. Then you better drive fast. Diego cursed in Spanish, something about Americans and death wishes, but he changed lanes and took an exit that led away from the gleaming towers of downtown toward the eastern sprawl. The neighborhood deteriorated with every kilometer. Glass towers became concrete apartment blocks, became improvised structures that looked assembled from shipping containers and hope. Streets narrowed. Trash accumulated in piles that nobody bothered to remove. Groups of young men stood on corners, watching traffic with eyes that calculated value and vulnerability. This is insane, Diego said. Rachel will kill me if you die. Nobody's dying, Top said. Yet. The Chevrolet climbed into Petare's warren of streets, barely wide enough for the vehicle. Buildings pressed in from both sides, 3 and 4 stories of unpainted concrete connected by power lines and laundry hanging from windows. Music thumped from somewhere, reggaeton bass that rattled loose panels. Diego stopped in front of a building that looked slightly less terrible than its neighbors. This is the address. I'm not waiting. Good, Top said. We'll take it from here. They climbed out with their bags. The street went quiet. Faces appeared in windows and doorways, watching. A dog barked, and another answered. Top counted at least 6 young men in visual range, all tracking their movement. Diego's Chevrolet reversed and disappeared around a corner before they reached the building's entrance. The door hung crooked on broken hinges. Inside, the stairwell smelled like urine and something that might have been a dead animal several floors up. The walls were covered in graffiti, gang signs, and territorial markers that Top couldn't read but recognized for what they were. Second floor, Sal said, checking the address on his phone. Apartment 2C. They climbed stairs that creaked under their weight. On the landing, a woman watched them from a doorway, a baby on her hip. She said nothing. Top nodded and kept moving. Apartment 2C's door had been reinforced with a steel plate and 3 deadbolts. Top knocked 2 short, 3 long. The pattern Rachel had specified. The door opened. A man stood there with a Beretta in his hand, pointed at the floor, but ready. 40s, scarred face, eyes that had killed people. He looked at Top and stepped back. "You're the Americans." "We're petroleum engineers," Top said. The man almost smiled. "Of course. Come in before someone decides you're worth robbing." The apartment was one large room, with a kitchen alcove and a bathroom behind a curtain. 2 windows overlooked the street below, covered with sheets that blocked most of the light. A folding table held a laptop and 3 mobile phones. The floor was concrete, swept clean. A mattress in the corner looked like it had been slept on recently. "I'm Felix," the man said, closing and locking all 3 deadbolts. "Rachel said you needed a place nobody would look." "Congratulations. Nobody looks here unless they live here." "How secure is this location?" Matt asked. "Depends on your definition. The local gang won't bother you because I paid them. Police won't come because they're afraid to enter Pater. Venezuelan intelligence doesn't operate here because nobody of importance lives in places like this." Felix set his Beretta on the table. "So you're secure from official attention. From street criminals, that's your problem." Benny dropped his bag and moved to the window. He lifted the sheet slightly and checked the street below. Multiple sight lines. No choke points if we need to run. Could be worse. Could be better, Sal said. Show me better in Caracas that's also off the grid. Felix opened a cooler and pulled out bottles of water. He tossed one to each of them. Rachel said you're here for work. What kind of work requires 4 Americans sneaking into Pater? The confidential kind, Top said. Fair enough. Felix sat at the table and opened his laptop. I can provide local knowledge. I know the city, I know the players, I know who to bribe and who to avoid. But I don't know your mission, and I don't want to know. Clear. Crystal. Good. Now, you need anything specific? Weapons, vehicles, information? All 3 eventually, Top said. Right now, we need 12 hours to rest and plan. We've been moving for 16 hours straight. Felix nodded. The mattress is yours. I'll sleep in my car. There's food in the kitchen. Nothing fancy, but it's edible. The water from the tap will make you sick, so stick to bottles. Bathroom works most of the time. Sometimes the power cuts out, but it usually comes back. He stood and grabbed a jacket from a hook on the wall. I'll be back at dawn. Don't open the door for anyone. Don't leave the apartment. Don't make noise. Most of all, don't attract attention. We're good at being invisible, Top said. You better be. Felix unlocked the deadbolts and opened the door. Because if the gangs decide you're a problem, I can't protect you. And if Venezuelan intelligence discovers you're here, nobody can protect you. He left and locked the door from outside. His footsteps faded down the stairwell. Top walked to the window and looked out at Pater spreading across the mountainside, hundreds of thousands of people living in structures that defied building codes and probably gravity. Lights flickered on as darkness settled, creating a constellation that rivaled the stars. Home sweet home, Benny said. I've slept in worse, Matt said. When? Fallujah. That collapsed building with the dead insurgents in the basement. That doesn't count. We were only there for 4 hours. Still counts. Sal opened the laptop and booted it up. Rachel sent mission files. Target packages on all 3 generals. Updated satellite imagery. Building layouts. Security patterns. We've got work to do. Top turned from the window. The city stretched below them, indifferent and enormous. Somewhere out there, 3 men went about their business, unaware that 4 Americans had crossed an international border illegally with orders to remove them from the board before dawn. Get the files up, Top said. We need to figure out how to neutralize 3 protected military officials in a hostile city without leaving evidence or starting an international incident. Simple, Benny said. Nothing about this is simple. I know. I was being sarcastic. Top pulled up a chair to the table. Sal had the files open now, photographs and documents and intelligence reports. 3 faces stared from the screen. Rojas, Cardenas, Ayala. Men with power and protection and enemies who'd been trying to kill them for years without success. Outside, Caracas settled into its nightly rhythm. Music and voices, and occasional gunfire that nobody seemed to notice. In the apartment, 4 men studied their targets and planned murder disguised as everything else. The mission clock ran in Top's head, even though he'd stopped mentioning it. Chapter 5. Rachel Vance came through the door at 05:30 carrying 2 bags of arepas and coffee that smelled like burned hope. Top hadn't slept. None of them had. The laptop screen cast blue light across the table where they'd spent the night dissecting 3 lives, looking for vulnerabilities, mapping patterns, finding the cracks where pressure could be applied. "You look terrible," Rachel said, setting the food on the table. "You look fresh," Top said. "I hate you a little. I slept in a hotel with air conditioning and hot water. Professional privilege." She pulled up a chair and opened one of the bags. "Eat. You'll need energy." Benny grabbed an arepa and bit into it. Corn flour and cheese, still warm from wherever Rachel had found them. He chewed and swallowed. "Better than MREs." "Everything's better than MREs," Matt said. Rachel pulled out her own laptop and opened it beside Sal's. "Brief me. What have you learned?" Top took coffee and ignored the fact that it tasted like diesel mixed with ash. "Rojas is the easiest target and the hardest mission. He's got a pattern, leaves his wife at 0700 every morning, drives himself to his mistress's apartment in Los Palos Grandes, stays until 1000, then goes to his office. 3 times a week, like clockwork." "The mistress is leverage," Rachel said. "Better than leverage. She's pregnant. 4 months along. Rojas has been paying for an apartment and sending her money through accounts his wife doesn't know exist." Rachel smiled. "That's excellent blackmail material." "Except we can't blackmail him," Sal said. "Blackmail requires ongoing contact and ability to enforce consequences. We need him neutralized immediately, not cooperative over time." "So we use the mistress differently," Rachel said. "Plant evidence. Make it look like Rojas was stealing from government accounts to fund his affair. Let Venezuelan internal security do our job." Top nodded. "That's option 1. Option 2 is simpler but messier. Stage a break-in at the mistress's apartment. Make it look like Rojas interrupted it and got injured. Concussion, maybe broken ribs. He's in the hospital during the strike, unable to command anything." "I like option 1, Rachel said. "Less chance of collateral damage." "Agreed. But we need access to Rojas's personal laptop. The evidence has to look real enough to survive initial scrutiny." Rachel pulled a flash drive from her pocket. "This contains financial records that will pass examination. Government accounts with suspicious transfers. Dates that match his visits to the mistress. It'll take investigators maybe 6 hours to find, which puts Rojas in custody right around the time the strike hits." She slid the flash drive across the table. Top pocketed it. "Cardenas is harder," Matt said. He had satellite imagery pulled up, showing La Guaira Naval Base. He's on base most of the time. Lives in officer housing inside the perimeter. Drives an armored car with a security detail. The man's paranoid and professional." "He's also a drunk," Rachel said. 4 sets of eyes turned to her. "Naval intelligence picked it up 6 months ago," Rachel continued. Cardenas has a bottle of scotch in his desk. He starts drinking around 1400 hours and continues until he leaves for the day. By 1800, he's impaired enough that his staff knows not to bother him with anything requiring decisions. A functioning alcoholic, Sal said. That's our opening. Maybe, Top said. But we can't just poison his scotch. Death triggers investigations. We need him out of commission in a way that looks natural. Benny leaned back in his chair. What if it's not the scotch? What if it's something medical? Elaborate. Cardenas is 58 years old. He's got a belly on him from the satellite photos. Probably hasn't run a mile in 20 years. Classic heart attack profile. We induce a cardiac event. Not fatal, just severe enough to put him in ICU during the critical window. Rachel shook her head. Too risky. If he dies, you've committed murder on Venezuelan soil. If he survives and talks, he might remember something that leads back to you. So we don't give him a heart attack, Matt said. We give him something that looks like a heart attack. Panic attack, severe enough to incapacitate him but not kill him. Symptoms are similar: chest pain, shortness of breath, sense of impending doom. His staff rushes him to the hospital. Doctors run tests, find nothing immediately life-threatening but keep him for observation. Top considered it. What causes a panic attack, severe enough to hospitalize someone? Chemical trigger, Sal said. There are compounds that induce panic responses. Rapid heart rate, hyperventilation, the whole package. Military's been researching them for crowd control applications. Rachel pulled up files on her laptop. CIA has something similar. Derivative of a Russian development program from the 90s. It's absorbed through skin contact. Symptoms hit within 10 minutes and last several hours. The person experiences severe anxiety and physical symptoms that mimic cardiac distress. Can you get it? Top asked. I can have it delivered within 2 hours. Then that's Cardenas. We contaminate something he touches regularly. Desk surface, car door handle, something he'll contact during his drinking hours when his judgment is already impaired. His chair, Benny said. He sits at his desk for hours every afternoon. We apply the compound to the armrests. He absorbs it through his hands, symptoms hit, his staff finds him in distress and rushes him to the hospital. How do we access his office? Matt asked. That's the real problem, Rachel said. She pulled up building schematics. La Guaira is a secured facility. Multiple checkpoints, ID verification, cameras everywhere. You can't just walk in dressed as janitors. No, Top said. But someone delivers supplies to the base every day. Food service, fuel, equipment. We identify a delivery schedule and insert during a delivery. Rachel typed on her laptop. Give me 30 minutes. I'll have the base's vendor list and delivery schedules. Good. That's 2 targets with solid plans. Top moved to the third set of files. Ayala stared up from a surveillance photograph, cold eyes above a thin smile. Ayala's our problem child. He's the most dangerous, Rachel agreed. National Guard. Internal security. He runs networks throughout Caracas, and he's smart. Suspicious. Paranoid, in the useful way. Sal had been studying Ayala's file for hours. He doesn't have Rojas's weakness for women, or Cardenas's drinking problem. His financials are clean. His personal security is excellent. He changes his route to work every day, never follows the same pattern twice. The man's a professional. Everyone has a weakness, Top said. Maybe. But we haven't found his yet. Rachel closed her laptop. Ayala's the reason I wanted to brief you in person. The other 2 targets you can handle with minimal support. Ayala requires something different. Explain, Top said. Ayala's not just careful. He's actively looking for threats. His security team does counter-surveillance sweeps. He rotates his personal guards weekly, so nobody gets too familiar with his schedule. He lives in a compound with walls and dogs and cameras covering every angle. So we can't get to him at home, Matt said. Correct. And we can't get to him at work, because National Guard headquarters is locked down tighter than the presidential palace. Which leaves us one option. We get to him through his network. Rachel opened a folder and spread photographs across the table. Ayala's been coordinating with mid-level officers throughout the National Guard, building his response plan for if something happens to Maduro. He's meeting with these officers at a compound in Katia, Western Caracas controlled territory. Tomorrow night, at 2100 hours, he's scheduled to distribute orders to approximately 12 officers. You want us to hit a meeting with 13 armed military officers, Benny said. No. I want you to sabotage the meeting. Ayala's distributing encrypted orders, printed documents with codes and rendezvous points and communication protocols. If those orders are compromised, his entire network falls apart. Top studied the photographs. The compound was surrounded by walls. Single entry point. Buildings arranged in a courtyard pattern. How do we access his orders? You don't. You corrupt them. The orders are stored on Ayala's laptop until the meeting. He prints them on site, using a portable printer his team brings to the compound. If you can access that printer and alter the output, every order he distributes will be wrong. Wrong how? Sal asked. Contradictory information. Different rendezvous points. Conflicting commands. When his officers try to execute tomorrow, they'll be scattered and confused. Ayala's network becomes worthless. That requires physical access to the printer, Top said. Which means infiltrating the compound while a meeting of armed National Guard officers is in progress. Yes. That's insane. That's the mission. Rachel met his eyes without blinking. Rojas and Cardenas are straightforward. Ayala requires something more creative. The compound has security, but it's not military grade. You can penetrate it, access the printer, corrupt the orders, and extract before anyone realizes what happened. Top looked at his team. Matt shook his head slightly. Benny looked skeptical. Sal studied the compound layout, like he was already planning infiltration routes. It's possible, Sal said finally. Difficult, but possible. We'd need detailed intelligence on the compound's layout and security patterns. I'll have that for you by noon, Rachel said. We'd need to know exactly where the printer is located and when they set it up, Matt added. My contact inside Ayala's network can provide that information. And we'd need a diversion, Top said. Something that pulls attention away from wherever we're working. Fire is traditional, Benny said. Nothing pulls attention like flames. Rachel stood and gathered the photographs. I'll arrange everything you need. Equipment, intelligence, transportation. Your window for Ayala is tomorrow night, 2100 to 2300 hours. After that, he distributes the orders and the network is activated. What about Rojas and Cardenas? Top asked. Handle them today. Rojas first. His pattern puts him at the mistress's apartment starting at 0700. That's 90 minutes from now. Cardenas this afternoon, during his drinking hours. Ayala tomorrow night. 3 targets, 3 different approaches, all neutralized before the strike at dawn. She walked to the door and unlocked the deadbolts. Felix will provide whatever support you need. I'll be available on the phones. Questions? About 100, Top said. But they'll wait until we see how the first target goes. Fair enough. Rachel opened the door. Remember, no bodies, no evidence, no international incidents. You're ghosts. Act like it. She left. The deadbolts clicked shut behind her. Top stood and stretched. His back cracked like bubble wrap. All right. Sal, you're with me on Rojas. Benny and Matt, start planning the Cardenas approach. We move on Rojas in 90 minutes. Full brief in 60. They dispersed to their tasks. Sal pulled up more detailed maps of Los Palos Grandes. Benny and Matt huddled over the naval base schematics. Top walked to the window and looked out at Caracas waking up below, cars filling streets, people heading to work. Normal life proceeding while 4 Americans planned to dismantle 3 military careers before breakfast. The sun climbed over the mountains and burned off the morning haze. Somewhere in the city, General Hector Rojas was kissing his wife goodbye and climbing into his Mercedes, completely unaware that his carefully constructed double life was about to collapse in ways he'd never see coming. Top checked his Glock, verified the magazine, chambered around. The flash drive with falsified financial records sat heavy in his pocket. 60 minutes, he said to the room. Then we find out if Rachel's intelligence is as good as she thinks it is. Chapter 6. The Mercedes pulled up to the apartment building at 07:14. Top watched from a cafe across the street, sitting at a table with a newspaper he wasn't reading and coffee he wasn't drinking. Sal was 2 blocks away in a stolen Corolla, monitoring radio traffic and providing overwatch through a spotting scope. General Hector Rojas stepped out of the Mercedes wearing civilian clothes, khakis and a polo shirt that did nothing to hide his military bearing. He locked the car with a key fob and walked to the building entrance. No bodyguards. No security detail. Just a man visiting his pregnant mistress before heading to work. Target entering building, Top said into his radio. The earpiece was small enough to be invisible, the microphone clipped inside his collar. Copy, Sal replied. Building security is 1 guard in the lobby. Cameras on the entrance and elevator. No exterior coverage on the rear fire escape. Top folded the newspaper and left money on the table. He walked half a block, turned into an alley, and approached the building from the rear. The fire escape zigzagged up 6 stories of concrete, painted a color that might have been beige before pollution turned it gray. He climbed. The metal stairs rattled under his weight, but the morning traffic noise covered the sound. 3rd floor landing. The window was closed but not locked. Top pulled a pry bar from inside his jacket and worked it into the frame. The latch popped with minimal force. Inside was a hallway. Tile floor, fluorescent lights, the smell of cooking from someone's breakfast. Apartment 3B was 4 doors down. Top moved quiet and smooth, his footsteps making no sound. Years of practice made his movement almost liquid. At the door he stopped and listened. Voices inside, male and female, muffled by the door but distinct. Rojas and the woman. The conversation sounded casual, domestic. Top pulled out a bump key and worked it into the lock. 3 taps with the pry bar, and the mechanism turned. He waited. The voices continued. The conversation shifted to something about doctor's appointments and vitamins. Top turned the handle slowly and pushed the door open 3 inches. The apartment opened up to his right, living room visible, kitchen beyond. The voices came from deeper inside. Bedroom probably. Top slipped through the door and closed it behind him. The apartment was nicer than the building exterior suggested. Leather furniture, flat-screen television, artwork that might have been real. Rojas was spending real money, keeping this woman comfortable. A laptop sat on the coffee table. Top crossed the room and opened it. The screen lit up, password protected. He pulled the flash drive from his pocket and inserted it into the USB port. Rachel's software went to work immediately, bypassing the login screen and accessing the hard drive. The voices from the bedroom got louder. Something about the baby's name. The woman wanted Sophia. Rojas thought Valentina sounded better. Top opened the laptop's financial management software. Bank accounts appeared. Personal accounts Rojas used for his legitimate expenses. Top navigated to a separate folder, buried 3 directories deep. More accounts. Transfers. Payments to this address. Rent, utilities, medical bills. All coming from government accounts that Rojas had skimmed over the past 18 months. He inserted Rachel's falsified records into the existing files, backdating them to match Rojas's actual pattern. The forgeries were good enough to pass forensic accounting, slightly inflated amounts that would look like embezzlement rather than normal expenses. Evidence that would survive the first wave of investigation. A door opened in the bedroom. Footsteps. Top closed the laptop and moved behind the couch, dropping into a crouch that made his knees scream. The footsteps entered the living room. Rojas walked past, heading for the kitchen. Water ran in the sink. A glass filled. Top stayed frozen. The couch blocked him from view, but if Rojas turned around, he'd be visible. If Rojas noticed the laptop had been moved, he'd start asking questions. If Rojas looked down at exactly the right angle, he'd see Top's reflection in the television screen. Rojas drank the water, set the glass in the sink, walked back toward the bedroom. The door closed. Top stood and moved to the laptop. He ejected the flash drive and pocketed it. The screen still showed the financial software. He navigated back to the hidden folder and opened one file, just enough to leave a digital footprint showing recent access. Then he closed everything and left the laptop exactly as he'd found it. The voices resumed in the bedroom. The woman laughed at something. Rojas said something Top couldn't make out. He moved to the apartment door and listened. The hallway outside was quiet. He opened the door and stepped through, closing it softly behind him. The lock clicked into place. He walked back to the fire escape window and climbed out. Down the fire escape. Into the alley. Out to the street where morning traffic flowed like nothing had happened. Top walked 3 blocks before speaking into his radio. Package delivered. Moving to extraction point. Copy, Sal said. I'll pick you up at the market. Top found the market 2 blocks away, a bodega with fruit stacked outside and a cat sleeping in the window. The Corolla pulled up, and he climbed in. Sal put the car in gear and merged into traffic. Clean? Sal asked. Clean. Rojas never knew I was there. Files are planted. Next person who investigates his finances will find exactly what Rachel wants them to find. When does the investigation start? About 10 minutes ago. Top pulled out the Nokia phone and dialed. Rachel answered on the second ring. Status, she said. Files planted. Laptop accessed. Digital footprint established. Excellent. Stand by. The line went quiet, but didn't disconnect. Top heard typing on Rachel's end. Voices in the background speaking rapid Spanish. More typing. Done, Rachel said. Anonymous tip just went to Maduro's internal security office. Details about a general stealing government funds to support a mistress. Bank account numbers. Transaction dates. The address where he visits her. They'll have investigators on it within the hour. How long until they move on Rojas? Intelligence indicates Maduro's internal security is efficient when money's involved. They'll verify the accounts first, confirm the transfers are real. Once they see the evidence, they'll move fast. My estimate is Rojas gets arrested around 1400 hours. That puts him in custody well before the strike window. Top checked his watch. 07:43. 6 hours. That's tight. It's what we have. Now focus on Cardenas. His window opens at 1400 when he starts drinking. You need to be in position before then. We'll be ready. Rachel disconnected. Top pocketed the phone and looked at Sal. Back to the apartment. We need to brief Matt and Benny on the Cardenas approach. Sal navigated through traffic that got heavier as the morning progressed. Caracas woke up loud and aggressive, horns and engines and street vendors shouting prices. They passed a checkpoint, but the National Guardsmen just waved them through. Two foreign-looking men in a beat-up Corolla didn't rate attention. At the apartment building in Petare, they climbed the stairs and knocked the pattern on the door. Matt opened it, Beretta in hand, then holstered when he saw who it was. How'd it go? Matt asked. Smooth. Rojas is neutralized, he just doesn't know it yet. Top moved to the table, where Benny had the naval base schematics pulled up. What have we got on Cardenas? Felix came through, Benny said. La Guaira receives supply deliveries every day at 0900. Food service trucks mostly. They're inspected at the gate, but once they clear security, they drive directly to the commissary warehouse. Unloading takes 45 minutes. Camera coverage. Gate and main roads. But the warehouse loading dock has a blind spot. No cameras for about 20 meters between the dock and the access road. Security personnel. 2 guards at the gate. Random patrols inside the base, but they're inconsistent. Felix says the base commander is more concerned with external threats than internal security. Matt pulled up a different file. Cardenas's office is in the administration building. 3rd floor, corner office overlooking the harbor. He arrives around 0930, leaves at 1700. Starts drinking at 1400 like clockwork. How do we access the building? Top asked. Maintenance tunnels, Sal said. He pointed to underground lines on the schematic. The base was built in the 70s with service tunnels connecting major buildings. They're used for electrical and plumbing access. Most aren't guarded because nobody thinks about them. Where's our entry point? The commissary warehouse. There's a tunnel access panel in the loading dock area. We enter during the delivery confusion, access the tunnels, navigate to the administration building, surface in a maintenance closet on the 3rd floor. Top traced the route with his finger. How far? 300 meters through the tunnels. Maybe 10 minutes if we move fast. And extraction? Same route in reverse. We're in and out during Cardenas's drinking hours. He starts feeling symptoms. His staff finds him in distress. We're already back in the tunnels heading for the commissary. What about the chemical compound? Top asked. Rachel said she'd deliver it. Matt picked up a small vial from the table. Clear liquid, maybe 30 milliliters. Felix brought it an hour ago. Absorbed through skin contact. Symptoms appear in 10 to 15 minutes. Effects last 4 to 6 hours. Application method. We contaminate his chair armrests. He sits down, touches the treated surfaces, compound absorbs through his hands. By the time he feels symptoms, we're off the base. Top picked up the vial and held it to the light. The liquid looked like water. Felix tested this. Rachel vouched for it. CIA's been using variations of this compound for years. It's reliable. Reliable isn't the same as safe. Nothing about this mission is safe, Benny said. But it's better than shooting him and hoping nobody notices. Top set the vial down. Timeline. Food service delivery arrives at 0900. We need to be part of that delivery without the actual delivery crew knowing we're there. Felix arranged it, Matt said. One of the trucks is driven by a contractor who owes him money. The driver will make a stop on the route, leave the truck running, go inside a building for 5 minutes. We climb in the back, hide among the food crates, ride onto the base. And the driver knows nothing. When he checks his cargo, before unloading, we'll already be in the tunnels. He completes his delivery, leaves the base, goes about his day. Top checked his watch. 08:20. We leave here at 08:30. That gives us time to reach the intercept point and board the truck. Sal, you're with me. Matt and Benny, you stay here and monitor communications. If this goes wrong, we'll need immediate extraction. Define wrong, Benny said. Anything that results in Venezuelan military chasing us through tunnels. That's pretty broad. Then stay flexible. Top gathered his gear, Glock, suppressor, compact tools for accessing the tunnel panel. Sal did the same. They traveled light, because speed mattered more than firepower in a mission built on stealth. Matt handed Top a radio. Frequency 3. We'll monitor from here. If you need extraction, Felix has a boat standing by at the harbor. A boat. We're infiltrating a naval base. Seemed appropriate. Top clipped the radio to his belt. If we're not back by 1600, assume we're compromised. Burn everything and extract without us. Not happening, Matt said. Those are the orders. Understood. Still not happening. Top looked at his team. 3 men who'd followed him into worse situations than this. Men who'd proved their worth in places where mistakes meant death and second chances didn't exist. Let's go put an admiral in the hospital, Top said. Try not to get caught. They left the apartment and descended to the street where Felix waited in a different vehicle, a panel van with commercial plates and faded paint. Top and Sal climbed in the back. Felix closed the doors, and they pulled into traffic. Through the van's small windows, Top watched Caracas slide past. The city looked normal. People going to work. Kids in school uniforms waiting for buses. Street vendors setting up for the day. Nobody knew that in the next few hours, 3 senior military officials would be removed from power in ways that looked like coincidence, bad luck, and their own poor judgment. The van stopped in an industrial area near the harbor. Felix opened the back doors. Truck comes by in 5 minutes, Felix said. Driver's name is Octavio. He'll stop at that warehouse for his cigarette break. You board then. Where does he make his stop after the base? Sal asked. He doesn't. La Guaira is his last delivery. After he unloads, he drives back to the depot. So we can't ride back out. Correct. You'll need the tunnels and the extraction boat. Top jumped down from the van. The industrial area was quiet, except for traffic noise from the highway above. Warehouses and shipping containers, and the smell of salt water and diesel fuel. If this goes wrong, Top started. It won't, Felix said. But if it does, I was never here and we never met. Understood. Felix drove away. Top and Sal moved behind a shipping container and waited. 3 minutes later, a refrigerated truck appeared, white paint streaked with road grime, company logo on the side advertising fresh produce. The truck stopped in front of a warehouse. The driver climbed out, lit a cigarette, and walked inside through a side door. Go, Top said. They sprinted to the truck. Sal climbed up first and opened the rear doors. Inside, wooden crates stacked 4 high. Lettuce, tomatoes, the institutional food that fed military bases. They climbed in and pulled the doors closed behind them, wedging themselves between crates where they wouldn't be visible from outside. The truck's interior was cold. Top's breath came out in fog. Beside him, Sal checked his weapon one more time. Footsteps approached. The driver's door opened and closed. The engine started. The truck pulled back into traffic and headed toward La Guaira Naval Base, carrying 2 Americans hidden among the vegetables, about to infiltrate a secured facility to poison an admiral's chair with a compound that would mimic cardiac distress. Top closed his eyes and went over the plan one more time, looking for flaws, finding several, accepting them because perfection wasn't possible and good enough had to be sufficient. The truck slowed. Voices outside, Spanish, authoritative. The gate checkpoint. Papers being examined. A guard walked around the truck, his footsteps audible through the metal walls. The rear doors rattled but didn't open. More conversation. Someone laughed at something. The truck's engine revved and they rolled forward. They were inside La Guaira Naval Base. Chapter 7. The truck stopped and the engine cut off. Top heard the driver's door open and close. Footsteps moved away toward the warehouse entrance. Voices called out greetings in Spanish. Workers who knew each other, familiar routine, another delivery day at La Guaira. 2 minutes, Top whispered. He and Sal stayed frozen between the crates, listening. The loading dock came alive with sound, forklifts beeping, pallets scraping concrete, men shouting instructions about where to stack the produce. Through gaps in the crates, Top could see light bleeding through the truck's rear doors. The doors opened. 2 workers climbed into the truck and started pulling crates toward the tailgate. They worked from the front, methodical and efficient. Top and Sal pressed tighter into their hiding spot behind the rear stacks. A crate shifted above them. Top's hand moved to his Glock but didn't draw. The workers grabbed 2 more crates and carried them out. Voices outside discussed a soccer match. Someone complained about the heat. Now, Top said. They moved while the workers were outside. Out from between the crates, staying low, to the truck's rear opening. The loading dock stretched 50 meters to their right, workers and forklifts and stacked pallets. To the left, the blind spot Benny had identified. 20 meters of empty space with no cameras, no personnel. Just concrete and a maintenance access door. Top dropped from the truck and moved left. Sal followed. They walked fast but not running, 2 men in work clothes who belonged there. The maintenance door was steel, with a simple handle. Top tried it locked. Sal pulled a tension wrench and pick from his pocket. 10 seconds later, the lock clicked open. They slipped through and closed the door behind them. Inside was darkness and the smell of machine oil. Top pulled a small LED light from his pocket and clicked it on. The beam revealed a concrete stairwell, descending. Service tunnels, just like the schematics showed. They descended. At the bottom, the tunnel stretched in both directions, concrete walls, overhead pipes, electrical conduit running along the ceiling. The air was cooler down here, and damp enough to make Top's skin feel clammy. Administration building is northeast, Sal said, checking a handheld GPS that Felix had modified to work underground using inertial navigation. 280 meters. They moved through the tunnel, weapons drawn, lights playing across walls that hadn't seen maintenance in years. Water dripped somewhere. The pipes overhead hummed with whatever they carried. Their footsteps echoed off the concrete. 100 meters in, the tunnel branched. Sal checked the GPS and pointed right. They turned and kept moving. The tunnel narrowed here, forcing them to move single file. Top's shoulders almost brushed both walls. A sound ahead stopped them. Top killed his light, and they pressed against the wall. The sound repeated, footsteps, coming from the opposite direction. Someone else was in the tunnels. Top's hand tightened on his Glock. Sal moved to the other wall, giving them crossing fields of fire. The footsteps got closer. A light appeared around the bend ahead, bobbing with someone's stride. A maintenance worker rounded the corner, carrying a toolbox and flashlight. He was humming something under his breath. Not paying attention. Just another day in the tunnels fixing whatever needed fixing. He looked up and saw them. His mouth opened to yell. Top closed the distance in 3 steps and grabbed the man's collar, spinning him into the wall. Sal caught the toolbox before it hit the ground. The worker's flashlight clattered on concrete. Silencio, Top said, pressing his forearm across the man's throat. Not enough pressure to choke, but enough to make the point. On the end. The worker nodded frantically. His eyes were wide, and his breathing came fast. He looked maybe 50 years old, with gray in his hair and grease under his fingernails. Just a worker who'd picked the wrong tunnel at the wrong time. Cable, Sal said, pulling zip ties from his pocket. They secured the worker's hands behind his back and sat him against the wall. Sal stuffed a shop rag in his mouth, not tight enough to suffocate but enough to prevent shouting. Top retrieved the worker's flashlight and turned it off. Lo siento, Top said quietly. Someone would find him, eventually. Shift change, another maintenance call, something. By then Top and Sal would be done and gone. They continued down the tunnel. The GPS showed 100 meters to the administration building. The tunnel turned left, and they followed it. Overhead, the pipes changed from old iron to newer PVC. They were under the administration building now. Sal pointed up. A maintenance hatch in the ceiling, steel with a locking wheel. He climbed onto Top's shoulders and worked the wheel. It resisted, corroded from years of humidity, but finally broke free with a metallic groan that echoed through the tunnel. Sal pushed the hatch open and pulled himself through. Top followed, grunting with the effort. His back screamed in protest. They emerged in a maintenance closet filled with cleaning supplies and the smell of industrial disinfectant. Sal closed the hatch, and they stacked boxes over it to hide the access point. Top checked his watch, 09:58. Cardenas would be in his office by now. Drinking time started at 1400, 3 hours away. We can't stay in the closet for 3 hours, Sal whispered. We don't have to. Top cracked the closet door and looked out. A hallway stretched in both directions, tile floor polished to reflect the fluorescent lights. Empty. He heard voices from somewhere but distant, muffled by walls. They moved into the hallway. Doors on both sides, most closed, a few open showing offices with people working. Top and Sal walked with purpose, 2 maintenance workers checking on something, nothing unusual. Nobody looked up as they passed. Cardenas's office was at the end of the north corridor. Top had the floor plan memorized. Corner office, windows overlooking the harbor, secretary stationed outside. They needed access to the office when Cardenas wasn't there, and the secretary was gone. They found a storage room 3 doors down and ducked inside. Metal shelves held office supplies and boxes of files. A window looked out over the parking lot. Now we wait, Top said. Sal sat on the floor and pulled out a protein bar. He ate it slowly, methodical, conserving energy. Top checked the vial of compound in his pocket. The liquid caught the light from the window, clear and innocent looking. Time crawled. Top watched the hallway through a crack in the door. People passed occasionally, but nobody came to the storage room. At 11:30, the secretary outside Cardenas's office stood and walked away. Lunch break probably. That's our window, Top said. They moved down the hallway. Cardenas's door was closed. Top listened, voices inside muffled. Cardenas and someone else, discussing something about ammunition inventory. The conversation sounded heated. They retreated to the storage room. At 12:15, the secretary returned carrying a bag from a restaurant. She sat at her desk and started eating. The smell of fried plantains drifted down the hallway. At 13:45, Cardenas emerged from his office. He spoke to the secretary, something about not being disturbed. She nodded. He returned to his office and closed the door. Drinking time, Sal said. Now or never. Top pulled out the vial and a small applicator brush Felix had provided. They moved down the hallway. The secretary had her back to them, focused on her computer screen. Top tried the door handle, unlocked. He opened it slowly and slipped inside. Sal followed and closed the door behind them. The office was larger than expected. Mahogany desk, leather chairs, naval memorabilia on the walls. Through the windows, the harbor stretched blue and bright under afternoon sun. Destroyers and patrol boats sat at anchor. Cardenas sat at his desk with his back to the door, staring at his computer screen. A bottle of Chivas Regal sat beside the keyboard, a quarter empty. He was already drinking. Top froze. The plan assumed they'd have access to an empty office. Instead, Cardenas was here, armed, sober enough to fight, and all Top had was a vial of compound that required skin contact. Cardenas turned in his chair. He saw them immediately. His hand moved toward the desk drawer where his sidearm probably lived. Top crossed the room in 2 steps and drove his fist into Cardenas's solar plexus. The Admiral folded forward, gasping. Sal moved behind him and secured his arms, pulling them behind the chair. Cardenas tried to yell, but couldn't draw enough breath. His face went red, and veins stood out on his forehead. "Don't fight," Top said quietly. "We're not here to kill you." Cardenas's eyes showed pure rage. He tried to break Sal's grip, but the seal had position and leverage. Top pulled zip ties from his pocket and secured Cardenas's wrists to the chair arms. "What are?" Cardenas managed to gasp. "Shut up," Top said. He opened the vial and used the applicator to coat both chair armrests with the compound. The liquid was absorbed almost immediately, leaving the leather looking unchanged. Sal cut the zip ties. Cardenas's hands came free, and he immediately lunged for the desk drawer. Top grabbed his collar and threw him back into the chair. Cardenas's hands hit the armrests. "Sit," Top said. "Don't move. Don't yell. In about 10 minutes, you're going to feel very unwell. Your staff will take you to the hospital. Doctors will run tests and find nothing immediately life-threatening. You'll recover in a few days." "Who are you?" Cardenas demanded. "Ghosts," Sal said. They moved to the door. Top looked back once. Cardenas sat in his chair, hands on the armrests, absorbing the compound through his skin. He looked confused and angry, and already slightly panicked, like some part of his brain was registering that something was very wrong. Top opened the door. The secretary still had her back to them, typing on her keyboard. They stepped into the hallway and walked toward the maintenance closet. Nobody challenged them. Nobody shouted. They reached the storage room and slipped inside. "That didn't go as planned," Sal said. "No. But it's done." Top checked his watch. "Compound should hit him in 8 to 12 minutes. We need to be in the tunnels before his staff finds him in distress." They moved to the maintenance closet. Sal removed the boxes covering the hatch and opened it. Top descended first, dropping into darkness, his boots hitting concrete. Sal followed and pulled the hatch closed above them. They moved through the tunnels fast, retracing their route. The maintenance worker was still where they'd left him, sitting against the wall. His eyes tracked them as they passed, but he didn't try to move. Top almost apologized again, but didn't. Some things were better left unacknowledged. At the warehouse tunnel entrance, they stopped and listened. The loading dock above was quieter now, afternoon lull. Top climbed the stairs and cracked the door. The dock was empty, except for one worker smoking in the shade. They waited. The worker finished his cigarette and walked back inside. Top and Sal emerged from the stairwell and moved across the dock toward the perimeter fence. The blind spot worked both directions, no cameras to record their exit. At the fence, they found the section Felix had identified. Chain link with a gap at the bottom where it had pulled away from the concrete. They squeezed through, scraping their shoulders on metal that left rust stains on their clothes. On the other side, the harbor stretched before them. Boat docks, commercial warehouses, and 300 meters away, a fishing boat that looked abandoned but had its engines running. Felix's extraction vessel. They walked toward it, 2 workers finishing a shift, nobody worth noticing. Behind them, inside the administration building, Admiral Cardenas's heart rate was accelerating. His breathing was getting shallow. The compound was doing its work, flooding his system with artificial panic that would feel absolutely real. By the time they reached the fishing boat, Cardenas's secretary would be calling for medical help. In an hour, he'd be in an ambulance headed for the hospital. By tomorrow morning, when the strike hit Caracas, he'd be in ICU with doctors trying to understand why a man with no heart condition had suffered what looked like a cardiac event. Felix stood at the boat's wheel, watching them approach. He didn't wave or acknowledge them until they were aboard. Then he pushed the throttle, and the boat pulled away from the dock, cutting through harbor water toward the open sea. "Problems?" Felix asked. "Cardenas was in his office," Top said. "We had to adapt." "Did you kill him?" "No. But he saw our faces." Felix cursed in Spanish. "That's bad." "It doesn't matter. By tomorrow, this whole operation goes public anyway. One admiral's description of 2 Americans won't change anything." They motored past the harbor breakwater, into chop that made the boat pitch. Top grabbed a rail and watched La Guaira Naval Base recede behind them. Somewhere in that complex of buildings and ships and armed personnel, an admiral was experiencing the worst panic attack of his life. 2 targets neutralized. 1 remaining. Colonel Vicente Ayala, the paranoid professional who changed his routes and trusted nobody and ran security networks throughout Caracas. The target that required infiltrating a meeting of armed National Guard officers to corrupt documents they hadn't seen yet in a compound they'd never entered. Top pulled out his phone and called Rachel. "Status," she said. "Cardenas is compromised. Should be in hospital within the hour. But we had complications, he saw us." Rachel was quiet for 3 seconds. "Did he see you long enough to describe you?" "Yes." "That's unfortunate, but manageable. Venezuelan intelligence doesn't have your real identities, and by tomorrow, it won't matter. Focus on Ayala. That's your critical target. The meeting is tonight at 2100 hours. I'll have final intelligence at the safe house by 1800. We'll be there." Rachel disconnected. Top pocketed the phone and looked at Sal. The SEAL was watching the horizon, his face showing nothing. Combat operators learned early not to dwell on complications or failures. You adapted, you moved forward, you completed the mission. The fishing boat carried them east along the coast. Felix would drop them in Caracas, at a commercial marina where they'd blend into the afternoon crowds. From there, back to Petare. Back to planning. Back to figuring out how 4 men were going to infiltrate a National Guard meeting and sabotage documents without getting caught, shot, or starting the international incident everyone kept telling them not to start. Top closed his eyes and felt the sun on his face and the boat moving under his feet. The operation was 2/3 complete. 1 target remained. The hardest target. The one that required everything to go exactly right. In his experience, nothing ever went exactly right. Chapter 8. The compound sat in Katia, like a fortress pretending to be a warehouse. Top studied it through binoculars from a rooftop 2 blocks away. Concrete walls 3 meters high topped with broken glass embedded in mortar. Single steel gate with a guard shack. 2 sentries visible, probably more inside. The buildings within formed a rough square around a central courtyard where vehicles were parked. 3 entrances, Matt said, lying beside him with a spotting scope. Main gate, personnel door on the south wall, and what looks like a service entrance on the west side. All of them covered by guards. Camera placement? Top asked. 4 visible. 1 on each corner of the main building, covering the courtyard. Blind spots exist, but they're narrow. Benny crawled up beside them, keeping his profile low against the roofline. I walked the perimeter. The walls are solid. No convenient gaps or weak sections. They built this place to keep people out. Or keep them in, Sal said. He had Rachel's intelligence package open on a tablet, studying floor plans that CIA had assembled from satellite imagery and a source Top didn't want to know about. The main building is where Ayala holds his meetings. 2nd floor, central room. His people bring the equipment, laptop, printer, communications gear. Top checked his watch. 1943. The meeting started at 2100. 77 minutes to infiltrate a guarded compound, locate the printer, corrupt it, and extract without alerting 13 armed National Guard officers. Rachel's contact, Top said. When do we hear from him? As if summoned, Top's phone vibrated. He pulled it out and read the text message. A phone number and 2 words, call now. Top dialed. A man answered on the first ring, his Spanish rapid and nervous. You're the Americans. We're petroleum engineers. Yes, of course. I have information about tonight's meeting. Go ahead. The equipment arrives at 2000 hours. Colonel Ayala's communications officer brings everything: laptop, portable printer, secure radio. They set up in the conference room on the 2nd floor. The printer is a Canon model, battery-powered, connects to the laptop via wireless. Can we access the wireless network? Top asked. No. It's a direct device-to-device connection. No router, no network to penetrate. You would need physical access to either the laptop or the printer. Top closed his eyes and thought. Physical access meant being in the room or close enough to intercept the wireless signal. How many people are in the conference room during setup? 2. The communications officer and 1 guard. They test the equipment, print a sample page to verify everything works, then leave the room and post guards outside. When do they leave? Usually 20 minutes before the meeting. Colonel Ayala doesn't arrive until exactly 2100. He values punctuality. Where's the conference room located? 2nd floor, north side. Windows overlook the courtyard, but they're barred. Single door from the interior hallway. The hallway has guards stationed at both ends. Top looked at his team. 3 faces reflecting the same calculation. This was going to be extremely difficult. What about the buildings surrounding the courtyard? Top asked. Storage, mostly. Vehicle maintenance on the ground floor of the west building. The east building is living quarters for guards who work extended shifts. The south building is ammunition storage, locked and alarmed. Guards in the living quarters during the meeting. Some. Maybe 3 or 4 who are off duty. Top thought about the setup. Ayala's paranoia showed in every detail. Secured compound, multiple guards, equipment tested before use, limited access to the meeting room. Breaking into the conference room would require moving through a building full of armed National Guardsmen who were specifically trained to prevent exactly that kind of intrusion. The courtyard, Top said. What's the lighting situation? Floodlights on all 4 corners. Illuminated from 2000 hours until 0600. Power source. Generator in the maintenance building. Backup generator in the south building. If one fails, the other takes over automatically. How fast? 3 to 5 seconds. Maybe 10, if there are complications. 3 to 5 seconds of darkness. Not enough time to cross the courtyard and access the building, but maybe enough time for something else. The conference room windows, Top said. You mentioned they're barred. Yes. Steel bars, professionally installed. Very secure. But the glass isn't bulletproof. Silence on the line. Then carefully, I don't believe so, no. Top looked at Matt and pointed at the rifle case they'd brought to the rooftop. Matt understood immediately and opened it, revealing a customized AR-15 with a suppressor and scope. One more question, Top said into the phone. After they set up the equipment, do they lock the conference room? Yes. Steel door, deadbolt lock. Only Colonel Ayala and the communications officer have keys. Understood. You've been very helpful. Please, I'm taking significant risk providing this information. If Colonel Ayala discovers, he won't discover anything from us. You have my word. Top disconnected and looked at his team. New plan. We can't infiltrate the compound without alerting every guard in the place. So we don't infiltrate. We go through the window. The barred window, Benny said. We cut the bars. From outside. Sal pulled up the compound layout on his tablet. The north wall faces an alley. We could get within 20 meters with a vehicle. Cutting through steel bars makes noise. Not if we do it during a distraction. What kind of distraction? Top pointed at the generator building. We kill the power. 10 seconds of darkness and confusion. During that window, we cut the bars and access the conference room. Matt shook his head. Cutting through security bars takes minutes, not seconds. Even with a high-speed rotary tool. We don't cut through them. We cut the mounting points. Steel bars are anchored into the concrete window frame. The anchor points are smaller diameter than the bars themselves. We cut 4 anchor points per bar. The whole assembly comes loose. That still takes time, Matt said. Which is why we pre-cut the anchor points before the meeting. We make shallow cuts during the day when nobody's paying attention. Then tonight, we complete the cuts during the power outage. 30 seconds work maximum. Benny studied the satellite imagery on the tablet. The alley behind the north wall has building access from multiple businesses. We could enter one during business hours, work from inside, cut the anchor points from outside their window. Too visible, Sal said. Anyone in the alley sees us working on the compound wall. So we work at night. Tonight. Right now. Top checked his watch again. 1956. That gives us 1 hour to complete the pre-cuts before Ayala's team arrives to set up equipment. Tight, Matt said. Everything about this mission is tight. Can you make the cuts? Matt considered. With a battery-powered angle grinder and diamond blade, yes. The noise will be noticeable, but brief. Each anchor point takes maybe 20 seconds. 4 anchor points per bar, 3 bars per window. That's 12 cuts. 4 minutes of work if everything goes perfectly. 8 minutes if we hit complications. Top made the decision. We do it. Benny and Sal, you handle the pre-cuts. Matt and I will set up Overwatch and provide security. If guards come to investigate the noise, we abort and find another approach. What other approach? Benny asked. I don't know yet. That's why we're trying this one first. They gathered their equipment and descended from the rooftop. The streets of Katia were active even at this hour. Music from windows, people on stoops, kids playing football with a deflated ball. They moved through it like they belonged. Just more faces in a neighborhood that saw plenty of faces. Felix had arranged another vehicle, a van that looked like it transported construction supplies. Matt drove with Top in the passenger seat. Sal and Benny rode in the back with the equipment, checking the angle grinder and spare batteries. The alley behind the compound's north wall was narrow and dark, lit only by light bleeding from nearby windows. Trash accumulated against one wall. A cat watched them from atop a dumpster, eyes reflecting green in the headlights. Matt killed the engine. Movement at the compound gate. 2 vehicles just pulled in. Top checked through binoculars. An SUV and a sedan, both driving into the courtyard. Personnel getting out, carrying equipment cases. 20:04. Ayala's people were arriving early. "We're out of time," Top said. "Either we do this now, or we find another way." Sal opened the van's rear doors. "We're already here. Let's work." They moved to the compound's north wall. The conference room windows were 4 meters up, barred and dark. Sal pulled a collapsible ladder from the van and extended it against the wall. Benny slung the angle grinder over his shoulder and climbed. Top and Matt took positions at both ends of the alley, weapons concealed but ready. If anyone investigated, they'd have maybe 30 seconds warning before things got complicated. The angle grinder's motor started with a high-pitched whine that cut through the night sounds. Benny pressed the diamond blade against the first anchor point. Sparks showered down in orange cascades. The noise was loud enough to wake the neighborhood. A window opened across the alley. A woman leaned out and shouted something in Spanish about the noise. Matt called back an apology, said they were repairing water damage, would be done in a few minutes. The woman cursed them and slammed the window shut. Benny finished the first cut and moved to the second. The grinder's whine changed pitch as it bit into a different angle of steel. More sparks. The smell of burning metal. Inside the compound, voices shouted. Footsteps running. Top tensed, but the sounds moved away toward the main gate, not toward the north wall. Something else had drawn their attention. Third cut. Fourth cut. Benny moved to the second bar. The grinder's battery pack showed half charge. Enough for maybe another 3 minutes of cutting. A guard appeared at the compound's corner, 30 meters away. He carried a flashlight and was walking the perimeter. Standard patrol, or investigating the noise. "Contact," Top said quietly into his radio. Benny shut off the grinder. The sudden silence felt deafening. He pressed himself flat against the ladder, trying to minimize his profile. The guard's flashlight beam swept along the wall, playing across concrete and the tops of broken glass. He was walking slowly, methodically, checking everything. The beam reached the base of the ladder. Top's hand moved to his Glock. Beside him, Matt had his weapon drawn and pointed at the guard through a gap in the van's doors. If the guard looked up and saw Benny on the ladder, they'd have to neutralize him. That meant bodies, investigation, mission failure. The flashlight beam moved past the ladder and continued along the wall. The guard reached the corner and turned back toward the gate. His radio squawked something about vehicle inspection. He responded and picked up his pace, heading back to the main compound entrance. "Clear," Top said. Benny started the grinder again. The whine seemed even louder now. He completed the second bar's cuts and moved to the third. The battery pack was showing red, low charge warning. He pushed harder, trying to finish before the power died. Final cut. The grinder's motor stuttered, and the battery died completely. Benny descended the ladder with the tool. 2 bars done completely, he said. Third bar has 3 cuts finished, 1 to go. Good enough, Top said. We'll complete it during the power outage tonight. Load up. They collapsed the ladder and threw it in the van. Matt started the engine, and they pulled out of the alley. Behind them, the compound sat unaware that its security had been compromised. The conference room window looked unchanged from the ground. 3 barred windows like always, nothing unusual. But 2 of those bars were held only by gravity now, and the 3rd bar needed 30 more seconds of work before it would come free. They drove back toward Peter, taking a circuitous route to ensure they weren't followed. Top's phone rang. Rachel. "The meeting is confirmed for 2100, she said. Ayala will arrive at 20:55 with his full security detail. Officers start arriving at 20:45. Your window is very narrow. We know. We have a plan. Does it involve cutting power to the compound?" Top didn't ask how she knew. Rachel had sources everywhere. "Yes. I can help with that. The generator has a remote kill switch, maintenance feature installed when the system was upgraded last year. I can trigger it from here." "And the backup generator?" "That one you'll need to handle manually. It's in the south building. Fuel line is accessible from outside through a panel near ground level." "Accessible, meaning guarded?" "Meaning you'll need to be creative. But if both generators go down simultaneously, you'll have your darkness window." Top thought about the logistics. "We need the power cut at exactly 20:50. That's when the equipment is set up, but before Ayala and the officers arrive. Conference room will be empty, except for posted guards." "I can do 20:50, Rachel said. "Make sure you're in position." She disconnected. Top looked at his team. "We're going back tonight. 2000 hours. We need to disable the backup generator, complete the window cuts, access the conference room, and corrupt the printer before Ayala arrives at 20:55. 5-minute window to do about 15 minutes of work," Matt said. "Then we work fast." They reached the apartment in Peter as full darkness settled over Caracas. Inside, they spread equipment on the table. Tools, weapons, the vial of corrupting software Felix had acquired that would alter printer output in ways the user wouldn't immediately notice. "How does the software work?" Sal asked. "You install it on the printer," Felix said. He'd been waiting in the apartment, monitoring police radio frequencies for any mention of Americans or base infiltration. It intercepts print jobs and makes small changes. A different address here, wrong time there, contradictory coordinates. Nothing obvious enough to catch immediately, but enough to make the orders useless. Install method. USB port on the printer. Plug in this device, it auto-installs, takes 30 seconds. You remove the device, and nobody knows anything's changed. Top examined the small USB drive. "And this works?" Rachel's people tested it. "Yes, it works." "Good." Top checked his watch. 1932. "We leave here at 1945. Final equipment check, then we move." Questions? Nobody had questions. They'd done operations like this before. Tight timelines, multiple objectives, everything, depending on precision and luck in equal measure. You planned as much as possible, then adapted when reality diverged from the plan. Because reality always diverged. The question was whether you could adapt fast enough to survive the divergence. Top cleaned his Glock for the 3rd time that day. The ritual was calming, the familiar weight and mechanism focusing his mind. Around him, his team prepared in silence, each man dealing with pre-mission tension in his own way. At 1945, they loaded into the van and drove back toward Katia. Chapter 9. The backup generator sat behind a chain-link enclosure on the south side of the compound. Top studied it through the fence, an industrial diesel unit, probably 80 kilowatts with a fuel tank that could run for days. The access panel Felix had mentioned was visible, secured with a padlock that looked substantial even from 20 meters away. 2 guards, Matt whispered. He was prone on the roof of an adjacent building, providing overwatch through his scope. 1 at the main gate, one doing walking patrol. The patrol passes the generator every 4 minutes. Top checked his watch. 20:41. 9 minutes until Rachel killed the primary generator. 9 minutes to access the backup and disable it without alerting anyone. Sal, you ready? Top said into his radio. In position. Sal was in the alley behind the north wall with the ladder and angle grinder, waiting to complete the window cuts when the lights went dark. Benny. Ready. Benny was with Sal, prepared to climb once the bars came free. Top moved along the fence line, staying in shadows between streetlights. The compound's southern perimeter backed up against an industrial area. Warehouses and vehicle repair shops closed for the night. No witnesses, no crowds, just empty streets and the smell of motor oil. The walking patrol approached. Top pressed himself against a concrete pillar and waited. The guard passed within 5 meters, his attention focused inward on the compound rather than outward at the fence. His rifle hung loose on its sling. His radio crackled with chatter about the arriving officers. The guard continued his circuit. Top gave him 30 seconds, then moved to the generator enclosure. The fence was 3 meters high with barbed wire on top. He pulled bolt cutters from inside his jacket and clipped the bottom chain link, making a gap large enough to squeeze through. Inside the enclosure, the generator hummed on standby mode. The access panel was mounted low on the unit's side, secured with a master lock that would take too long to pick. Top pulled a small pry bar and worked it into the hasp. The metal resisted, then bent. The lock popped free with a crack that sounded like a gunshot in the quiet. He froze. Listened. No shouts, no running footsteps, no indication anyone had heard. The compound's ambient noise, voices, vehicles, generators, had covered the sound. Top opened the access panel. Inside was the fuel line system, intake from the tank, filter assembly, line to the engine. He pulled a folding knife and studied the connections. Cutting the fuel line would disable the generator, but leave obvious evidence of sabotage. He needed something that looked like mechanical failure. The fuel filter gave him the answer. He loosened the filter housing until fuel started dripping, then tightened it just enough to slow but not stop the leak. When the generator tried to start, it would suck air instead of fuel. The engine would turn over, cough, and die. Mechanics would eventually discover the loose filter, but by then the mission would be long finished. His radio clicked twice, Matt's signal. The patrol was returning. Top closed the access panel and moved to the fence gap. He squeezed through and rolled behind a stack of pallets as the guard's flashlight beam swept past. The guard paused at the generator enclosure, examining it. His light played across the fence. Top's hand moved to his Glock. If the guard saw the cut fence, he'd investigate. If he investigated, he'd find the tampered generator. If he found that, the whole operation collapsed. The guard's radio squawked. A voice told him to report to the gate, more officers arriving. The guard responded and moved away, his flashlight beam bouncing with his stride. Generator disabled, Top said into his radio. Moving to position. He ran low across the industrial yard and climbed a fire escape to the roof where Matt waited. From here, they had clear sight lines to the compound's north wall and the conference room windows. 3 bars visible, Matt said, watching through his scope. Sal's ladder is in place. Top checked his watch. 20:48. 2 minutes until Rachel killed the power. All units check in. Sal ready, came the reply. Benny ready. Matt's with me, Top said. Remember, when the lights go out, we have maybe 10 seconds before emergency lighting kicks in. Sal finishes the cuts, Benny climbs, accesses the room, finds the printer, installs the software. 5 minutes maximum before Ayala arrives. Understood, Sal said. Top watched the compound through binoculars. The courtyard was full of vehicles now. Officers in National Guard uniforms gathered in small groups, smoking and talking. The conference room windows remained dark. Equipment was set up, but nobody was inside yet. 20:49. Top's phone buzzed. Text from Rachel, 60 seconds. He relayed it to the team. Sal started the angle grinder and pressed it against the final anchor point on the third bar. The whine cut through the night. Inside the compound, heads turned toward the sound. A guard pointed at the north wall. They heard it, Matt said. Doesn't matter. 30 more seconds and we won't need stealth. The guard started walking toward the north wall. He pulled his radio and spoke into it. More guards appeared, moving to investigate the noise. Sal, you need to finish, Top said. Almost there. Sparks showered down the wall. The guard was 20 meters away now, moving faster. He unslung his rifle and chambered around. 15 seconds, Top said. The angle grinder's pitch changed as it cut through the final millimeter of steel. The third bar came loose. Sal shut off the tool and descended the ladder just as the guard reached the corner. The guard's flashlight played across the wall. He saw the ladder and raised his rifle. Every light in the compound went dark. Blackness hit like a physical thing. The only illumination came from distant streetlights and windows in surrounding buildings. Top heard shouts from inside the compound, confused voices calling to each other. Go, Top said. Sal climbed the ladder with the speed of a man who'd done thousands of training repetitions. At the window, he pushed against the bars. All three came free together, the pre-cut anchor points releasing. He set the bars aside and kicked through the glass. The sound was masked by the chaos below. Benny followed up the ladder. He pulled himself through the broken window and disappeared into the dark conference room. I'm in, Benny's voice came through the radio. Searching for the printer. Below, emergency lights flickered to life. Battery-powered units mounted on buildings, casting weak illumination across the courtyard. Guards shouted orders at each other. Someone yelled about checking the generators. 30 seconds, Top said. Benny, you need to move. Looking. There's a lot of equipment in here. In the courtyard, a guard ran toward the south building where the backup generator was housed. Another ran toward the maintenance building with the primary generator. They'd discover both problems soon. Found it, Benny said. Canon printer, right where the contact said. Installing the software now. Top counted seconds in his head. The backup generator should try to start any moment. When it failed, someone would investigate. When they investigated, they'd find the fuel filter. When they found that, they'd know someone had sabotaged it. The compound stayed dark. Top heard the backup generator trying to start, the engine turning over, coughing, dying. Trying again. Same result. Software installed, Benny said. Extracting now. A guard appeared at the conference room door. His flashlight beam swept through the broken window. He saw the missing bars and shouted into his radio. Benny came through the window feet first, hanging from the frame by his hands. He dropped onto the ladder and descended in controlled falls, using his hands and feet on the rails to slide more than climb. Sal collapsed the ladder. They ran toward the alley exit as guards converged on the north wall. Flashlights probed the darkness. Someone fired a rifle into the air. Warning shot or panic, Top couldn't tell. Matt's rifle cracked once, suppressed but audible. A floodlight that had just switched on went dark again. The bulb shattered. Moving, Matt said. They descended the fire escape and hit the ground running. Behind them, the compound erupted in chaos, shouting guards, more rifle fire, vehicle engines starting. Top reached the van and yanked open the driver's door. Matt dove into the passenger seat. Sal and Benny piled into the back. Top started the engine and pulled away from the curb without lights. 3 blocks away, he flipped the headlights on and merged into traffic. Behind them, the sound of sirens started building. "Everyone intact?" Top asked. "Good," Sal said. "Fine," Benny said. "Magazine down 1 round," Matt said. "Otherwise perfect." Top took random turns, heading generally east toward Peter but avoiding direct routes. In the rearview mirror, he watched for pursuit. Police vehicles passed going the opposite direction, responding to the compound. None of them paid attention to a construction van in traffic. "The software installed?" Top asked. "Completely," Benny said. "The printer accepted it, no errors. Every document Ayala prints tonight will have corrupted information. And nobody saw your face. Guard at the door had a flashlight, but I was already out the window. He might have seen a silhouette, nothing more." Top drove for 20 minutes, taking a route that doubled back on itself 3 times. No pursuit appeared. Finally, he headed for Peter and the safe house. His phone rang. "Rachel. I'm hearing interesting reports on police radio," she said. "Break-in at a National Guard facility in Katia. Shots fired, no casualties. Someone sabotaged both generators and broke into a secured conference room." "Sounds exciting," Top said. "It sounds like you just gave Ayala's people a very clear warning that someone's interested in their meeting. Can't be helped. The mission required access to the printer. We got access. At the cost of operational security. Ayala will be on high alert now. He might postpone the meeting." "Will he?" Silence on the line for 3 seconds. "My source says no. Ayala's too stubborn. He'll increase security and proceed as planned. But your faces are now associated with this compound. If any of those guards saw you clearly, descriptions are being circulated." "They didn't see us clearly," Top said. "It was dark and we were fast." "I hope you're right. Because if Ayala connects tonight's break-in to his meeting and realizes someone tampered with his printer, he'll check every document before distributing them." Top hadn't considered that. "The software is undetectable, right?" "From casual inspection, yes. But if Ayala prints a test page and compares it to the original document on his laptop, he'll see the discrepancies immediately. Then we better hope he's too busy dealing with security concerns to run tests." "Hope is not a tactical plan," Rachel said. "No. But sometimes it's all you have." He disconnected and focused on driving. The safe house appeared ahead, the apartment building rising from Peter's sprawl like a concrete monument to poverty and resilience. They climbed the stairs and entered the apartment. Felix was monitoring 3 different radio frequencies, his face illuminated by laptop screens. He looked up as they entered. "Police are searching for suspects in the Katia break-in," Felix said. 2 men, possibly foreign, last seen fleeing north. "They're setting up checkpoints on major roads." "We came through residential streets," Top said. "We're clear. For now. But this city is talking. Word spreads fast in Caracas, especially about Americans causing trouble." Top moved to the table and pulled out the mission timeline. 3 targets, 3 different approaches. Rojas should be in custody by now, arrested on embezzlement charges that would keep him locked up through tomorrow's strike. Cardenas was in the hospital, incapacitated by a panic attack he'd remember for the rest of his life. And Ayala's coordination network was compromised by software that would make his carefully planned response fall apart in confusion. "We need confirmation on Rojas," Top said. "Felix, can you check if there were any high-profile arrests today?" Felix typed on his laptop. News sites loaded, government announcements, police reports. He scanned through them quickly. "Here," Felix said. "General Hector Rojas Detained this afternoon on suspicion of corruption and embezzlement. Held pending investigation. No bail. Good. Cardenas. Admiral Luis Cardenas, hospitalized this afternoon after suffering what doctors describe as acute anxiety episode with cardiac symptoms. Condition stable, under observation. Also good. Top looked at his team. 2 down, 1 compromised but not confirmed. We won't know if the printer software worked until Ayala distributes those orders tomorrow. By then the strike will be underway, Matt said. Exactly. Which means our job is done. We've neutralized the 3 targets to the best of our ability. Now we wait and see if it was enough. His phone rang again. He was getting tired of that sound. Top answered. This is Colonel Hendricks, the voice said. Crisp, professional, with an edge that suggested something had gone wrong. Are you on secure comms? As secure as we're going to get in Venezuela, sir. Then listen carefully. The strike timeline has moved up. We're launching at 0400 instead of 0600. That's 5 hours from now. I need confirmation that your targets are neutralized. Top felt his stomach drop. Rojas is in custody. Cardenas is hospitalized. Ayala's network is compromised, but we won't have confirmation until he attempts to use it. Compromised isn't good enough. I need that network dead, or the whole strike is at risk. Sir, we've done everything possible. We infiltrated his meeting location, corrupted his printer. When he distributes orders, they'll be wrong. His people will scatter. And if he discovers the corruption before distributing the orders? Top didn't have an answer for that. That's what I thought, Hendricks said. You have 5 hours to make absolutely certain Ayala can't coordinate a response. I don't care how you do it. Use your initiative. But make it happen. The line went dead. Top set the phone on the table and looked at his team. 3 faces waiting for orders, waiting to hear what impossible thing they'd need to do next. The strike moved up, Top said. We have 5 hours. Ayala's network needs to be completely dead, not just compromised. How do we kill a network in 5 hours? Sal asked. Top pulled up the intelligence files on Ayala. The colonel's photograph stared up from the screen. Cold eyes, professional bearing, a man who'd survived in Venezuelan politics by being smarter and more ruthless than his competitors. We don't kill the network, Top said slowly. We kill the man who runs it. The room went quiet. That's not the mission, Benny said. Rachel specifically said, no bodies. Rachel's not in command anymore. Hendricks is. And he just told us to use our initiative. Top closed the laptop. Ayala meets with his officers at 2100. He'll be in that compound in Katia, surrounded by security, with a dozen armed officers in attendance. You want to hit him there, Matt said. During the meeting. During the meeting. When everyone's gathered in one place. When confusion is highest, because they're still dealing with the generator sabotage and the break-in. That's insane, Sal said. Yes. But it's the only way to guarantee Ayala can't coordinate a response to the strike. Top stood and walked to the window. Outside, Caracas spread across the valley in layers of light and shadow. We have 5 hours to plan and execute an assault on a secured compound full of National Guard officers. We go in hard, we eliminate Ayala, we extract before they can organize a response. We're 4 men, Benny said. They have dozens. We also have surprise, superior training, and the advantage of knowing exactly where our target will be. Felix cleared his throat. I can't be part of this. Breaking into a building is one thing. Assassinating a colonel is something else entirely. Understood, Top said. Give us what intelligence you have, then get clear. This part isn't your fight. Felix stood and gathered his equipment. He paused at the door. You're either very brave or very stupid. Maybe both. Probably both, Top agreed. Felix left. The apartment felt larger without him, emptier. Top looked at his remaining team. Last chance, Top said. This goes beyond what we were asked to do. This is assassination on foreign soil during an unauthorized operation. If we do this and survive, there might be consequences. There are always consequences, Matt said. Question is whether we accept them. Sal? Top asked. The SEAL was quiet for a moment. Then he pulled his Glock and checked the magazine. Colonel's right. Ayala needs to be dead. I'm in. Benny. Someone's got to keep you idiots alive. Might as well be me. Top nodded. Then let's plan a raid. We have 4 hours and 53 minutes to figure out how to kill a man surrounded by his army. Chapter 10. The compound's main gate opened at 20:47 to admit Colonel Vicente Ayala's convoy. Top watched through the scope from the same rooftop they'd used earlier. 2 armored SUVs, black paint gleaming under the floodlights that had been hastily repaired after the power outage. 6 security personnel visible, probably more inside the vehicles. Target confirmed, Top said into his radio. Ayala just entered the compound. Copy, Matt replied. He was positioned on a rooftop 1 block south with a suppressed AR-15, providing overwatch and long-range fire support. Sal and Benny were in the van 2 blocks away, engines running, waiting for the signal to move. The plan they developed over the past 4 hours was simple because complex plans fell apart under stress. Simple meant survivable. Simple meant driving a van through the compound's gate, throwing incendiary grenades into the courtyard to create chaos, breaching the conference room where Ayala would be meeting with his officers, and shooting anyone who tried to stop them. It wasn't elegant. It wasn't subtle. It was the kind of plan that got people killed. But it was the only plan they had. Through the scope, Top watched Ayala emerge from his vehicle. Mid-50s, compact build, moving with the controlled precision of a career soldier. His security detail surrounded him, 2 in front, 2 behind, 2 scanning the compound perimeter. They walked toward the main building, where the conference room waited on the 2nd floor. Ayala entering the building, Top reported. Give him 2 minutes to reach the conference room. 2 minutes, Sal confirmed. Top shifted the scope to scan the compound. He counted 13 visible guards, 2 at the gate, 4 on roaming patrol, 3 stationed at building entrances, 4 more scattered around the courtyard. All armed with Kalashnikovs or Beretta ARX-160s. All trained National Guard personnel who'd been specifically selected for internal security work. This was going to get messy. His phone buzzed. Text from Rachel, Strike Force is wheels up. First helicopters depart carrier in 90 minutes. Confirm Ayala neutralized. Top didn't reply. They'd know in the next 10 minutes whether Ayala was neutralized or whether 4 Americans were dead in a Caracas compound. 1 minute, Top said. He pulled his own weapon, the Glock with suppressor attached and 3 spare magazines. 21 rounds per magazine. 63 rounds total. He'd been in firefights that burned through that in under a minute. The radio clicked. In position, Sal said. Ready on your signal. Top watched Ayala disappear into the building. Through the conference room windows, he saw lights come on. Figures moving inside, officers taking seats, Ayala at the head of the table, his communications officer setting up the laptop and printer. The printer they'd corrupted 4 hours ago. The printer that would distribute orders that were subtly, fatally wrong. Except, now that wasn't good enough. Now they needed Ayala dead, to be certain. 30 seconds, Top said. He descended from the rooftop using the fire escape, moving fast but controlled. His boots hit the alley, and he ran toward the van's position. Sal had it idling at the intersection, facing the compound's front gate. Top climbed into the passenger seat. Benny was in the back with 4 incendiary grenades, and an expression that suggested he'd made peace with whatever happened next. "Matt, you ready?" Top asked. "Ready. I have clear sight lines to the courtyard and the conference room windows." "Say when." Top looked at Sal. "You clear on the plan?" "Ram the gate, drive into the courtyard, stop near the main building entrance. You and Benny bail out and breach the conference room. I provide covering fire and keep the van running for extraction. And if extraction isn't possible, then we improvise." "Good enough." Top chambered around in his Glock. "Matt, take out the gate guards when we're 20 meters out. Sal, punch through whatever's left of the gate. Benny, grenades into the courtyard the moment we stop. I'll breach the building." "Ambitious," Benny said. "We don't have time for cautious." Top checked his watch. 20:59. "Execute now." Sal dropped the van into gear and accelerated toward the compound. The engine roared. Civilian vehicle transformed into battering ram. Through the windshield, Top saw the gate growing larger, the 2 guards turning to investigate the approaching vehicle. Matt's rifle cracked twice. Both guards dropped before they could raise their weapons. Sal hit the gate, doing 60 kilometers per hour. The steel bent and tore free from its hinges with a scream of tortured metal. The van crashed through and skidded into the courtyard, tires smoking on concrete. Guards scattered. Someone shouted commands. Rifles came up. Benny kicked the van's rear doors open and threw grenades in 4 directions. The incendiaries ignited on impact, white phosphorus burning at temperatures that turned night into artificial day. Smoke billowed up in chemical clouds. Top was out of the van before it fully stopped, moving toward the main building entrance. A guard appeared in the doorway. Top put 2 rounds center mass, and the guard went down. He vaulted the body and entered the building. Stairs ahead. He took them 3 at a time, lungs burning, Glock tracking for targets. Second floor hallway. 2 guards at the conference room door turned toward him. Top shot the first guard in the face. The second got his rifle up, but not aimed before Top's next 2 rounds punched through his chest. Both guards collapsed. Behind Top, the building shook with explosions. Benny's remaining grenades finding targets. Glass shattered somewhere. Men screaming. The conference room door was steel with a deadbolt. Top pulled a breaching charge from his vest, small explosive strip designed for exactly this purpose. He pressed it against the door frame near the lock and triggered the detonator. The blast was deafening in the confined hallway. The door blew inward off its hinges. Top went through the opening in a crouch. The conference room was chaos. 12 officers diving for cover, Ayala behind the table reaching for his sidearm, the communications officer frozen with a printout in his hand. Top shot the communications officer first because he was reaching for a radio. Then he shot the 2 officers closest to weapons. Then he shot Ayala. 3 rounds center mass. The colonel stumbled backward into his chair, eyes wide with surprise and pain. His hand dropped from his holster. Blood spread across his uniform shirt. The remaining officers were scrambling, some going for weapons, others trying to escape. Top shot 2 more who made the mistake of raising rifles. The rest dove through windows or crouched behind overturned furniture. "Target down," Top said into his radio. "Extracting now." He backed out of the conference room, firing covering shots through the door. The hallway was full of smoke from the breaching charge. He couldn't see the stairs, but he knew where they were. He ran blind, trusting muscle memory. A guard appeared through the smoke. Top shot him twice and kept moving. Another guard came from a side room. Top's Glock clicked empty. He dropped the magazine, slammed in a fresh one, and put 3 rounds into the guard before the man could pull his trigger. Ground floor. The entrance was 30 meters ahead through smoke and chaos. Muzzle flashes strobed in the darkness, Sal laying down covering fire from the van. Top ran toward it, his boots slipping on blood or water or something else he didn't want to identify. A rifle cracked behind him. Something punched his left shoulder and spun him halfway around. Not a direct hit. The round had skimmed across his deltoid, tearing fabric and skin but missing bone. He kept running. Matt's rifle barked from his overwatch position, picking off guards who tried to pursue. Top reached the van and dove through the open rear doors. Benny grabbed his vest and hauled him inside. "Go!" Top shouted. Sal punched the accelerator. The van fishtailed through smoke and flames, heading for the destroyed gate. A guard stepped into their path with a rifle raised. Sal swerved and hit him, the van's bumper sending the man flying. They crashed through the wrecked gate and onto the street. Behind them, the compound was a war zone. Fires burned in 3 locations. Bodies lay scattered across the courtyard. The conference room windows were shattered, smoke pouring out into the night. Top pressed his hand against his shoulder. Blood leaked between his fingers, but the wound wasn't arterial. He'd been hurt worse falling downstairs. "Matt status?" Top said into the radio. "Extracting from my position. 3 guards tried to climb up after you breached. They're not climbing anymore. Casualties on our side. Just you bleeding on Benny. Everyone else is fine." Sal navigated through Katia's streets, taking random turns heading generally east. Police sirens were already building in the distance. Response time in Caracas was faster than Top had hoped. "We need to ditch this van," Sal said. "It's got bullet holes and blood, and it's about as subtle as a bomb." "Felix has a backup vehicle," Top said. "Industrial area, near the river. 2 kilometers from here." They drove in silence, except for the engine and the distant sirens. Top wrapped his shoulder with gauze from a first aid kit, pulling it tight enough to slow the bleeding. Benny watched the street behind them, weapon ready, looking for pursuit that didn't materialize. The industrial area was dark and deserted. A Toyota sedan sat between 2 shipping containers, keys under the mat like Felix had promised. They transferred weapons and equipment in 30 seconds. Then Sal drove the van behind a warehouse where it wouldn't be immediately visible. Matt jogged up from the direction of his overwatch position, rifle case slung over his shoulder. He looked at Top's bandaged shoulder. "You're leaking," Matt said. "I'm aware." "How bad?" "I'll live. Get in the car." They piled into the Toyota. Sal drove with the calm precision of a man who'd conducted hundreds of extractions under worse conditions. Top pulled out his phone and texted Rachel. "Ayala neutralized. Extracting now." The response came immediately, confirmed. Caracas police reporting shooting at National Guard facility. Multiple casualties. No suspects in custody. Get out of the city. Working on it, Top replied. His shoulder throbbed in time with his heartbeat. The adrenaline was wearing off, and pain was filling the space it left behind. He'd need proper medical attention eventually, but for now the gauze and pressure would suffice. They drove through Caracas as the city erupted behind them. Every police vehicle in the district was screaming toward Katia. Military helicopters appeared overhead, searchlights probing the streets. Roadblocks were going up on major arteries. But Sal avoided the roadblocks by staying in residential neighborhoods where no cop wanted to work alone after dark. They wound through Petare, past the safe house they'd used, heading toward the eastern suburbs where Caracas transitioned from urban sprawl to rural poverty. Top's phone rang. Hendricks. I'm watching drone footage of the compound, Hendricks said without preamble. It looks like a war zone. How many did you kill? Ayala's dead. His communications officer is dead. Maybe 8 or 9 guards. 3 officers in the conference room who didn't get out of the way fast enough. Christ. I said neutralize him, not start World War III. You said use my initiative. I used it. Hendricks was quiet for a moment. The strike force launches in 70 minutes. Thanks to you, there's no coordinated response waiting for them. Rojas is in custody, Cardenas is in the hospital, and Ayala's network just got decapitated. You did the job. We did the job, Top corrected. My team did the work. Acknowledged. Now, get across the border. Colombian authorities have been notified you're coming. They'll provide escort to the airfield where you'll catch transport back to the States. What about our tracks here? The safe house, Felix, the people who helped us? Already being handled. The safe house will be cleaned. Felix is being extracted separately. Anyone who had contact with you is getting compensation and relocation if they want it. You focus on getting your people out alive. The line went dead. Top leaned back in the seat and closed his eyes. His shoulder hurt. His back hurt. His knees hurt. He felt 60 years old and used up. Where to? Sal asked. Border. Same crossing point we used coming in. That's 8 hours of driving. Then we better get comfortable. Matt pulled out protein bars and distributed them. Nobody was hungry, but they ate anyway because professionals ate when they could. They'd learned that lesson in places where meals weren't guaranteed. The Toyota carried them east through darkness, leaving behind a compound full of dead men and a city that would be hunting for them by morning. Behind them, Venezuelan military and police would be launching the largest manhunt in recent history, looking for the Americans who'd assassinated a National Guard colonel and killed a dozen soldiers. But by morning, none of it would matter. By morning, U.S. forces would have Maduro in custody, and Venezuela would be dealing with a different kind of chaos. The death of Colonel Ayala would be a footnote in a much larger story. Top's phone buzzed with a text from Rachel. Clean work. Brutal, but clean. Strike force is airborne. ETA Caracas 90 minutes. You bought them the window they needed. He didn't reply. There was nothing left to say. The mission was complete. 3 targets neutralized. 1 dead, 2 incapacitated. The operation that would arrest Maduro would proceed without organized military resistance because 4 Americans had spent 18 hours dismantling the response network piece by piece. The highway unwound before them, leading toward Colombia and extraction and whatever came after. Top watched the landscape slide past and tried not to think about the men he'd killed in the conference room. Officers doing their jobs, following orders from a colonel who'd made the mistake of getting too close to the cartels. But war had no space for sympathy. You identified targets, you eliminated them, you completed the mission. Conscience was a luxury for later, in places far from the work. Sal drove through the night. Matt dozed in the back seat. Benny cleaned weapons with the dedication of a man who understood that maintenance was survival. And Top sat with his bandaged shoulder and his racing thoughts, watching Venezuela disappear behind them, taking with it the evidence of their presence and the lives they'd ended. The Toyota crossed into darkness that stretched all the way to the Colombian border and the transport that would carry them home. Chapter 11. The checkpoint appeared 2 hours before dawn. Sal saw it first, flashing lights on the highway ahead, vehicles backed up, soldiers moving between cars with flashlights and rifles. He touched the brakes and the Toyota slowed. Roadblock, Sal said. Major 1. Maybe 20 soldiers visible. Top sat up from where he'd been resting against the window. His shoulder had stopped bleeding, but the pain had settled into a deep throb that made thinking difficult. Can we go around? Not without drawing attention. Highways elevated here. Side roads are visible from the checkpoint. Matt leaned forward from the back seat. They're searching every vehicle, pulling people out for questioning. This isn't routine traffic enforcement. They're looking for us, Benny said. Of course they're looking for us, Top said. We killed a colonel 6 hours ago. Every cop and soldier in Venezuela got our description. The traffic crawled forward. 3 cars ahead of them, soldiers were going through a sedan with flashlights, checking the trunk, questioning the driver. The process took 5 minutes before they waved the car through. Top pulled out his phone and called Rachel. She answered on the first ring. Where are you? She asked. Highway 9, about 40 kilometers from the border. There's a checkpoint. Heavy security. They're searching everything. I know. Venezuelan military set up 6 checkpoints on major routes leading to Colombia. They're looking for 4 foreign men, possibly wounded, fleeing in a civilian vehicle. That's us. I'm aware. Top heard typing on her end. Give me your exact location. Sal read off the GPS coordinates. More typing. There's a service road 200 meters before the checkpoint, Rachel said. Unmarked dirt track on the right side. Take it. Follows the river for 3 kilometers before reconnecting with the highway past the checkpoint. Will the soldiers see us leave the highway? Probably. But if you move now while they're focused on the cars ahead of you, you might get clear before they react. Top looked at the checkpoint. Soldiers everywhere, weapons ready, alert. Taking the service road meant revealing they were avoiding inspection. That meant pursuit. Other options? Top asked. None good. You could try to run the checkpoint, but those soldiers have anti-vehicle weapons. You could abandon the car and move on foot through the jungle, but that's 40 kilometers of rough terrain with you wounded. Or you can take the service road and hope you're fast enough to reach the border before they cut you off. Top weighed the choices. All bad in different ways. Service road it is. Matt, Benny, weapons ready. This might get interesting. Always does, Matt said. Sal eased the Toyota to the right lane. The service road appeared ahead. Barely visible gap in the vegetation, dirt track that looked like it hadn't seen vehicles in months. Sal turned onto it without slowing, committing to the choice. Behind them, shouts erupted from the checkpoint. Flashlight beams swung toward them. A soldier raised his rifle. Contact, Benny said. Sal punched the accelerator. The Toyota's engine screamed, and they shot forward into the darkness. The dirt road was rough, full of potholes and exposed roots. The car bounced hard enough to throw Top against his seatbelt. His shoulder exploded in fresh pain. Muzzle flashes strobed behind them. Rounds cracked past the car and thudded into trees. The rear window shattered. Benny ducked low and returned fire through the broken glass, his Glock barking 3 times. The dirt road twisted through jungle. Branches scraped the car's sides. Sal drove by instinct more than sight, the headlights only illuminating a few meters ahead. They hit a washout, and the car went airborne for a second before slamming back down. Something underneath made a grinding noise. They're coming, Matt said, looking back. 2 trucks. Maybe 3. Top twisted in his seat and saw headlights bouncing through the jungle behind them. Military trucks, faster than they should be on this terrain. The soldiers weren't giving up. How far to the highway reconnection? Top asked. 2 kilometers, Sal said. Maybe 3 minutes at this speed. They'll catch us before then. I know. The road straightened out slightly, and Sal pushed the Toyota harder. The speedometer climbed to 80 kilometers per hour, insane for a dirt track and darkness. A curve appeared, and Sal took it with two wheels barely touching ground. They slid sideways, and Sal corrected with a precision that came from training Top couldn't remember him receiving. Behind them, the trucks were closing. Maybe 50 meters back now. Muzzle flashes lit up the darkness as soldiers fired from the truck beds. "We need to slow them down," Top said. "Working on it," Benny replied. He'd climbed into the cargo area and was firing methodically through the shattered rear window. His shots weren't aimed to kill at this distance and speed. They were aimed to make the drivers nervous. One truck swerved and clipped a tree. It spun out and stopped, blocking the road behind it. The second truck had to slow to navigate around. That bought them 30 seconds. The highway appeared ahead, paved road visible through a gap in the trees. Sal hit it doing 90, and the car fishtailed as the tires found traction. He corrected and accelerated east toward the border. The pursuit trucks emerged from the service road seconds later. They were bigger, heavier, built for this kind of chase. The gap started closing again. Top's phone rang. He answered while watching the trucks in the side mirror. "I'm tracking you," Rachel said. "You have two problems. First, the checkpoint soldiers radioed ahead. Colombian border is closing the crossing. Second, there's another checkpoint being set up 10 kilometers ahead of you. You're boxed in. Then we need to get off the highway again. There are no more service roads. You're in open terrain until you reach the border. So we go cross-country. In that car. You won't make it 100 meters. Top thought fast. The border was maybe 30 kilometers ahead. Between here and there, 2 checkpoints and pursuit vehicles, and probably helicopter support once daylight hit. The odds of reaching the official crossing point were approaching 0. What about the river crossing? Top asked. The Tashira River, where we entered. Can we use that exit? That's 40 kilometers south of your current position. You'd have to double back past the checkpoint you just avoided. But once we're across the river, we're in Colombia. Venezuelan military can't follow. Technically true. Practically complicated. But it's probably your best option. Sal heard enough of the conversation to understand. If we're going back, we need to do it now before more units arrive. Top looked at the pursuit trucks in the mirror. 2 vehicles, maybe 16 soldiers total, all armed and angry. Running from them meant they'd follow. Leading them back toward the checkpoint meant running into reinforcements. New plan, Top said. We stop running. Elaborate, Matt said. The trucks pursuing us, they're our ticket out. We disable them, take one, drive it back to the river crossing. Venezuelan military vehicle won't draw attention until we're already across. That requires stopping and fighting, Benny said. Against 16 soldiers. Against 16 soldiers who aren't expecting us to fight back. Top checked his Glock. 1 magazine left, plus the partial in the weapon. Maybe 30 rounds total. Sal, find a spot to stop. Somewhere with cover. Matt, Benny, prepare to engage. Sal scanned the roadside. There. Concrete bridge over a drainage culvert. We can use the bridge supports for cover. Do it. Sal killed the headlights and slammed the brakes. The Toyota skidded, and he cranked the wheel, putting the car sideways across the road. They bailed out before it fully stopped, taking positions behind the bridge supports. The pursuit trucks came around the curve, doing 60. Their headlights illuminated, the abandoned Toyota blocking the road. The lead truck's brakes locked up, and it started sliding. Matt fired first. His suppressed AR-15 coughed 3 times, and the lead truck's windshield shattered. The truck swerved and clipped the bridge railing, coming to a violent stop at an angle that blocked both lanes. Soldiers piled out of both trucks, taking cover behind their vehicles. Someone shouted orders. Rifle fire erupted, rounds sparking off concrete and asphalt around Top's position. Top leaned out and fired twice at a soldier trying to flank them. Both rounds missed, but drove the soldier back behind cover. Benny was firing from the opposite bridge support, his shots more accurate. A soldier went down, clutching his leg. The firefight settled into rhythm, soldiers advancing by pairs while others provided covering fire, Top's team picking off anyone who exposed themselves too much. The volume of fire was heavily weighted toward the Venezuelans, but they were attacking across open ground, while Top's team had solid cover. A soldier threw a grenade. It bounced off the bridge support and rolled into the drainage culvert. The explosion was muffled by the concrete, more sound than shrapnel. Matt had switched from suppressed shots to rapid fire. His AR-15 barked continuously, keeping the soldiers pinned behind their trucks. Brass casings clinked on the concrete around him. He dropped an empty magazine and slammed in his last one. "Running low," Matt called out. "Make it count," Top replied. A soldier sprinted from behind the second truck, trying to reach better cover. Benny tracked him and fired twice. The soldier stumbled and went down. Another soldier tried the same maneuver on the opposite side. Top shot him before he made it 3 steps. The return fire was decreasing. Top counted maybe 8 soldiers still fighting effectively. The others were either wounded or pinned down too effectively to contribute. "Benny, Sal, covering fire on my mark," Top said. "Matt, you're with me. We take the second truck." "Copy," they replied. "Mark." Benny and Sal opened up with everything they had, pouring rounds toward the soldiers' positions. Matt sprinted from cover with Top behind him, moving low and fast toward the second truck. Soldiers turned to engage, but the covering fire kept their heads down. Matt reached the truck first and cleared the cab empty. Top covered the rear, while Matt climbed into the driver's seat. The keys were in the ignition. Matt turned them, and the engine roared to life. A soldier appeared from behind the first truck with his rifle raised. Top shot him center mass. Another soldier tried to climb into the truck bed. Sal's fire from the bridge cut him down before he made it. "Go!" Top shouted. Matt threw the truck in reverse and backed away from the bridge. Top jumped onto the running board and held on as they accelerated. Benny and Sal ran from cover and scrambled into the truck bed. Rifle fire chased them, but they were moving fast now, putting distance between them and the surviving soldiers. Within 30 seconds, they were around a curve and out of sight. Matt drove hard for 2 kilometers, then pulled off the highway onto a side trail. He killed the engine, and they sat in darkness listening for pursuit. Nothing. Just jungle sounds and their own heavy breathing. "Everyone intact?" Top asked. "Good," Matt said. "Fine," Sal said from the truck bed. "Outstanding," Benny added. "Except we're in a stolen Venezuelan military truck covered in bullet holes." "But we have a vehicle," Top said. "And we're not boxed in anymore." "Sal, how do we reach the river crossing from here?" Sal pulled out the GPS unit. "Back roads and farm tracks. 30 kilometers through terrain that's going to be rough. 3 hours maybe." 3 hours until dawn," Matt said. "They'll have helicopters up by then. So we move fast." Top climbed down from the running board. His shoulder was bleeding again, blood soaking through the bandage. He ignored it. "Matt, you drive. Sal navigates. Benny and I will ride in back and watch for pursuit." They redistributed. Matt got the truck moving again, following Sal's directions onto progressively smaller roads. Paved gave way to gravel, gravel to dirt. They passed through tiny villages where dogs barked at their passage and lights came on in windows. Top sat in the truck bed with his back against the cab, weapon across his lap, watching the darkness behind them. Benny was on the opposite side, doing the same. The landscape slid past, jungle and farmland, and small houses built from whatever materials were available. His phone buzzed. Text from Rachel. Strike Force has Maduro in custody. Operation successful. 0 U.S. casualties. You did it. Top read the message twice. Then he showed it to Benny. We did it, Benny said. Somehow, we actually did it. We're not extracted yet. Details. We completed the mission. That's what matters. The truck bounced over ruts that felt like they'd shake the vehicle apart. Matt kept driving, following Sal's navigation through increasingly questionable terrain. Once they had to stop and move a fallen tree. Another time, they forded a stream that came up to the door panels. Dawn approached, the sky lightening from black to gray, birds starting their morning calls. Top watched the horizon and hoped they'd reach the river before full daylight exposed them to air search. The Tashira River appeared ahead, brown water flowing between jungle-covered banks. The same crossing point they'd used entering Venezuela. On the far side, Colombia and safety and the end of an operation that had lasted less than 24 hours but felt like a lifetime. This is it, Sal said. Cross here and we're out. Matt stopped the truck, 20 meters from the water. Current looks stronger than when we crossed before. Doesn't matter, Top said. We walk it. Leave the truck. We won't need it once we're across. They climbed out and waded into the river. The current hit immediately, colder and faster than Top remembered. His wounded shoulder screamed as he fought to keep his footing. The water reached his chest, and he felt the bottom sliding away beneath his boots. Matt went down first, the current sweeping his feet out from under him. Sal grabbed his vest and hauled him upright. They linked arms and moved together, 4 men forming a chain against the water. Halfway across, Top heard the helicopter. He looked up and saw it, a Venezuelan military Huey, maybe 500 feet up, following the river line. Searching. They see us, Benny said. The helicopter banked and descended, its rotor wash beating the water into spray. A door gunner leaned out with a belt-fed machine gun. Move! Top shouted. They pushed toward the far bank as the helicopter settled into a hover above them. The door gunner aimed but didn't fire, probably radioing for instructions, confirming targets, getting authorization to shoot Americans in Colombian territory. Top's feet found purchase on the bank, and he scrambled up, pulling Sal behind him. Matt and Benny emerged from the water seconds later. They were across. Technically, in Colombia. Technically safe. The helicopter door gunner opened fire anyway. Rounds chewed up the riverbank around them. Top dove behind a fallen tree and returned fire with his Glock, knowing the range was too far but needing to do something. Matt's AR-15 joined in, suppressed shots that had better reach. The helicopter's windscreen cracked. The pilot pulled up and away, gaining altitude. The door gunner kept firing, but the angle was wrong now, rounds going wide. Top's phone rang. He answered while staying behind cover. Colombian military is inbound to your position, Rachel said. Helicopter and ground transport. ETA 6 minutes. Venezuelan helicopter will withdraw when they arrive. Just stay alive until then. Working on it. The Venezuelan helicopter circled, looking for another attack angle. The door gunner fired sporadically, forcing them to stay pinned behind minimal cover. Then Top heard engines, heavy vehicles moving fast through jungle. A Colombian Humvee crashed through the vegetation, followed by 2 more. Soldiers in Colombian uniforms, deployed with rifles raised. The Venezuelan helicopter banked hard and retreated across the river. Within seconds it was gone, leaving only rotor wash and settling dust. A Colombian officer approached, his sidearm drawn but pointed at the ground. He looked at the four Americans, soaking wet, covered in mud and blood, bristling with weapons. "You are the petroleum engineers?" the officer asked in accented English. Top almost laughed. "That's us. Congratulations on completing your conference. Come with me. We will escort you to your transportation." They climbed into the Humvees, and the convoy rolled toward the Colombian border station. Behind them, Venezuela receded into morning light, a country they'd entered illegally, operated in covertly, and left marked by violence that would echo in intelligence briefings for years. But Maduro was in custody. The strike had succeeded without organized military response. 3 Venezuelan officials had been neutralized before they could coordinate resistance. The mission was complete. Top leaned back in the Humvee's seat and closed his eyes. His shoulder throbbed. His back ached. Every muscle hurt. But they were alive, they were extracted, and the job was done. 4 men against a hostile country. 4 men who dismantled a military response network in under 24 hours. 4 men who'd done the impossible because someone needed it done and they'd volunteered. The Humvee carried them toward the airfield, where transport waited to take them home. Top thought about hot showers and clean uniforms and beer and sleep. The small rewards that waited after impossible missions completed. Later, there would be debriefs and after-action reports and probably medals given in classified ceremonies. Later, there would be questions about the colonel they'd killed and whether the mission had exceeded its authorities. But that was later. Conscripted, free on BOOKFUNNEL. Render. Operative. Sideways. Choke point. Decreed. In the dark. Credible threat. Border wars. Devil's rope. Target rich. Danger close. Blood ransom. Ghost coup. Foreign target. Judge's gambit, free bonus. Dead drop. Colombian gold. Vegas debt-free. No known connection. Plus. Zero trace, an action-adventure thriller. Perimeter, a military adventure thriller.